think the greatest reactor of all time was gonna let a video go unwatched? After careful consideration and many hours of pondering, I, and I alone, have come to the decision to watch the rest of this finale. This decision I came to on my own free will, and it has absolutely nothing to do with the overwhelming swarm of angry townsfolk in my comment section and the violent angry mob outside of my house. Originally, I wasn't gonna do this. Originally, I'd already said I watched it all and I wasn't gonna do this. But apparently these are so incredibly different from the original ones that I just have to watch it. The world cannot function and society will collapse if I do not get this video out. But before we get into any of the hullabaloo, it's 8 o'clock at night and I am absolutely starving. And they just so happen to drop a particular sandwich from under the sea. I have here in my possession the one, the only, the Krabby Patty. Now, I don't know how crazy this is gonna be. This is so incredibly hyped. It is a Krabby Patty, and I better not be disappointed. Unfortunately, it doesn't come with kelp fries. It just comes with regular French fries. And you may be asking yourself, Chris, why does it look like half of the French fries are gone? Did you eat them before you started watching this video? And my answer to you is, mind your business. I've also got the new pineapple frosty, and the most important thing to this whole ordeal, the spoon. For whatever reason, this meal doesn't come with a bev. It doesn't have a kelp shake, so I did get the next best thing, a tropical punch Kool-Aid jammer. I would also like to preface that when I ordered the food, they gave me the option of a single, a double, or a triple. If I catch any of you big back bubble bass motherfuckers ordering a triple Krabby Patty, I swear to God, do you know how greedy you have to be to put 3 slabs of beef on your singular sandwich? That is psychopathic behavior. Also, absolutely none of this is sponsored before any of you start an uproar in the comments. None of this is sponsored. I am just sitting here eating, trying to enjoy a Thursday. The Spongebob Conspiracy Compilation Round 2, dude. You already know the deal, bro.
Thank you for everything. I hope you enjoy.
Squilliam fancy, son. Squilliam fancy, son. Squilliam fancy,
son. Also, if you hear any random banging at any point during this video, I don't know what that is. Somebody is causing a disturbance somewhere, and I haven't figured it out. So, yeah, I don't know.
Squilliam Fancyson III is Squidward's rival from high school band class.
So, I just took my private yacht across my private lake to my private heliport.
He's more wealthy, popular, and talented than Squidward, and he always rubs it in his face.
That's right. I'm living your dreams, Squidward. Oh, just succeeding in everything you failed in.
But I intend to prove that he's a fraud, using his wealth to...
Dude, I don't know who's in the back of that Wendy's, dude, but they always be absolutely cooking like Gordon Ramsay, dude, because this Krabby Patty is scrumptious. You could sit here and tell me that this is a regular Dave single all you want to, dude, but Guillermo or whoever the hell is in the back of that Wendy's down the street is putting his whole heart and soul. I can taste the blood, sweat, and tears in this burger. That might not sound like a good thing, but dude, he did it with this one. Absolutely.
Make himself seem more popular and talented than he actually is. He goes to ridiculously extreme and expensive lengths to humiliate Squidward and show his superiority, and I'm gonna prove it. Evidence number 1, the pet hospital. We first meet Squilliam in Season 2, Episode 15, Band Geeks. The episode opens with Squidward playing the clarinet and getting a knock on the door.
I do not have a napkin. I do not have a napkin.
Yeah, we're with the pet hospital down the street, and I understand you have a dying animal on the premises.
Immediately after, Squidward gets a call from Squilliam.
Hello, you've reached the house of unrecognized talent. Please start after the...
Sounds as though you've got a dying animal to attend to, eh, old chum?
I believe that not only was Squilliam spying on Squidward to know when he was playing his clarinet, but he also hired the doctor to come and embarrass Squidward.
Yeah, we're with the pet hospital down the street. Pet hospital down the street.
We have never seen a pet hospital.
I still haven't figured out who's more sus, right? We already know the deal with Squilliam, right? That lying, deceiving bastard. We know that, dude. What's up with that doctor, bro? What's his deal? You know what I mean? He gives me the heebie-jeebies. Something ain't right with that doctor,
We've
dude.
only ever
Somebody
seen just the
check him
regular
out.
Bikini Bottom hospital. We've seen this purple doctorfish before, but once again, he's never worked at a pet hospital. We've only ever seen him at the regular general hospital.
Well, Mr. Squarepants, it seems you have the suds. Are you ready for your treatment?
Then there's this green fish behind him, and we've only ever seen him as one of the many identical paramedics that work at the Bikini Bottom hospital. We even see him at the end of the episode to take Squilliam away after fainting. So it is very likely that Squilliam hired these two and told them to pretend like they're from a pet hospital just to humiliate Squidward. Hey, it's me from the future. So this is an obvious one that I got tons of comments about. There is a pet hospital, and this doctor did do a
Oh
pet
my
checkup,
God.
and I was a teenager.
Alex from the future! Dude, I'm dripping Krabby Patty's secret sauce right now. My hands are smothered in Krabby sauce, dude. This is bad. I don't have a napkin. This is bad, dude. This is bad. This is bad.
To humiliate Squidward. Hey, it's me from the future. So this is an obvious one that I got tons of comments about. There is a pet hospital, and this doctor did do a pet checkup, and I was a teenage Gary. Still, I think the way Squilliam immediately calls and mentions the dying animal strongly implies he sent the doctor to mess with Squidward. Also, I don't have like a ton to add to this theory, just because they haven't really released any new Squilliam lore, but I've still got a few things to say, and the next theories will have a lot more, I promise. But this is just the start of Squilliam's elaborate lies. Evidence number 2, the bubble
Okay,
bowl.
I see what you mean by new stuff. You see what happens? You guys tried to prove Alex wrong and he cooked you. This is what happens. This is what happens. This is what you guys need to start doing. Shut your trap, dude. You won't get cooked all the
This
time.
is just the start of Squilliam's elaborate lies. Evidence number 2, the bubble bowl. In the same episode, Squilliam also says,
I'm the leader of a big fancy band now, and we're supposed to play the Bubble Bowl next week. The problem is, I'm busy next week and can't make it, so I was hoping you and your band could cover for us.
but we've never seen Squilliam's band before, and despite claiming he's too busy to make it to the bubble bowl, he still shows up at the end to watch Squidward's band. So both his excuse
You guys like watching me eat? How you guys feel about it? How you guys feel about the mukbang? We got like a crossover, dude. We got the reaction. We got the mukbang, dude.
and probably his band were made up to
You guys
pressure
like watching
Squidward
me
into humiliating
shovel
himself
food
at the
down
bubble
my
bowl.
gullet?
Squilliam, you lying, deceiving bastard! I didn't even realize that! Who is that handsome young devil? Hey, I know this guy!
What the hell? Let's fucking go! Yo!
To make it to the bubble bowl, he still shows up at the end to watch Squidward's band. So both his excuse and probably his band were made up to pressure Squidward into humiliating himself at the bubble bowl.
Squilliam, you lying, deceiving bastard! I didn't even realize that! Who is that handsome young devil? Hey, I know this guy!
Golly, dude! Would you look at that, man? Shout out Alex, bro. That's love, dude. Shout out Alex, dude. Look at my hair. Dude, shout out Alex, bro. God damn, dude. Look at how far we've come. I don't even have that overlay anymore. With the socials on. By the way, you could still follow those socials. By the way, they're also in the description, by the way. You can follow the socials, by the way. Anyways, dude. Shout out Alex, the greatest of all time. That's love, dude. Let's fucking go.
Is that? Who is that handsome young devil? Hey, I know this guy.
Evidence number 3, Squilliam's friends. In Season 3, Episode 8, Squilliam returns. Squidward leaves for work and conveniently bumps into Squilliam and all of his fancy friends, despite Squilliam not seeming like the kind of guy that would come near the Krusty Krab. He and his friends make fun of Squidward for working as a cashier.
Hold it! Don't tell me! You're a cashier!
Don't lie. Lying always makes it worse.
But I believe that this encounter was planned out by Squilliam in advance, and he hired all of those people to pretend to be his friends. Take a look at Squilliam's friends. They're all nicely dressed, you kind of get the sense that they're fancy, high-status members of Bikini Bottom, but they aren't. This is more like what the fancy rich people in Bikini Bottom look like. These are just some regular Bikini Bottom citizens. Most of them usually don't even wear nice clothes like this. And most of them are regulars at the Krusty Krab and would already know Squidward as the cashier.
My daddy doesn't have enough slime!
These are
bunch
not
of posers,
the type of
dude.
people Squilliam would hang out with. I mean,
A bunch
why
of
would
posers.
Squilliam be hanging out with one of Pearl's teenage friends? You know, some people pointed out that maybe
Dude,
there's...
You know what's crazy? We see this kind of thing in real life if you think about it. Think about it, right? Like, think about whenever somebody goes viral, like, randomly. You know what I mean? They, like, pay people to, like, share their stuff. You know what I mean? And then their stuff goes viral because they pay people to share their stuff. You know what I mean? That's what people be doing now. You know what I'm saying?
There's another reason for this, but I'm not gonna get into that.
Squilliam, you have some explaining to do. Hi, I'm Chris Hansen with Dateline NBC. Why don't you have a seat right there?
At
Dude.
the end of the
Who's this guy?
Squilliam, you
Why is he so handsome? And why is his voice so majestic and beautiful, dude?
have some explaining to do. Hi, I'm Chris Hansen with Dateline NBC. Why don't you have a seat right there?
At the end of the episode,
DJB,
Squilliam
dude.
even admits to his whole life being fake.
I made everything up about my life. I have.
By the way, we are like 5 minutes into this Squilliam video, and I'm done with the burger. So, about 5 minutes.
have no yachts, jets, or anything. I was only trying to impress you.
And then, of course, he quickly says he's just kidding.
Is that true? Of course not! I'm filthy stinking rich!
But was he kidding? I mean, obviously he's rich, but is there a nugget of truth in there? Evidence number 4, the statue.
Dude, I can't
In Season
wait.
7, Episode 6,
Oh my
Squidward
god, I can't wait for my statue. Woo-wee! I cannot wait, dude. Big ass sword, big ass cape, chrome, placed in the spot where the sun beams. You know what I mean? So it beams like right off my forehead, or like right off the sword, you know? So it stands out, you know? It pisses people off, you know what I'm saying? They're driving down the highway, driving down the interstate, and they just randomly get blinded. The sun finally went down at the angle, hits my forehead, bounces off, light bounces off, shines into the windshield, causes a 6-car pileup on the highway, dude. Oh my god, I can't wait.
has to pick up trash for community service, and Squilliam once again conveniently bumps into him and reveals he's cleaned up so much trash that the city actually built a statue of him.
Maybe if you clean up Bikini Bottom, they'll build a statue of you. Oh, wait! They've already built one. Of me! I cleaned up all of Bikini Bottom in only 1
Oh,
week.
it'd be beautiful.
Hello, it's me, I'm interrupting. So, a lot of people thought this statue was actually supposed to be of Squidward because there's no unibrow, but we can actually faintly see it right there.
Oh, wait! They've already built one. Of me!
Once again, shut your traps.
I believe that once again, this encounter was
That's what I'm
staged by Squilliam, and he actually paid to get that statue built. As Squilliam tells Squidward about the statue, a female fish admires it and says,
Bless you, Squilliam Fancy Sim. Bless you.
but if you remember, this is one of those friends Squilliam likely paid, making her whole comment feel very fake. By the end of the episode, Squilliam's statue gets destroyed. A police officer approaches and they have this exchange.
This is your statue?
It was.
Squilliam admits that it's his statue, not the city's. And why else would the officer give him specifically a ticket if it was city property? Evidence number 5, the concert. In
Not me,
Season
dude.
6, Episode 17, Squidward watches Squilliam play the clarinet at a big fancy concert. He receives a standing ovation, causing Squidward to leave angrily. But I believe this entire concert is a scam. Not only has the audience been paid to cheer, but Squilliam never even touches his instrument.
Do you remember, like, when we first watched this? I couldn't believe this shit, dude. Like, it's wild. Like, re-watching this, it's like, dude, watching it for the first time was crazy. And then, like, re-watching it now, it's just funny. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's just funny. It's hilarious. You know what I mean? But I remember being absolutely mind-blown that this dude, Squilliam, was just a giant raging fraud. Just paying his way like he wanted them OnlyFans bots. Just paying his way for people to promo, dude. Fake promo. The hell, Squilliam? I'm still upset about it to this day. I will never see Squilliam the same to this day, by the way.
Once again, many of the audience members were part of...
I used to identify with somebody of high status, you know, high status, high class, lots of people around. I relate to that, you know? That's me. Not anymore, dude.
Squilliam's
Not any fucking
quote-unquote
more.
friends, but we also never actually see Squilliam play the clarinet.
As I
The episode
shovel
opens right after
Wendy's
he's
fries
finished his
down my
performance
face.
with the audience cheering, and
Yeah.
one member of the audience says,
He's such a great musician. He doesn't even have to touch an instrument to be brilliant.
maybe the real reason Squidward leaves so angrily is because the audience cheered for Squilliam even though he never even touched his clarinet. Maybe Squilliam is just as bad as Squidward at the clarinet and he's trying to hide it. Hey, before we get into the next evidence, here's a quick new thought I had. In this video, I'm claiming Squilliam is a fraud in terms of his popularity and his talent. But he clearly is actually very rich. But how? Well, I think the answer is in his name.
I think we were wondering that, right? When we first watched this, I don't know if I had mentioned that, dude, but it makes sense, right? He's still, like, yeah, he had all this, he's a fraud, but he still had to pay for it, so he still had the money. I don't remember if I actually questioned that, dude, but
William
that's a good
Fancy
thought.
Son III. He was obviously just born into a rich family and was given everything his whole life. Just another interesting layer to the character.
Do we have any, like, anything else on any other Fancy Sons? You know what I mean? Like, has there ever been a mention of like a Fancy Son Inc. or Fancy Son Airlines or some shit? You know, Fancy Son Colognes or something. I don't know. Has that been like established, or is he's just a rich asshole? He's just a rich trust fund kid, and nobody knows, dude. Grandpa did something. Nobody knows what the hell Grandpa did, but he got rich as hell doing it, dude.
William has gone to some pretty extreme lengths just to humiliate Squidward. But nothing, and I mean nothing.
You know, maybe it's a good thing we don't know. Because if you think about it, he's the third. Right? So Gen 1 goes back. Right? And he's a grown man. So it goes like his grandpa had to have been old, right? Old school, right? Old school. A lot of people back in the day got rich from very shady tactics. A lot of people get rich today by very shady tactics. But you know what I'm saying. You get what I mean. You picking up what I'm putting down, dude?
Compares to what he does next. Evidence number 6.
You know what I mean?
The music
The
college.
Fancy Son Plantation. That's what I'm getting at, dude. That's what I'm getting at, dude. Who do you think was harvesting all the kelp back in 17, whatever, dude?
In the same episode,
not gonna
after
be the
Squidward
one.
leaves the concert, he's approached
Whatever.
by the headmistress
Whatever.
of the Bikini Bottom prestigious music college.
Whatever.
Aren't you the esteemed Squilliam Fancy Son III, who we all came here to see perform tonight?
She mistakes him for Squilliam and offers him a position as a professor. Squidward pretends to be Squilliam and teaches a class, only for the police to burst in and arrest him, all while he's being filmed on live TV. And I believe that this is Squilliam's most elaborate and most expensive scheme to destroy Squidward both publicly and legally. This encounter where Squidward gets offered a job is already suspiciously convenient, but listen closely to their exchange.
I'm Squilliam, fancy son.
But didn't you just say a minute ago that your name was Squidward Q Tentacles?
It is. No, I didn't.
Well, that's a relief. I mean, what kind of a moron would go to their worst enemy's music recital?
What kind of moron would go to their own enemy's music recital?
How does she know?
How did she fucking know?
know? Yeah!
Dude, shout out internet. Dude, this is what I'm talking about. Alex is a legend, dude. Like, just the simple fact that he's showing love to the people that show him love. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, he could have just been like, yo, thanks for the vid. Yo, love the vids. Whatever. You know what I'm saying? But Alex is a great dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's that guy. You know what I'm saying? Top 10. Top 10 what? It doesn't matter, dude. He's still on there, dude. Top fucking 10.
How does she know that Squidward and Squilliam are enemies? If she knew who Squidward was, then why didn't she recognize him? Why would she mistake him for Squilliam? This feels way too much like she was hired by Squilliam to set a trap for Squidward. And if that's not enough, the headmistress's associate is literally just a guy from the paid audience wearing a disguise. He just threw on some glasses to seem smart. Squilliam knew that Squidward couldn't resist the opportunity to teach a music class, even if it meant breaking the law.
My very own music class.
Then we get to the Bikini Bottom prestigious music college, and right off the bat, there's something very fishy about this place. The building itself is very green and grimy and has a very cheap metal look. Nothing about this says prestigious except for the big sign on top, which feels like the only new thing about this building. I think there is a very good chance that Squilliam just bought some old warehouse, then stuck a sign and some paint on it to disguise it as a college. I mean, look at these other schools in Bikini Bottom.
Do you think maybe it's a money laundering scheme? This is what I'm saying. Do we think Squilliam Fancy Son's income flow is all legal? You know what I mean? He gotta clean that money up somehow. You launder it through the music school. It's a perfect scheme.
Very nice structure and a paint job,
you know
but this prestigious.
He's selling illegal eggs out of his trap, dude. This is what I'm saying. This goes deep, dude. Like, you may think Squilliam is just like a fraud, and that's kind of it, but I think it goes a lot deeper than that.
This music college looks like a dumpster. Going into the classroom, not only does it have another one of Squilliam's friends, but if this is such a prestigious college, how did Spongebob and Patrick get in here?
Would you two numbskulls mind telling me what you're doing in music class anyway?
Sure. Patrick's New Year's resolution was to learn to play an instrument.
They say it was their New Year's resolution to take a music class, but you'd think it'd be harder for them to get into an esteemed music school if they just decided to go to it on a whim. Seems like they're just letting in anyone to sell this ruse. Then, both the police, Squilliam and the headmistress, and a live news broadcast show up at the same time to arrest Squidward for
How is your chin so damn thick? Dude, people pay. They go to, where do they go? Turkey? Colombia? Dude, they pay hundreds, thousands of dollars to get caked up like that. And he's just got it on his chin like that.
Impersonating Squilliam. If the extremely coincidental fact that all of these people suddenly showed up at the same time isn't enough for you to believe that Squilliam set it all up, I've got something that's going to blow your mind.
Oh my
Squilliam literally has the police working for him.
Squidward Q Tentacles, I'm placing you under arrest for impersonating a genius.
If that doesn't sound like he's been paid off, I don't know what does. The lengths that Squilliam goes to humiliate Squidward are insane. He literally builds statues and entire buildings just to make Squidward feel inferior. But why? Why would anyone go so far to embarrass an old high school band classmate? What happened between them? What could have caused this extreme level of dedication?
You know,
well, unfortunately,
Squilliam kind of gives off Elon Musk vibes. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's just stupid, filthy rich for no reason. You know what I'm saying? Gotta pay people to like... Okay, let me relax.
Unfortunately, we never really get much information on their past. I've spent hours reading through the Spongebob Wikipedia and looking at old episodes, and there really just isn't any clues that would explain their weird relationship. I guess we can't solve everything, but either way, that's my theory.
Video's
Thank
over.
you so much for listening. I really hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see you next time. Wait a second. Wait a second.
The Alex Bale signature. He warms you up and then stops on all your hopes and dreams, dude. Black screen, dark boom.
That's my theory.
Dude.
Thank you so much for listening. I really hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see you next
Take a drink every time he does that.
That's my theory. Thank you so much for listening. I really hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see you next time. Wait a second. Wait a second. Season 6, Episode 5, Slide Whistle Stooges. Just a normal episode where SpongeBob and Patrick annoy Squidward. Nothing really out of the ordinary. Except I have one question about this episode. Why does Squidward have Squilliam's robe? That is clearly not the purple robe he usually wears. That is Squilliam Fancy Son III's robe. Why would Squidward have this?
Are we about to... Is he about to say what I think he's about to...
Dude, when I came to the same revelation, bro, when it clicks in your brain, you know what I mean? At first, it takes you a minute to get there. But when it clicks, dude,
They were more than just classmates. Could they have once been dating?
Hey, yo! I mean, wait.
Oh,
He's a grown man that likes the clarinet, classical art, classical music, and smooth jazz. Octopi are bisexual?
No way. That's not...
Is that a thing?
Not possible. There's no evidence to support...
Dude, I'm gonna Google this. Dude, I swear to God, I'm not doing it. I'm doing it on my phone. I'm doing it on my... I'd Google it on here, and then something would pop up. My search history is cooked. Just from the Twitch chat, from the YouTube, from the things that I've been forced to Google, dude. The recommended results I get if I type in octopus bisexual, I'm not putting it on screen. I'm not putting it on screen. But he's a squid. Our octopus. Octopus. Is this a thing people Google, dude? Am I gonna look stupid? A study analyzing the behavior of the greater blue-ringed octopus showed that mating occurs during encounters of both male-female and male-male pair. Dude, that's pretty gay.
Right?
Don't be intimidated, Squidward. Try to imagine him in his underwear. Oh no, he's hot!
No. It can't be.
I mean, what kind of a moron would go to their worst enemy's music recital?
It's been right in front of us this whole time.
Our sources last saw Evil harassing teenagers up at Makeout Reef.
Makeout Reef. Good time. Good time.
Voted most likely to suck eggs in high school.
Holy s***!
Dude!
Alex Bale does it again. He does it again. He always has this way of being like, of the video obviously being a stretch, but he'll give you that.
This is what I mean. Look, bro. you got grown men losing their minds. We're sitting here watching a video talking about how on the children's daytime cartoon SpongeBob SquarePants, the very insignificant side character Squilliam Fancy Son was having homosexual relationships with Squidward in high school. Dude, and our minds are blowing up, dude. I'm telling you, this dude Alex is a madman. A psycho.
One tidbit.
This is what I'm
of
talking
the
about.
aha moment. He does it every time. He does it every time.
Also, he calls him Squiddy.
Squiddy?
That kind of sounds like a pet name for an ex, right? I don't know. Obviously, I didn't have a ton to add to this theory, since there hasn't really been any new Squilliam episodes, but I have a lot more to say in the other theories, I promise.
Nice, dude. Dude, this brings me back. This is what started it all. Squilliam Fancy Son brought us not only on the SpongeBob theory journey, but we were forcibly entered into the Muse universe, dude. From Squilliam, and we had no idea. Think back to that. Think back to that day. We sat here and we watched Squilliam Fancy Son. We lost our mind over him sucking eggs and buying his boys. And we ended up in that damn Muse ARG. Are you kidding me? Dude, and it was all like masterfully crafted. I could go on and on about that whole experience, dude. That whole thing was wild. The whole thing was wild. Before we go any further, I would like to indulge myself in the brand new Pineapple Frosty, if you don't mind. Now, it's been sitting here for approximately 40 minutes. It's been sitting here for approximately 40 minutes, and it's about half melted. Probably would have been a good idea to put this in the freezer, as it's literally just a milkshake now. But you know, what are you gonna do? All right. You freaks are going to do so many awful things with this screenshot. Anyways, let's see. You ever have your mom tell you she's proud of you? You ever have a hug from your grandma? That's what this tastes like. All of my childhood happiness is just in this soupy, melted bowl of processed ice cream. Something so simple as a pineapple frosty, yet it invokes so much emotion inside of me.
The show SpongeBob SquarePants is not what you think it is. There is a secret group of puppet masters who are always watching the citizens of Bikini Bottom and pulling the strings. Hidden within Bikini Bottom are spies that keep an eye on the characters and make sure everything goes to plan. This is a conspiracy that will fundamentally change the way you look at the show SpongeBob SquarePants, and I believe it's all actually intended by the creators, and I'm gonna prove it. This is the television theory. To start this theory, we have to go back to the very beginning of the very first episode.
You remember the skin theory? Side note, you remember the skin theory? You want to talk about a blast from the past? Dude, I was just thinking about that.
To SpongeBob SquarePants.
Ah, the sea. So fascinating. So wonderful.
You don't mind? I'm gonna
Here
start.
we see
I'm gonna
Bikini
take
Bottom,
some sips of my
teeming with life,
Kool-Aid jammer.
home of
if you
one
don't
of my
mind.
favorite creatures, SpongeBob SquarePants. Yes, of course he lives in a pineapple, you silly.
So let me ask you a question. Who's speaking in this clip? Well, obviously that's just the narrator. We hear his voice many times throughout the show.
Goo Lagoon. A stinky mud puddle for you and me. The crusty crab. Through these doors pass all the many kinds of undersea life.
Puff's boating school, where diligent students learn the rules of the road.
But who exactly is the narrator? Well, he's just the narrator, right? We're not supposed to think about who he is or why we're hearing him. Lots of shows have narrator framing devices we're not supposed to think about.
Caillou was amazed that Mommy had made a rainbow, just like in the picture.
But there's something different about this narrator.
Caillou,
he sounds a lot like he's narrating a nature documentary.
The ocean.
How does Caillou always manage to insert himself into my life? Get the hell away from me, Caillou. The hell? Just when you think you finally gotten rid of him, dude, there he is again. Caillou.
About this narrator. He sounds a lot like he's narrating a nature documentary.
The ocean. From above, a simple blanket of water. But below, a complex world full of color, life, and wonder.
The sea. So fascinating. So wonderful. Here we see Bikini Bottom.
Okay. Here's a question for you. The SpongeBob narrator or the British guy that narrates the nature documentaries? Which one? What's his name? David Attenborough. That guy. David Attenborough or this French guy? Who would you rather narrate your life? If your life was narrated, which one? Or Morgan Freeman. Throw it in a doozy. Or me. Dude, fuck it. I'll throw in a real fucking doozy, dude. Let's do it. Me too. Fuck it.
Teeming with life.
What if I told you
Gilbert Gottfried? I can go on and on, dude.
He's not just some random disembodied voice. He's an actual character in this universe.
Here we are again at the Bikini Bottom boating school.
I am drinking. This is so incredible. I'm drinking it, by the way. It's melted. But, oh my god. Dude, oh my god.
Today is once again the day of SpongeBob's boating school exam. But more importantly, this is the last test for the year. And if SpongeBob does not pass this one, it means another whole year of boating school!
SpongeBob literally crashes into the fourth wall, and we actually get to see the narrator and the camera he's been filming with. The show SpongeBob SquarePants is not just a cartoon. Everything we see is a part of a nature documentary television show being filmed by scuba divers. Hey, Alex from the future here. It is kind of weird that the scuba diver seems so small here compared to most humans we see in the show. I go into this a little more at the end of the theory, but we know humans have access to shrinking technology, so I think it's very possible the filmmakers shrunk themselves down to film the show. And if you're still not convinced, I searched really hard and found an old SpongeBob DVD bonus feature that basically confirms everything.
Since before time even existed, land-loving scientists have tried to learn the secrets of intelligence. Their studies led them to the sea, where the citizens of one undersea colony demonstrated a genius so enormous, the scientists felt compelled to record their actions for use in teaching mankind how to live better. The name of this miraculous place? Bikini Bottom. Poring over the mass of brainy masterminds scattered about this strange land, the scientists chose 6 Bikini Bottom residents at random to study. As the scientists marveled at the advanced knowledge and superior intellect.
Took me a theory and a half. Not even a theory and a half. A theory and a few minutes, dude, and then it's smashed.
Of these
it's
6
all gone,
creatures,
dude.
I went to college!
They rolled their cameras and took
left,
notes.
Dude, stood no chance.
And now, finally,
Not
we
one.
can learn all of the things
Not
that
a
these smarty
single
pantsuses
chance.
have to teach us. Life lessons from Bikini Bottom.
I don't know how it can get any more clear than that. Now, if you rewatch the show with this new information in mind, some things start to take on a whole new meaning. Throughout the series, there's this weird, unexplained running gag of a human hand interfering with the characters. It's even in the beginning of every episode in the intro for the show. Maybe the filmmakers are doing a bit more than just studying these characters. The hand seems to mostly interfere just to maintain the health and safety of the characters, like treating SpongeBob for the suds.
Well, Mr. SquarePants,
It's also nice watching these, given some more background, you know, because we watched the rankings already, so we heard a little bit of his thoughts on those. So we already have a little bit of, you know, background. So like the TV theory holds up. You know what I mean? The TV theory holds up. You know what I'm saying? According to him, according to everybody, you know what I'm saying? And so we're gonna get to watch the TV theory back and be like, damn, dude. Hell yeah.
Seems you have the suds. Are you ready for your treatment? Oh, Hans!
It makes sense that the filmmakers wouldn't want to risk the safety of their main character. After all, there's no
Was
show
that
without
SpongeBob washing himself? Is this SpongeBob washing himself? Like, isn't this just the SpongeBob guy? Just washing himself?
It makes sense that the filmmakers wouldn't want to risk the safety of their main
Is that his
character.
foot?
After all, there's no show without SpongeBob, but that's not the only
Dude,
reason why
it's a Nickelodeon show, bro. They had to get the foot shot in there.
they interfere. Season 3, Episode 16, I Had an Accident, is infamous for having one of the most
Infamous?
absurd, confusing...
I can't read it, because in the Skin Theory video... Skin Theory! Do you see how things come full circle, dude? This is what I'm talking about. Skin Theory video, which was a big inspiration...
using endings in the entire show. It ends with a real gorilla suddenly coming out of a Patrick costume and attacking the characters.
A real gorilla? Huh?
Dude, still one of the greatest episodes of all time, by the way.
Then as soon as SpongeBob begins to question the logic of the scene, this happens.
What's a gorilla doing underwater in the first place?
Well, it's funny you should... I mean, see, George, they're onto us!
Let's get out of here.
SpongeBob is a weird show, but this has always stuck out as being just a little too weird.
Look at
but
that
knowing what
fucking face! Dude, what the fuck is his problem? Dude, why does he look like he's gonna bite the TV? Do you see this kid? Do you see this child, bro?
SpongeBob is a weird show, but this has always stuck out as being just a little too weird. But knowing what we know now, I think I can explain what's going on here. This isn't a real gorilla. Every other land animal we've seen underwater wears a helmet and is drawn in a cartoony style. The gorilla is shown in a live-action style, and the only time we ever see live-action characters is when they're human. So I believe both the gorilla and the horse he rides away on are humans wearing costumes. The filmmakers set this whole thing up just to make the episode more entertaining. It's starting to seem like this isn't strictly a nature documentary anymore, it's more of a reality TV show made for entertainment. Who knows what other absurd elements of the show are actually put there by the filmmakers to make the show more entertaining and profitable. Although, based on the people's reaction, it doesn't always seem to pay off. But how far will the filmmakers go to make the show more profitable?
Saturday morning in Bikini Bottom. SpongeBob is watching his favorite Saturday morning show, The Adventures of Mermaid Man
I mean, once again, it's like that's how it works, like in reality. You know what I'm saying? Like it happens with like TV shows. You know what I'm saying? You have like a TV show, and then it's like really, really good. You know what I'm saying? And then for whatever reason, they start changing shit, and then it makes it weird, and then people start to hate it. You know what I mean? That's what happened. That's what happened, dude. They just started throwing, like, gorillas and shit in, and people were like, what the fuck am I watching? And so they turned the shit off. You know what I mean? And that's what they do in the shows now. You know what I'm saying? They just throw a random fucking gorilla, you know what I mean, in the damn show, and everybody's like, the hell am I watching, dude?
Barnacle Boy, enjoying a bowl of Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy bland cereal, and wearing the official Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy Blackfist biters.
If we think of this as a television show, this sounds an awful lot like a product placement. I mean, listen to how the narrator specifically says the full names of the products.
The Adventures of Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy, Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy bland cereal, Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy Blackfist biters.
Why don't you let me fix you some of this new Mococo drink? All natural cocoa beans from the upper slopes of Mountain Nicaragua, no artificial sweeteners.
What the hell are you talking about? Who are you talking to?
Maybe the Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy TV show is actually from the surface world. They are human after all. It makes sense that the filmmakers would choose to highlight these popular superhero characters. The more they show, the more they're gonna sell Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy merchandise. Also, Mermaid Man's
What's the closest thing to Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy, right? Like, obviously Batman and Robin, but like when I see the way the way it's like the way the show is done in the show, I get more of like a Captain Planet vibe, you know what I mean?
team of superheroes is
it the same thing? I don't
referred
fucking know.
to as a subsidiary of Viacom.
The International Justice League of Super Acquaintances, a subsidiary of Viacom.
And Viacom at the time was the company that owned Nickelodeon, which owns Spongebob. So that's just more proof that Mermaid Man is directly working for the showrunners. Hang on a second, why are Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy the same size as all the fish in Bikini Bottom, even though
Was that the same guy? Is this the same guy that was on the couch that turned the TV off?
Hang on a second. Why
That's
are
what it
Mermaid
looks
Man
like.
and Barnacle Boy the same size as all the fish in Bikini Bottom, even though humans are always shown as massive compared to
Look like the
fish?
same dude.
Whatever. I'll come back to that one later. The show doesn't even just hide product placements. In the episode Model Sponge, they literally trick SpongeBob into making a commercial for a human product.
I'm ready for my close-up, Mr. Director.
Loose the pants!
What's happening?
New sponge commercial. Take one. Your bathroom is a disaster. Get it cleaned up fast with the new sponge.
turned him into a
Just
scrub
look
daddy.
at that shine.
That's wild.
This is just like in real life how SpongeBob is such a popular character that he's used to sell tons and
What is
tons
this
of products.
store? Did we figure this out? I think I asked this last time. What is this store, dude?
So far I've shown you that the show SpongeBob SquarePants is actually a documentary television show, but the creators continually interfere to push their own agendas and make more money. But that brings us to an important question. Do the characters know they're in a television show? Let's go back to that clip where SpongeBob hits the cameraman.
It means another whole year of boarding school!
What happened?
Oh, nothing, SpongeBob. You just struck another pedestrian.
Mrs. Puff calls him a pedestrian, which sounds more like she thinks he's just some random Bikini Bottom citizen. The different types of marine life in SpongeBob are so diverse and weird looking that it's not too hard to believe that the characters just think these filmmakers are another weird type of fish. And back to the gorilla episode, the gorilla and the horse immediately get nervous and run away when SpongeBob questions what's going on.
Well, it's funny you should. I mean, see, George, they're onto us!
We've been made!
Let's get out of here.
Almost like the creators don't want the characters to be aware their lives are being interfered with. Now, there isn't a ton of footage of the characters interacting with the filmmakers, but I dug really, really deep and found the smoking gun
How
that
deep?
answers all of our questions.
How deep we talking?
This is an old commercial from 2004 made to promote the SpongeBob movie.
SpongeBob, what kind of jellyfish is that?
It's not a jellyfish, Patrick. It's a spaceship.
Hey guys, it's Carlos from the Zone. I was wondering if you could answer a few questions.
Questions? Run for your lives!
No, Pat, don't you see? It wants to learn about our world, and it's chosen us.
How did you find this? How did you find this? What did you do to find this? Did you just search SpongeBob talking to a human and then this popped up? How did you find this? Did you find some random like SpongeBob TV DVD collection at Walmart. You bought it, and this is like some very specific, like, extra scene. What? How do you find this?
What? Yay! We've been chosen.
A submarine comes down to SpongeBob and Patrick to ask questions to promote the new movie. SpongeBob and Patrick are clearly confused by this and think the submarine is some kind of alien. They also have no idea that they're the stars of a movie.
Well, thanks, guys. We'll see you in the movie.
Bye!
Movie? What's that?
I know.
So I think it's pretty clear at this point that the characters are unaware their lives are being filmed and interfered with. But there are some characters that have to have some level of awareness. For example, the Dr. Fish that told the human hand to treat SpongeBob, and the Director Fish that directed the commercial for the human world. What makes these characters so special? First off, the Director Fish isn't actually from Bikini Bottom. Before he directed this commercial, we saw him as a citizen of New Kelp City in the episode Whatever Happened to SpongeBob. Out of all the characters they could have used, they specifically chose a character from out of town. Almost like the filmmakers didn't want to use anyone in Bikini Bottom so they wouldn't risk everyone finding out about the television show. Then there's the Dr. Fish. We don't know where he originally came from, but he's an extremely suspicious character. Usually he's purple, but sometimes he's orange.
I'm sitting here thinking, while I'm watching this, like, there was muse between these. Right? Like, I'm watching these, and it's like, I can't stop thinking about that, dude. I can't stop thinking about, like, we were watching these for the first time. We were completely oblivious until, like, we watched, like, that one video of the guy explaining it. And he's like, yeah, it's an ARG, and there's Muse, and it's in the videos. And then I was like, I'm sitting here watching it. I had no idea.
Sometimes he's purple with orange hands, sometimes he's a pirate, and he bears a striking resemblance to Dr. Manowar from the Jellyfish Convention.
And now it only hurts when you touch it.
Why does he have so many different disguises and identities? What is he hiding? Okay, so this isn't directly related to the television theory, but I have something really interesting to say about this doctor.
Okay.
In season 14's
You got some more juicy tea on the doc, dude? I've been waiting for this.
Theory, but I have something really interesting to say about this doctor. In season 14's Don't Make Me Laugh, we see the Dr. Fish wearing orange gloves, and I'm pretty sure this is like a super subtle reference to this one time that he randomly had orange arms in season 1. It's like they're trying to retcon this old animation mistake and give it an in-universe explanation. They also did this with Perch Perkins, a side character who's notoriously switched back and forth between having orange and purple skin throughout the entire show. But in season 13, we get this close-up shot of him where we can see little smudges of purple makeup, implying his inconsistent colors was always him.
Oh my god, dude, he's the Donald Trump, bro. He put the fucking spray tan on. Bro, he's doing blackface, bro. That's wild. Purple face? Dude, this is crazy. This just got deeper. Future Alex Bale just somehow made this even spicier, bro. Perch Perkins
smudges of
is race swapping himself.
Purple makeup, implying his inconsistent colors was always him just wearing makeup. It's like the creators are telling us that little details matter. Even things that are obviously just animation mistakes have explanations in the lore of this show. Okay, sorry for the tangent, I just thought that was really interesting. Back to the theory. I believe hidden throughout Bikini Bottom are spies like this who are aware they're in a television show and keep tabs on the main characters and make sure everything goes to plan. There's so many suspicious characters in Bikini Bottom that it could literally be everything goes to plan. There's so many suspicious.
Don't feed the muse. Fun fact. Many of the theories line up with or foreshadow the plot of Don't Feed the Muse. Some of this wasn't intentional. Some of this were happy accidents.
Just characters in Bikini Bottom that it could literally be anyone. The mailman, the hot dog vendor, Old Man Jenkins, it could literally be anyone. Some people have...
Dude, it could literally be anyone.
pointed out that
dude, we learned that the hard way.
There's this scene with Patrick that could be implying he is a self-aware spy.
3 hours later.
Can you move it along? I'm all out of time cards.
But since this is the only example of anything suspicious with Patrick, I think it's a little more likely that he's just too stupid to understand what he's doing here. But what if I told you that the biggest spy of all isn't some random side character? It's one of the main characters of the show. Someone who's been there from the very beginning. Someone who's not even from Bikini Bottom. Someone who's not even from the ocean. That's right. Sandy Cheeks. Sandy Cheeks is the thrill-seeking scientific squirrel from Texas who lives underwater in her tree dome. But why did she come to Bikini Bottom? In the episode Chimps Ahoy, we find out she was hired by a group of chimpanzees to come underwater and create inventions. But why does she need to be underwater to make inventions? She could have just as easily made any of her inventions on land. It must be extremely expensive to maintain a giant dome of air underwater. There is no way.
It's funny, like, rewatching this. Because I've seen this already, obviously. But it's like, I'm still so, like, in it. You know what I mean? I'm still in it. I'm still focused. You know what I'm saying? Tell me about Sandy again, Alex. I'm listening. You've got my full attention, dude.
The only reason she's
You know
here
what I
is
mean?
to make random inventions. I think this whole episode is an elaborate ruse to throw off the other characters from the real reason Sandy is in Bikini Bottom, to spy on the main characters and make sure the show stays on track. Many of the times the characters are in danger, Sandy conveniently steps in to save the day, and many of the wacky, entertaining episode plots are driven by an invention Sandy creates. Everything she does is a calculated move to carry out the hidden agenda of the filmmakers. Her entire friendship with Spongebob and the other characters is built on a lie.
It's always the
But you're
Texans,
probably
dude.
saying, Sandy is a sweet, friendly
You
squirrel.
can never trust
There's
somebody
no
from
way she's
Texas."
behind this. You're not convinced yet? That's okay. Because what I'm about to show you is so mind-blowing, so insanely revealing, that it's actually the whole reason I decided to make this video. Get ready for the big one. Season 10, Episode 10, Feral Friends, is the episode that unlocks this entire mystery. During a birthday party, a green moon suddenly appears and turns everyone except Sandy into less evolved, real-life versions of themselves. Sandy is completely caught off guard by this and decides to call someone for help. And take a guess who she calls.
The humans.
Hello, French narrator speaking.
Hey, Frenchie! It's me, Sandy!
Ah, Sandy Cheeks. How is it hanging?
Oh, it's not hanging too good, Frenchie. You see, there's this...
Don't say another word. I have been
Does he have a
monitoring...
beanie on his head?
It's not hanging too good, Frenchie.
Does he just have a beanie?
Don't say another word. I have
See,
been
he's just
monitoring the
dripping.
behavior of the green moon all day.
Huh, yeah, I guess that's a pretty interesting clip, yeah. Holy s***! Sandy literally calls the narrator to let him know what's going on and asks for instructions on what to do next. She has been working with him the entire fucking time. He even has a picture of her on his desk.
Oh my god, the narrator! Oh my gosh, oh my gosh! Bro, my mind is just blowing up. My mind is just exploding, dude. This is crazy.
Many people...
Oh, bro, that's what I was saying, man. I was sitting there, my mind was blown. Dude, you remember this setup? You remember that window? Dude. Bro, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. The French narrator, I couldn't believe it. Just blowing up. My mind is just exploding, dude. This is crazy.
Many people have commented about this, but there has been a major new development for this Sandy is a spy theory. In the brand new SpongeBob movie, Saving Bikini Bottom, we basically get outright confirmation of this theory.
Oh,
like,
shit,
it's not
yes?
even up for debate anymore. The movie reveals Sandy has been working for human scientists this entire time, and we even see this.
The reason I'm back in Texas is...
Where do I watch this movie? Is this movie good? Where do I watch it?
Because Bikini Bottom...
Weren't that the town you were spying on?
I weren't spying. I was doing observations.
She's
Direct
a fucking
confirmation
spy.
that Sandy is a spy 3 years after I posted
Dude, it's the damn Texans, bro.
my television theory.
I'm doing something great and beautiful thanks to you.
What the hell is that?
Your scientific research cheats.
What is that? Who the hell is that? I know Karen would beat the fuck out of her. Who the fuck is that?
My science? But
I thought I knew you.
It does seem like she didn't know the full extent of what was happening.
I didn't know that you were using me to spy on Bikini Bottom.
And also, it's never outright said that the humans are using them for a secret TV show. It's actually more about using them to create merchandise in the plot of this movie. But we do get confirmation that they've always been filming them, and that the human company that Sandy works for was recently bought out by a different company, which explains why they're focusing more on merchandise in this movie rather than a TV show.
You have reached Boots Laboratories, now a division of Gushing Waters Water Parks, and future...
Boots Laboratories. Does that have any relations to the feet from the Mort universe, dude? Look it, bro. This is what I'm talking about. The humans beefing with the animals, bro, and the foot fetishes are coming back, dude. Everything is connected at this point, dude, and I'm about to lose my mind. Jesus, dude. Somehow Mort makes a cameo in my head watching a SpongeBob theory, dude. How does that happen?
Laboratories, now a division of Gushing Waters Water Parks, and future home of Sea Pals.
Either way, I'm gonna take the W. This theory aged very, very well.
Big
This is
dubs.
where I originally planned on ending the
Big dub. Wait.
video, but there is still one small issue with the television theory. Just one nagging plot hole that contradicts everything. If this is all a television show filmed by scuba divers, then how are we seeing inside the buildings? It's not like any of the humans filming the show.
If they're using shrinking tech, then they probably could. Honestly, any impossible shot you could think of could be solved by one of Sandy's inventions. You
Fit
know?
inside them. It's
He's
the
got a
one
point.
annoying thing that keeps this theory from being complete. I mean, the most logical explanation is that they have hidden cameras inside of everyone's homes, but we never really see anything like that. Holy shit. Season 6, Episode 24, Truth or Square. The SpongeBob 10th Anniversary Special where they reveal lots of stuff about the characters.
Which is
but the most
crazy if you think about it. Think about how wacky and wild the residents of Bikini Bottom are. And now imagine what you would see on security cameras in their rooms, dude. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no.
A piece of evidence comes from when the characters get lost in the Krusty
most
Krab vents and end up in a
unholy
room full of
sight you could ever
monitors
see
showing
on
live footage of
security
all of their
cameras.
homes.
Oh,
Oh,
my house
no.
is on TV.
All of our houses are on TV. Mr. Krabs, why do you have cameras watching us?
Oh, I just want to make
How
sure.
often do you think he watches those cameras, too?
You all floss after every meal.
Thank you, Mr. Krabs. Dental.
You think he, like, clips it like it's a Twitch stream? You think he clips it? You think he saves VODs?
Hygiene is very, very important.
Dental hygiene? Eugene, you lying bastard. Of course he would sell out his friends for a quick buck.
Everybody's a
and if
damn
there's any
fraud
part
in
of
the
you that
show.
thinks there's some chance Mr. Krabs has all these hidden cameras for some other reason, then take a look at what happens next.
Hey, who are those guys?
I think it's us, Patrick. But who are they?
Whoa! That's crazy. That is crazy.
Alright, they're not even trying to hide it anymore. A cameraman and a boom operator have been following around the characters this entire time. And just like the gorilla, as soon as they get seen, they make a run for it. Okay, so obviously in the new Sandy movie, Mr. Crab...
I had a thought about the TV theory, right? Nothing to do with the theory itself, but like the whole theory, right, of it being a nature documentary, right, and it seems to be on purpose, right? Do you think that because Steven Hillenberg, right, the guy, the GOAT, the man himself, right, he was a guy, right? He was a marine biologist guy, right? Do you think that maybe he wanted to make a marine documentary? You know what I'm saying? Like Planet Earth style? He wanted to like make a thing? A Planet Earth style documentary? You know what I'm saying? For whatever reason, maybe couldn't quite do it or whatever. So he opts for Spongebob and does it through Spongebob. You know what I'm saying? He's got the narrator, the whole, you know what I'm saying? This whole shebang. You know what I mean? I think that kind of adds to the theory itself. Just the background of the guy himself. I feel like that makes sense.
They make a run for it. Okay, so obviously in the new Sandy movie, Mr. Krabs sort of acts surprised and betrayed by Sandy being a spy, which kind of makes it seem like he's not a spy, but think about it. If you were Mr. Krabs and a fellow spy's cover was just blown, you're not just gonna confess that you are also a spy. You're obviously gonna play along and pretend like you didn't know anything.
He's just standing there. Damn, Sandy, why'd you have to blow your cover like that? The hell, dude, just ruined it.
I don't think this really disproves anything here.
Actually, the camera moment happened before the crossroads scene, meaning Mr. Krabs, who was the spy, is still stuck in the vents. And the imaginal doppelganger Krabs didn't know, because SpongeBob, the one who created him, doesn't know about the spying. You guys really don't have jobs, dude. I'm just kidding.
The case is closed.
I'm just kidding. Relax. Relax.
The television theory is something the show has consistently alluded to from the very first episode to the newest episodes. Maybe one day the show will actually directly address it and our characters will discover the real truth about their world. But regardless, that's my theory. I hope you guys enjoyed. Hey, whoa, hang on a second. You thought I forgot about the Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy thing, didn't ya? Alright, here's a quick bonus theory. Oh yeah, I guess this one already kind of had a bonus mini theory. I'll still do a new proper mini theory after this, so don't worry. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy were two superheroes that fought crime underwater and protected the sea from evil. Whether or not they actually did this or was all staged for television isn't clear, but they both spent their lives underwater until they became old and retired. But after spending so much time under the sea, they no longer fit in with human society. Plus, Mermaid Man is clearly dealing with some form of dementia and PTSD from fighting evil.
But you can't retire. There's
Dude,
evil afoot.
Mermaid Man absolutely has CTE, bro. Are you kidding me? The amount of times he got knocked upside the head by Man Ray? No, dude. He's got brain damage. His shit looks like Swiss cheese. Are you kidding me? Absolutely not, dude. His brain looks like Antonio Brown's, dude. Just shriveled up. That's what I'm saying.
So, they decided to live the rest of their lives in Bikini Bottom, and in order to fit in better with their fellow sea creatures, they made the permanent decision to shrink themselves using Mermaid Man's shrinking belt. The case is closed. Again.
These theories are they're crazy, man. I don't know where he comes up with it. I don't know how he finds it, but the man he's spot on. He is spot on.
That's what I'm saying too. Where does this do these things just spawn into your brain randomly? Were you just sitting at a table one day eating Captain Crunch and you're like, you know, TV theory. How does this happen? Where does this baby come from, dude? Like, this one wasn't carried in a fucking stork, dude. How do you birth something like this, dude?
I believe all of it.
This is not Mrs. Puff. You may think she's just SpongeBob's boating teacher, but you'd be very, very wrong. For years, she's been running from her...
What's funny is just the idea of somebody's, like, just, like, sweet teacher. This just, like, sweet old lady, this southern lady, is just some super secret dark criminal with a violent long rap sheet. You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine your 5th grade teacher. Imagine, like, your 5th grade teacher, and I want you to imagine her robbing a bank. I want you to imagine your 3rd grade art teacher hitting a jewelry heist, dude. That's what we got here. That's literally what we got here.
Her dark and mysterious past, but it's finally caught up to her, and behind it all is a mastermind who's been secretly controlling her life and psychologically torturing
Another obvious foreshadowing about Alex being manipulated by his muse.
her. If you guys thought my last 2 theories were mind-blowing, get ready for my biggest conspiracy yet. This is the Mrs. Puff theory.
Dude, the infinite Mrs. Puff will always be legendary. I don't care. The infinite Mrs. Puff painting.
Now, a lot of people have been asking, Alex, how do you come up with these crazy conspiracy theories? Well, I always start these theories by looking for the moments in the show that seem to be
I know somebody that was just asking that.
Implying more than they're letting on. Like I've said before, SpongeBob is a weird show with lots of abstract humor, but I can usually understand the intent the writers had behind a weird joke. But then there's stuff like this.
I hope I still remember how to do this.
Yeah. And it's so confusing and weird that it feels like the writers are trying to imply something beyond just weirdness for the sake of comedy. And nowhere in the show is there more of these
What else you think she could do with those balloons?
Moments than with Mrs. Puff. And once I started looking into it, it led me down the deepest rabbit hole I've ever seen from this show. So, let's begin. Mrs. Puff is a boating school teacher in Bikini Bottom. She's passed all of her students except for one, Spongebob SquarePants. He's taken her driver's test hundreds of times and he always ends up failing it and causing destruction and chaos that usually ends up with Mrs. Puff going to jail, despite it not really being her fault. We also know that she was once married, but her husband was killed by fishermen.
That's my driving teacher, Mrs. Puff.
Mrs. Dude, Mr. fucking Puff. Knowing what we know now, dude.
Puff? Oh, she's married.
Oh no, Mr. Krabs, she's single.
Then what happened to Mr. Puff?
She doesn't like to talk about it.
Throughout the show, there are moments like this that seem to be hinting at her having a dark, mysterious past. And in Season 2, Episode 10, No Free Rides, we get the biggest clue about who Mrs. Puff really is. After SpongeBob fails the driving test yet again, Mrs. Puff has just had it with him and ends up just giving up and giving him his license even though he never really passed. She quickly realizes that this is a horrible idea and he'll probably end up destroying the entire town.
So much destruction. This reporter asks,
what's funny is, again, in real life, there's actually just a bunch of these guys running around. There's just a bunch of SpongeBobs just driving around, wreaking fucking havoc, dude. Have you seen some of the people that are operating vehicles on public roadways these days? Have you seen some of these pure hooligans just stirring up chaos on the streets, dude? Absolute buffoons behind the wheel, dude. It's astounding.
Local consensus places the blame on this negligent, selfish driving instructor who...
Remember this clip, because it's going to be very important later on. And then she says this insanely revealing line.
What have I done? Everyone will know that I let him slide through school. I'll have to move to a new city, start a new boating school with a new name.
No.
Not again.
No, not again. Come on, it's like they're just begging someone to make a theory about this. So we now know Mrs. Puff was originally from a different town, she used to own a different boating school, and Mrs. Puff isn't even her real name. There's something in her past that she ran away from. Now, there's been some debate over whether she's actually referring to a new name for herself or for her boating school, but I do think she's talking about her own name, because if she's trying to run away from something in her past, she wouldn't start a new boating school with her real name in the title. Now, when she says again, I don't think she's just referring to starting a new life.
Everyone will know that I let him slide through school. Not again.
I think at her previous boating school, she had a terrible student just like Spongebob who she prematurely gave a license to, and it led to something so terrible happening that she had to run away and start a whole new life. In Season 3, Episode 5, Doing Time...
Who was it again? It was Stanley and the other guy, right? Who was it? Stanley and the, that one dude. Who was that one guy? You remember the one guy? It was Stanley and the one fucking dude.
We get a flashback to when she first opened up the school.
Where did I go wrong? With the opening of my new boating school, I pledge that as long as a student is willing to learn, I shall never give up.
Hi, I'm SpongeBob SquarePants.
With the opening of this new boating school, let's keep in mind that this is not her first boating school. Maybe the whole reason she's making this pledge now at her second school is because she gave up on a student at her previous school, and that led to her having to run away and start a new life. She's pledging to never make the same mistake again. Now let's skip ahead to one of the newer episodes. Season 12, Episode 21, Lighthouse Louie, where Mrs. Puff has SpongeBob organize all the stuff she keeps in the school's lighthouse. There's lots of interesting things hidden in the background, but the first thing that caught my eye was this file labeled Mrs.
Now think about the things that you can't see in this file. Think about the things that are buried underneath this rubble that you can't fucking see. Think about that.
Lots of interesting things hidden in the background, but the first thing that caught my eye was this file labeled Mrs. Puff. It makes sense for a teacher to have files on all their students, but why would she have a file about herself? But let's remember, she's not Mrs. Puff. That's a fake identity she created, and I'm willing to bet all of her fake identification documents are in this file. Hey, Alex from the future here. This is actually the file from Mrs. Puff You're Fired that shows all the time she's failed to pass SpongeBob, but let's be honest, this was the least impressive evidence in this lighthouse, so I think it's fine. But that's not the only hint about Mrs. Puff's past in this lighthouse. There is something in here that directly confirms all of this. As SpongeBob swallows all of Mrs. Puff's junk, we see something very interesting for only a few frames. Deranged boat teacher makes getaway. 10 seasons later, and the creators are still hiding stuff about Mrs. Puff fleeing her old life. It might not look like it at first, but we actually get a ton of new information from this newspaper. This is from the New Kelp Post, which tells us Mrs. Puff originally lived in New Kelp City. Then there's a caption that reads, distracts authorities with balloon animals. And do you remember that clip from the beginning?
I hope I still remember how to do this.
Yeah. So whenever Mrs. Puff makes a getaway or commits a crime, she leaves behind a balloon animal to distract the police. I'm telling you guys, these writers don't just do stuff randomly.
Dude. That's her thing, right? Like the sticky bandits or the wet bandits, you know? They leave the sink on. You know, that's Mrs. Puff, the balloon bandit. She just leaves a balloon for whatever fucking reason, you know? Or like the origami killer, right?
They have reasons for everything. Okay, so before we move on, let me talk about this newspaper. This was by far the most direct, unambiguous piece of evidence the show has ever given us for a theory, and I have never found anything else like it in the entire show. It's the white whale of SpongeBob theory evidence. But would you believe me?
Did you find something else, dude? What did you find?
If I told you that this newspaper actually has more hidden information inside of it that I missed. If we look at the storyboard for this episode, we can see the newspaper originally had even more information about Mrs. Puff. Obviously the big one, we now finally know Mrs. Puff's real name. Bobby Blowfish. Originally, we only had the date the newspaper was published, but now we have the year. This is the same year that the SpongeBob pilot came out. And finally, we now know how Mrs. Puff escaped the cops chasing her. In the bottom picture, we see her heading towards a cliff with a sign that says rock bottom.
Oh my god, dude, she's like OJ. She's like OJ, sending him on a wild chase in the white Bronco.
In the bottom picture, we see her heading towards the cliff.
And just drives right into rock. Oh, no, dude. She drove so deep into the hood, the cops didn't even want to fucking go there. Oh, hell no.
With a sign that says Rock Bottom, a place that only the most skilled drivers could navigate. How is there still so much hidden lore in this newspaper? And the most damning piece of evidence from this newspaper is actually the
That is insane. Bobby Blowfish, on a high-speed chase, drives to Rock Bottom.
Of Mrs.
Nice,
Puff.
dude.
Kind of a strange photo, right? We have seen this exact same photo of her before. In the episode No Free Rides, when she imagines what would happen if SpongeBob got his license.
Local consensus places the blame on this negligent, selfish driving instructor.
Oh, it's the mugshot! Oh, you're right!
Holy fuck, bro! This isn't a conspiracy! This is real!
This means that this isn't just her imagination of what might happen. This is also her remembering what happened when she lived in New Kelp City and prematurely gave one of her students a license. And I'm willing to bet that the fish reporting the news is the exact same one who reported about her in New Kelp City. Let me explain. We know from the episode...
It's so funny just watching my shit. Dude, look at my face. Look at the pure hysteria in my eyes, dude. Dude, I am absolutely floored. Flabbergasted, dude. Mrs. Puff, bro. Oh, you're right!
Holy fuck, bro! This isn't a conspiracy! This is real!
This means that this isn't just her imagination of what might happen. This is also her remembering what happened when she lived in New Kelp City and prematurely gave one of her students a license. And I'm willing to bet that the fish reporting the news is the exact same one who reported about her in New Kelp City. Let me explain. We know from the episode Whatever Happened to Spongebob that reporters from the Bikini Bottom News can also work for the New Kelp City News. But the real reason I think this is because of his hair. In the entire show, we have never seen this fish reporter with hair before. Why would the creators go out of their way to add that detail? Because Mrs. Puff isn't imagining him as he looks now. She's remembering him from years ago when he used to have hair, when he reported about her in New Kelp City. But how does he have hair if he's a robot?
Oh,
Alright, listen,
God,
when you make
dude. Here comes all the fucking dorks who just know every fucking thing. All of you fucking no-job bozos who just are just smarter than everybody else, dude. Here they come.
New Kelp City. But how does he have...
Here they come, dude. Jesus, look at all these guys.
Hair if he's a robot. Alright, listen, when you make 8 crazy different theories, sometimes they're not all gonna perfectly line up, okay? What are you gonna do? Mrs. Puff has been running from her past ever since, and is now forced to relive her experience with an unteachable student through Spongebob. But reliving this trauma has pushed her to the point of complete insanity. And trust me when I say that you have no idea how delusional she actually is.
Oh boy, dude.
Another running gag throughout the series is Mrs. Puff's occasional nervous breakdowns or moments of insanity because of SpongeBob, and they get more severe as the show continues. At first, she did care for SpongeBob, but in the newer episodes, she literally tries to kill SpongeBob just to get him out of her life. Even SpongeBob just walking up to her gives her severe PTSD.
Hi, Mrs. Puff.
Hit the brakes! SpongeBob! Watch the tree! Left!
Wait, Mrs. Puff! We're not driving!
But these mostly seem like just one-off moments, and for the most part, Mrs. Puff is still a functioning
dude,
member of
it's like the crackhead outside the 7-Eleven, dude.
society, right? I'm going to show you that she's actually much more insane and delusional than you may think. And some of the episodes she's in take place entirely in her own head. If we're talking about
dude, I forgot how exciting this one was. I forgot, like, just watching this one was fun. You know what I mean? Like, I forgot how much of a rush I got from this one.
Mrs. Puff there is no better place to start than the episode Doing Time. Once again, SpongeBob fails the boating test and causes destruction and chaos, which leads to Mrs. Puff going to jail. SpongeBob keeps breaking into jail to try and bust her out, but Mrs. Puff actually prefers being in jail over teaching him. We actually get another interesting line about Mrs. Puff's past in this episode.
Okay, you can do this, Puff. You can get through this without losing your sanity. Oh, that's a road we don't want to go down again.
So we know that Mrs. Puff has lost her sanity in the past, past, probably from her previous terrible student. But it seems like she's recovered since then, except in this episode she has a complete mental breakdown. SpongeBob keeps appearing in impossible places until she gets thrown into solitary confinement, where each wall of the room transforms into a giant SpongeBob face. And then the episode ends in a way that's so weird and
could you imagine? Oh my god. Could you imagine somebody driving you so incredibly insane that you end up in a mental ward just for your mind to be so lost that while you're in the mental ward, you can't think of anything else but the person that put you in the mental ward? You know, I imagine that's what Michael Myers' motivation is, dude. Like, it's just an endless spiral of being so fucked up that there's nothing else you could really do but just wipe everybody off the face of the planet, you know? Like, I'm starting to understand him a little bit more. You know?
Confusing that it rivals the infamous gorilla episode ending. As Mrs. Puff freaks out, she's suddenly transported back into the beginning of the episode when SpongeBob was taking the test. Except this time, SpongeBob gets arrested instead of her.
Help! Help! No! This is not a good time! No! I can't believe it! It was all a dream! I'm not going to jail!
Why would you go to jail? You already did your time.
Forget it.
So what's really going on in this episode? Was the ending all in her head? Is Mrs. Puff just caught in an endless loop? I think this entire episode is inside of Mrs. Puff's head, and she's actually on the outside the whole time, but she's been imagining herself inside of prison. I can explain. Listen closely to what the police officer tells Mrs. Puff.
I'm not going to
Dude,
jail!
Mrs. Puff, like, she's like the person, like, she's out of jail, but her mind is still in jail, you know what I mean? Like, you ever met somebody that get out of jail, but they still eat jail food? You ever meet somebody like that? They're on the outside, and they can eat normal food, but for whatever reason, they still just eat like they're still in prison. Do you know what I mean?
Why would you go to jail? You already did your time.
Why would you go to jail? You already did your
Mrs.
time.
Puff,
and
dude.
then revealing she's still in a prison uniform despite being on the outside. So this scene is obviously inside of her head, which means everything we see is symbolic. And if we can understand the symbolism of it, we can understand what's really going on with Mrs. Puff. Notice how she's suddenly wearing a black and white striped prison uniform, even though the entire episode she's been wearing this orange jumpsuit. Why would the creators go to the extra effort to draw a whole new prison uniform for her? Well, we've seen her wear this black and white prison uniform before. The very first time
Dude, I didn't realize how long this theory was, dude. Jesus Christ.
To prison back in season 1 episode 7 Hall Monitor. So when the police officer says you've already done your time, he's referring to the first time she went to jail. But why is she still wearing that uniform outside of prison? Well, she may have gotten out of jail, but she was by no means free. Having to teach SpongeBob is a prison in itself, and she manifests that by believing she's in jail and wearing a prison uniform despite being on the outside. This entire episode, every time SpongeBob magically appears, is all inside of her head. She is completely delusional, and hints that she's experiencing these hallucinations don't stop there. Just 6 episodes later, she goes to a house party SpongeBob throws, and while everyone is talking and having a good time, in the background we see she's literally sitting by herself talking to an ice sculpture of SpongeBob. You can't tell me this isn't intentional. I mean,
do you think this, like, connects to when we'd watch the, like, later on he'll talk about it with the imagination? You remember the imagination? Right? And how, like, the imagination is, like, their power and, like, the you know what I'm saying? What if this is just her? You know? Like, she's imagining SpongeBob everywhere and it just manifests everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, obviously, technically, imagination's inside her head, but, like, if you take the concept of imagination in this, right, it's not like in her head it's real because she's making it real. You know what I mean? Does that make sense, or am I just yapping?
Look at this. By herself.
No f***ing way! You're lying. You're lying. You're lying. That is insane. That is
Dude,
actually...
Not even Pikachu can believe this shit, bro. Dude, if you've got Pikachu's mind blown, bro, that's all I gotta say, bro. Dude, this man Alex just...
You're lying. You're
run a
lying.
rampage.
That is insane. That is actually insane.
Now back in the episode No Free Rides, there is a very strange picture inside of Mrs. Puff's home. It's a picture of Mrs. Puff inside of a picture of Mrs. Puff inside of a picture of Mrs. Puff, creating an infinite loop. This is something that has confused SpongeBob fans.
Dude, that's the best fucking thing. Dude, that's one of the best things to come out of the whole thing. Out of all these theories, one of the greatest moments is the Mrs. Puff infinite picture frame.
Fans for years. But like everything in the show, there is a reason for it being there. One of the SpongeBob storyboard artists actually called it the biggest mystery in the entire show. If you think about it, this is just like the end of Doing Time, where she's stuck in an infinite loop of SpongeBob failing the driving test. Because it's all symbolic of what her life is, just an endless cycle of SpongeBob taking the test and failing, and no matter what she does to try and escape, she always ends up back in the same place at the end of the episode. So this picture is another symbolic manifestation of what she's feeling. We even see another one of these pictures all the way in season 9 episode 5 Bumper to Bumper. And
Holy
hey,
shit.
we got another one in season 13 Potato Puff. This is something that the show is
Dude, I'm gonna get one of those. I'm gonna get one of those and put it right here. Right here on the wall. It'll be of this. It'll be of this right there. And it'll be an infinite loop backwards.
Alluding to. Mrs. Puff is an unreliable narrator, and anything we see with her could potentially all be inside of her own head. In fact, I believe I found another episode that takes place inside of her head. In season 9, episode 17, SpongeBob Long Pants, SpongeBob goes to a different boating instructor and actually gets his license. But as soon as he does, we briefly cut to Mrs. Puff waking up.
You pass.
I finally got my driver's license!
Lock your doors, bar your windows, it's the end of the world!
Now, this seems like it's probably just a throwaway gag where Mrs. Puff somehow senses that SpongeBob got his license and it causes her to wake up and freak out. You know, it's a good bit, it's funny, but I have a question. If the joke is that she's supposed to be waking up at the exact time SpongeBob gets his license, how come she wakes up at night when SpongeBob clearly gets his license during the day? Because this entire episode actually takes place inside of Mrs. Puff's head. And this is the only part of the episode in the real world.
I don't know what that was all about, but I'm glad it's over.
Originally, I paused the theory here to explain how we're able to see her hallucinations, even though I claim the show's supposed to be a nature documentary in my television theory. But if everything's supposed to be from a camera, then how are we seeing things from inside Mrs. Puff's head? In fact, how do we see dreams and flashbacks and thought bubbles? But I already explained that in my new imagination mini theory, so definitely check that one out if you missed it. It adds a whole new...
I was fucking right! You gotta listen to me more. You have to listen to me more. This is what I'm talking about.
New layer to why Mrs. Puff is hallucinating so much. Back to the theory.
Let's
we know that
go,
her insanity
dude.
has caused her to live a life of delusion. But if you remember back to the Lighthouse episode, she's also become an extreme hoarder. And looking at her collection of junk is like a look directly into her mind. So there's gotta be something we can learn about her from it. There's a picture of her boyfriend, Mr. Krabs, the hall monitor belt she gives her students, the mean drawings her students make her, SpongeBob's diary, a loading safety helmet. Wait, SpongeBob's diary? Why does she have SpongeBob's diary? The last time we saw that, it was safely put away in SpongeBob's library. What's it doing in her lighthouse? And why does she have Squidward's painting? And a table from the Krusty Krab? And SpongeBob's bike? And Squidward's teddy bear? And the hair curlers Mr. Krabs had? Okay, so technically those were originally Mrs. Puff's hair curlers.
Even Mrs. Puff's hair curlers?
That one was a gift.
But it's implied that Mr. Krabs
those
stole
were
them from her,
hers.
so her having them now probably means she stole them back. It still works for the point I'm trying to make. And that statue of Squidward? And that diamond ring? And that crown? And that bucket of radioactive waste? And that jellyfish sign? Oh my god. Mrs. Puff is a kleptomaniac.
Dude.
Mrs. Puff has been
She
stealing from
can't help
everyone
but to
in
hit
Bikini
some
Bottom. I
licks,
can even
dude.
prove that her pets...
She's addicted to hitting licks. She is a chronic licker. Oh my gosh.
Snail from season 3, episode 19 was stolen.
My snail is up a tree. I've had her since I was a little girl. No!
You've had that snail since you've been a little girl, huh? Then how come that is the exact same snail Squidward had 4 episodes ago in the Great Snail Race?
I wouldn't let Snelly here play with that mongrel mutt. She's a purebred. See, she even has her own papers.
He even has her paperwork.
Which is kind of racist. But we're not gonna get into that.
Mrs. Puff clearly stole the snail from Squidward, but why the—
Listen, could you be racist? Right? Like, if somebody called your dog a dirty mutt, like, I'm gonna take offense to that. Excuse me? The hell?
Papers.
He even has her paperwork. Mrs. Puff clearly stole the snail from Squidward. But why the hell would Mrs. Puff steal all
At least my dog doesn't take people's fucking jobs. How about that?
this other junk? What possible use could she have for any of it? We could find the answer to that question by looking at this green hat and this purple jacket. These were gifts Mr. Krabs bought her on their first date, but she ended up feeling uncomfortable receiving them and gave them back to him.
And they just stole them back.
I'm afraid I just don't feel comfortable accepting all these gifts.
Except apparently she's not too uncomfortable to steal them back afterwards. So clearly Mrs. Puff isn't stealing this
Dude,
stuff.
she said, please do not give me shit. Let me just take it from you. Let me just take it from you, dude. She will not accept, she won't accept it if you give it to her, but she will gladly take it from you while you sleep. Like fucking Santa Claus. Just leave out some cookies and milk for Mrs. Puff and she'll fucking swipe it.
Because she wants to use it. She just steals for the thrill of it. Maybe stealing things is her way of coping with the insanity of her everyday life. And remember, this isn't the first time she's gone insane.
You can get through this without losing your sanity. Oh, that's a road we don't want to go down again.
In fact, I have reason to believe that she started stealing things way back whenever she first went insane.
I hope I still remember how to do this.
I don't think she's just talking about remembering how to make balloon animals. She's probably also referring to remembering how to steal a boat. And if that's not enough for you, in a Spongebob comic book, she actually admits that she used to rob banks and she wears the exact same ski mask. Ooh, and we can see the ski mask in the newspaper storyboard. That's cool. Mrs. Puff lives a completely delusional and miserable life.
Mrs. Puff was rocking the shiesty before Pooh Shiesty was on the block. Are you kidding me? Mrs. Puff set the standard.
All because she has to teach SpongeBob how to drive. It's led her to steal from the people she cares about and completely disassociate from reality. But that begs a very important question. If SpongeBob is causing her life to be so miserable, then why does she even keep teaching him? After all the destruction and pain he's caused, she'd totally be justified to expel him, right? I mean, she will literally try and kill him so she doesn't have to teach him, but for some reason she can't just expel him. It's almost like there's someone forcing her to teach SpongeBob. Back to the episode No Free Rides. After prematurely giving SpongeBob a license, she steals his boatmobile so he can't hurt anyone. In the end, this causes her to get arrested and go to jail, but then SpongeBob tells her this.
He's like
And
tormenting the
besides,
shit
the
out of her.
warden says she'll let you go early if you do her a favor.
What's that?
Free driving lessons!
She'll get to leave prison early if she gives free driving lessons. That seems like an oddly specific requirement. And that's not the only time this gets mentioned either. In Season 9, Episode 5, Bumper to Bumper, we get this scene.
If only
With the
SpongeBob could pass his boating test,
Mrs.
he'd be
Puff
out of my
picture.
life once and for all. Unfortunately, I keep getting reminded of the consequences if I get too angry with the little nuisance.
Consequences. Are you telling me that if she refuses to teach SpongeBob specifically, she'll be violating her parole and get sent back to jail? Why does the prison even care if Mrs. Puff teaches SpongeBob? Is it
Could
just
you
part of-
imagine? That's your sentencing. That's your... Most people get restraining orders to stay away from people. Could you imagine being sentenced to being with somebody? Yeah, I'm sentencing you to 48 hours time spent with SpongeBob. Whether you like it the fuck or not. Oh, hell no, dude. Oh, hell no.
It's a weird community service, but things start to get really suspicious at the end of Season 7, Episode 5, Summer Job. Once again, Mrs. Puff ends up in jail, but this time she's forced to go to a prison boating school.
Oh, wow! A driver's education class!
Good day, class!
I must be having a nightmare! What's he doing here?
Dear Mrs. Puff, I'm following in your footsteps and got a job as a driver's ed teacher for the summer.
Who in their right mind would hire SpongeBob to do this after he's literally destroyed the city countless times while driving?
I like how
is this
she
just
tore
another one
it
of Mrs.
up.
Puff's delusions? Or is the prison intentionally forcing her to be around SpongeBob just to torture her? I mean, look at the way the guard forces her to sit there and listen to him.
She tore it up, and they went through the trouble of putting it back and taping it back together. That's how much they hate this woman.
And look at that evil smile he has as he watches her endure this torture. There is something very strange going on with this prison. Then, in Season 10, Episode 8, The Getaway, Mrs. Puff meets a criminal named Dorsal Dan and starts to get romantic feelings for him. This is also while she's still dating Mr. Krabs. Shame on you, Mrs. Puff. At the end of the episode, they both
Mrs.
accidentally
Puff,
land in prison.
You two-timing trifling thotty.
The warden puts him in solitary confinement.
Dude,
Warden,
Mrs.
I
Puff be
found
throwing
this
it
one
back.
pulling up outside the prison.
Dorsal Dan, a notorious getaway driver. Toss him in the clink.
I'll wait for you, my little tenderfoot.
She says tenderfoot here, by the way, because he was really good at driving. A lot of people thought she said something else.
Dude, that's what it sounds like she fucking said. I was about to say, did she say tender fuck?
I'll wait for you, my little tenderfoot.
No, she says, no, ain't no foot. Ain't no foot anywhere where she said.
I'll wait for you, my little tenderfoot.
Nope, she said what she said and it wasn't foot.
She says tenderfoot here, by the way, because he was really good at driving.
Nope.
A lot of people thought she said something else. In or out of jail, this prison will stop at nothing to make sure she is alone and miserable. But why? Who's behind all of this? Why would anyone care this much about torturing Mrs. Puff? Who's the mastermind pulling the strings? Well, maybe it has something to do with her old life in New Kelp City. Maybe she crossed someone and they've been plotting their revenge ever since. But I've looked in every single frame of New Kelp City, and there is nothing connecting it back to the prison. I've looked literally everywhere, and there's not a single person from the city that has anything to do with Mrs. Puff. Well, I mean, maybe except for the literal warden of the prison she's being kept in. He may be hiding slightly off screen, but that is clearly the same warden of the Bikini Bottom prison. And this isn't some random background character that the show reuses all the time. He is a very distinct character. You can call me out on the Squilliam video all you want, but not this time. I've got some new thoughts on this mastermind warden theory, but I'll save them for the next mini theory. But wait a second. If the warden was originally from New Kelp City, then he'd probably know about Mrs. Puff's dark past and her true identity.
Didn't he say that, like, didn't really mean shit when we watched it? I remember he said something.
Why hasn't he exposed her? He's just kept quiet about the fact that one of his inmates is living a completely false identity. She'd probably even get more prison time when they find out who she really is, so why hasn't he said anything? This is where things get very interesting. So, we know Mrs. Puff prematurely gave a student at her original boating school a license, and that led to them causing chaos and destruction. Maybe this student accidentally did something terrible to the warden, and he's blamed Mrs. Puff ever since. Whatever happened was so terrible that it caused him to move to Bikini Bottom and get a job as the warden of the town's prison. And to his surprise, he finds out that one of his inmates is actually the person he blames for that terrible thing happening. This works out perfectly for him. He can finally get his revenge on Mrs. Puff by making her life miserable. All he has to do is reveal her dark secret and she'll be stuck in jail for much longer. Except for one small issue with his plan. Mrs. Puff actually likes being in prison.
One day down, 2005.
You know, for this being, like, meant for kids, right? This is obviously, like, it's on Nickelodeon. It's a kid's show, right? They did a good job of putting, like, raging assholes in this show. You know what I mean? Like, not everybody in this show is, like, you know, nice, I guess. Like, there are, like, some actual, like, jerk-offs in this damn show. You know what I mean? Like, if you knew these people in real life, you would hate these fucking people, dude. You know what I'm saying?
528 to go. Oh, that's just shy of 4 years without SpongeBob. I'm going to enjoy this.
So, he comes up with a new plan. Keep Mrs. Puff secret and let her out of prison early, but only under the condition that she has to teach SpongeBob. He's literally turning her normal life into a prison. And he makes sure going back to prison to avoid SpongeBob isn't even an option for her anymore, because he'll make sure that SpongeBob is always in there with her. And he's not gonna let her escape and start a new life like she did in New Kelp City. He makes sure to give her an ankle bracelet that doesn't let her leave Bikini Bottom.
I can't even leave town without violating my parole.
He is the mastermind who's been controlling everything this entire time. Alright, gonna interrupt here. The warden that told Mrs. Puff she could leave prison if she gave free driving lessons was actually referred to as a female.
And besides, the warden says she'll let you go early if you do her a favor.
So that's my bad. That definitely wasn't the same warden. It doesn't ruin my theory, but like I said, I've got some new ideas for this part that I'll talk about later. But guess what? His insidious plan doesn't even end there. This is not the first time we've seen the warden character. We first see him in season 4, episode 2, Crabs vs. Plankton. In this episode, Plankton slips on some water in the Krusty Krab and decides to sue Mr. Krabs for everything he owns. And then guess who shows up out of nowhere and offers to be Mr. Krabs' lawyer?
What I really need is a good lawyer.
Whoa, did somebody say lawyer? Richard A. Bottom Feeder, attorney at law. I couldn't help but
He's a
notice
bottom
that
feeder.
despicable...
You know what's funny? He kind of reminds me, ironically, of the guy from B Movie. You remember in B Movie, right? The lawyer, right? He was representing the people because the people were selling honey, selling the honey or whatever, and the bees were suing him, right? And then the fat lawyer dude, he had he got stung on his ass. You remember that? He got stung on his ass, and then he was wearing a neck brace. That's what this guy reminds me of. The guy that got stung on his ass.
Display. Richard A. Bottom Feeder, the warden of the Bikini Bottom prison, is also apparently a lawyer? That's kind of strange. Those both sound like major careers. You usually wouldn't imagine someone being both. Then he says he'll be Mr. Krabs' lawyer completely free of charge.
So, how much is this gonna cost me?
Actually, I won't charge a dime unless we win.
Well, that's awfully generous of you, Richard. Alright, a lot of people pointed out that this is actually something lawyers sometimes do.
Many lawyers have unless we win it's free. Yeah, I mean, they're not wrong with this one. The nerds, the dorks aren't wrong with this one. I have heard that with the whole I won't charge unless we win. I've seen that. I've seen that.
But when you add it up with everything else, it's still kind of suspiciously
We have a guy. There's two guys. I'm pretty sure that's how they do it. We've got two guys on the TV here, right? And they're like the lawyers. They're like, if you're hurt in a car wreck, call me. You know, we'll get you more money than the insurance, right? It's like it's those guys. Those guys, I think they don't charge unless you win or some shit.
Convenient. That's the
right.
point.
Shout out Frank Azar, dude. The strong arm. You know what I mean?
Trying to make here. He seems very confident that he can win the case, but right before he goes to court, he slips on some water and says SpongeBob will have to be Mr. Krabs' lawyer now.
Oh, this is gonna be a slam dunk.
Oh no! Mr. Krabs' lawyer, speak to me!
Wrapped with pain, can't move. Looks like you're gonna have to handle this one, son.
He tells SpongeBob that he has to represent Mr. Krabs, even though he himself called SpongeBob a liability.
Actually, SpongeBob, we won't be needing any testimony from you. Why, you'd be more of a liability than an asset.
But it's okay, because apparently all SpongeBob needs to win is inside of Richard's briefcase.
Everything you need to win is in this here case.
Really? Everything?
Except when SpongeBob gets to court, he realizes that Richard never gave him the combination to the case.
It's, all in here.
Really?
Yep, right in here.
Is there a problem?
Your lawyer didn't give me the combination.
Either Richard A. Bottom Feeder is the worst lawyer in history.
Dude, you know who would do that? A bottom feeder. I think this guy's a bottom feeder.
Or this is all part of his elaborate plan to ruin Mrs. Puff's life. Here's what I think happened. First, he finds out that Mr. Krabs is being sued, and he wants to ensure that Mr. Krabs loses the case because he wants to destroy any chance Mrs. Puff has at finding love. So he pretends to be a lawyer, even offering his services for free, something Mr. Krabs can't resist. He makes Mr. Krabs feel confident that they're gonna win the case, and then at the last second, he pretends to get into
Could you imagine, like, being this big of a hater? Could you imagine being this big of a hater that you pretend to be a lawyer for somebody that is attached to the person you hate to ruin them, so the person you hate is just that much less happy? Like, do you understand the generational levels of hating we are dealing with here?
Accident, so he can't represent Mr. Krabs. Instead of finding a real lawyer to replace him, he tells the most incompetent person for the job, Spongebob, that he has to be Mr. Krabs' lawyer. And he gives him a case that allegedly has all the answers in it without actually giving Spongebob the combination, setting him up for a total failure in court.
There was a Krabby Patty inside of Richard's case that SpongeBob later used to win, but I don't think that was part of his plan. We see Richard and Mr. Krabs previously discussing to beat Plankton. Mr. Krabs is later surprised by the Krabby Patty and believes it's just Richard's lunch.
Richard A. Bottom Feeder refuses to let anyone get close to Mrs. Puff, not Dorsal Dan, and not Mr. Krabs. This guy has squillion levels of hate for Mrs. Puff. But why? What exactly did her previous student do that warrants this much torture? It can't be something as simple as him or his property getting damaged. It has to be something life-changing. Something like losing a loved one because of the student's reckless driving. And I think the show gives us one last hint about who this might have been. All the pictures of Mrs. Puff's house are very meaningful to her. She's got photos of Mr. Krabs, her pet snail, and of course those infinitely looping photos that told us so much about her mental state. But there is one more photo in this house that might be the key to this entire conspiracy.
Look at this fucking guy, bro.
In Season 12, Episode 14, Plankton's Old Chum, we see a photo of someone we've never seen before on Mrs. Puff's wall. There's some surprising similarities between this character and Richard.
Green.
The green color, the red bow tie, the overall fancy, serious appearance. It clearly isn't the same person, but maybe this is someone related to Richard, like a father, a son, or a brother that Mrs. Puff's former student killed. And the reason she keeps a photo of him up is to have a permanent reminder to never make the same mistake of giving someone a license who doesn't deserve it.
Dude, is Future Alex gonna say something about that?
Mrs. Puff is a boarding school teacher who once made a terrible mistake that led to
or
the
is that
loss
just
of her
how
business,
it is?
identity, sanity, and any chance at finding happiness. I like to think that there used
no Alex Bale note, bro, it's true.
To be a time when she was happy, back when her husband was still alive. If only he was still around today, maybe she wouldn't have to face all of this on her own. Thank you for watching, everyone. I hope you enjoyed. Is what I would say if I was done, except her husband is still alive.
Wait, what? Dude, this is what I'm talking about, bro. Like, he just kept switching it up on me. This whole thing was an emotional roller coaster.
Her husband...
I'm still going through that roller coaster, dude. I'm still on it, bro. The ride hasn't stopped.
Is still alive.
Wait, what?
In the SpongeBob movie, SpongeBob and Patrick travel to a gift shop named Shell City that's full of dead fish turned into knickknacks and ornaments. Except they end up setting off the smoke detector, which activates the sprinkler system and brings all the dead fish back to life, including a very familiar looking pufferfish hanging from the ceiling. Mr. Puff is alive. Well, wait a second. If he's alive and he escaped, then why hasn't he gone back to Mrs. Puff? Why is she still alone? Because remember, she ran away from their home in New Kelp City and started a new identity. So sadly, Mr. Puff has no way of finding her. The tragedy of Mrs. Puff's story is that her happiness is just a city away, but she can never even leave town because that would violate her parole. Richard A. Bottom Feeder probably even knows her husband is alive and is making sure they're never reunited.
And
as
then
the
we
name
debunked this, right? He's like, no. Mr. Puff was sold a while ago, dude. He's in somebody's auntie's basement right now.
As Richard really is a bottom feeder.
Incredibly excited because we get to talk to the voice of Karen today, Jill Talley.
I love trying to make sense out of SpongeBob. My adorable nephew called me up and he just was like, hey, Jill, Jill, do you know about this? What do you make of this? Like, what do you think about this Mrs. Puff? And I didn't know what he was talking about. It was like a fever dream because I wasn't aware of all the conspiracy stuff. So all I'm hearing...
Wait! You're telling me Karen knows Alex Bale? That's insane.
We get to talk to the voice of Karen today, Jill Talley.
I love, like, trying to make sense out of SpongeBob. My adorable nephew called me up and he just was like, hey, Jill, do you know about this?
Dude, that's legendary. That is dude, put Alex Bale on the fucking show,
think
dude.
of this.
Fuck
Like,
it.
what do you think about this Mrs. Puff? And I didn't know what he was talking about. It was like a fever dream because I wasn't aware of all the conspiracy stuff. So all I'm hearing on the phone is criminal, past clues. And I'm going, what is he talking about? I said, I'm going to look into it, Frankie. So then I went online and I started looking at it and it was fascinating. I was in. I was going, I want to know too.
Dude, I'm in that video, aren't I? Does Karen know me? Dude, I got a lot of questions.
So, the Mrs. Puff...
I got a lot of fucking questions about that one, dude. Dude, that's legendary, isn't it? It's fucking Karen, dude. I didn't think Karen was gonna make an appearance in this. The evolution theory. I just want to say before, so I apologize for rudely interrupting the nuclear explosion. Dude, this was probably my favorite one to watch. Dude. My shit was blown. My mind was like the nuclear explosion, dude, was my brain. Watching this damn theory, bro.
Are the Bikini Bottom citizens the result of nuclear radiation? Who is Pearl's mother?
Which is crazy if you think about it, because, like, after we watched the mini theory, dude, he somehow made it worse. How do you do that? How do you take something that's already terrible and make it even worse? How do you do that?
The Krabby Patty's secret formula. These are by far the three biggest questions in the show SpongeBob SquarePants, and today I'm going to be answering all three of them and more with just one theory. Get ready for the darkest SpongeBob conspiracy you'll ever see. This is the evolution theory. By far, the most popular SpongeBob theory out there is the Bikini Atoll nuclear radiation theory. It's pretty simple. It's been confirmed that Bikini Bottom is actually beneath a real-life place called Bikini Atoll. From 1946 to 19...
Think about this, right? The original theory is that a nuclear explosion test off of the coast of whatever, the radiation caused mutations in the fish to become sentient and the inhabitants of Bikini Bottom, right? It's pretty insane, pretty nuts, right? And then somehow, some way, this madman was like, no, I can make it even more nutballs. And he did absolutely that.
1958, the United States did nuclear tests there, devastating the area and leaving it radioactive even to this day. The theory states that the reason why the citizens of Bikini Bottom can talk and have formed advanced societies is because of mutations caused by these nuclear tests. And that's about the whole theory. Even though there's tons and tons of videos about it, none of them actually go in depth with it or really look through the show for evidence. But y'all know that if Alex Bale is making a theory on it, then it's not going to be some baby surface level analysis. And once I really started looking into this theory, I realized that there is so much more here.
Do we think he does this by himself? Does he have like a team of, like, you know, Snow White and the Seven Dwarves, right? It's like Alex Bale and the Seven Dwarves, right? It's like Santa's little helpers, right? He's got these like weird, like different species of humans, like in a room, and they just do all this research, you know what I mean? He gives them candy, like Willy Wonka.
Than anyone thinks. Get ready, because today we're going to be solving the biggest mysteries in the history of SpongeBob SquarePants and changing the way you look at the entire show. So without further ado, let's begin the theory. In order to find out whether the Bikini Atoll theory is true, we first have to determine whether fish talking and being so intelligent is unique to Bikini Bottom, or if that's just the way the SpongeBob universe works. You know, it could just be that all animals in this world are able to talk, and that's completely normal because at the end of the day, SpongeBob is still just a cartoon. Well, if we take a look at Season 10, Episode 10, Feral Friends, we get a bit of a hint about how the SpongeBob world works. In this episode, a green moon appears and transforms all the characters into less cartoony, real-life versions of themselves.
SpongeBob? Patrick?
Just like in real life, they can't talk and end up trying to eat each other.
Still
the French
never seen
narrator
that
is watching
episode,
all
by
this
the way.
unfold, and he's
Still, half these theories I've never seen. He just like shows a clip from a random thing, and I'm like, he's like, look at this, dude, here's the evidence. And I'm like, well, I'm seeing this for the first time. Hell.
says this very important line.
I have been monitoring the behavior of the green moon all day. It is called Neptune's moon. Every 100 years, it de-evolves everyone in Bikini Bottom into primal fish.
Every 100 years, it de-evolves everyone in Bikini Bottom into primal fish. So this implies that the characters in Bikini Bottom are more evolved and were once like these primal
I know more
fish.
Dude, I can't read the... I pause the video, read the text. I can't read the text because the damn thing is in the way. How am I supposed to read this? I'm not even streaming, so I don't even know how the hell that happened, dude. Jesus Christ, scared the shit out of me. The hell? Anyways, after being rudely interrupted, I can't read shit. I can't... What's it say? It's something about... less evolve something, scientific terms, but I think they're something with the theory. Fine for the purposes of this theory. I don't know,
but
dude.
this doesn't prove
There's
that...
pure chaos just happened the last 10 seconds. I'm trying to read shit. Things blast my ear.
The evolution only exists in Bikini Bottom. It could still be a worldwide phenomenon. Remember that bonus DVD clip I found in my television theory? It was about humans studying fish in Bikini Bottom because of their intelligence.
Land-loving scientists have tried to learn the secrets of intelligence. Their studies led them to the sea, where the citizens of one undersea colony demonstrated a genius so enormous, the scientists felt compelled to record their actions for use in teaching mankind how to live better.
This makes it sound an awful lot like the fish in Bikini Bottom actually are uniquely evolved, and it's not some worldwide phase. Then, in the SpongeBob Bottom actually are uniquely evolved,
we love fun
and it's
facts.
Not some worldwide phase.
Can you catch it? This theory contained a secret message from my muse. Every once in a while, I'll say a strange word like phase, and a number will appear in the bottom right corner. Arrange the words in the number order to get the message. Is that how some of you nerds found these damn passwords? You remember we was at the website? You remember we was exploring the website and we had to type in 7 different passwords to get through the damn thing? Right? People were just giving me the passwords, dude. They were just... Sorry, I found them myself through my own means. Anyways, dude, is this how you nerds found them damn passwords, dude? Who did it? Who did it, dude? Who did it? What did you just happen to see a thing in the bottom right corner and you're like, oh my god, dude. What? How did you see that? The hell, dude? I watched that whole theory, didn't see a single letter number anywhere, dude. He's saying weird words, dude. I wasn't paying attention.
Then, in the SpongeBob 20-year anniversary special, SpongeBob's Big Birthday Blowout, we get a major piece of evidence for this theory. SpongeBob and Patrick take a tour of the surface world and eventually go to a fish store and see some very realistic, less evolved fish.
What kind of monsters would want to keep fish folk in jail like this? They're so beautiful.
They can't talk back to Spongebob and Patrick, and they're actually able to swim freely through the water instead of being affected by gravity. They are clearly showing us that both evolved and primitive fish exist in this universe at the same time. Now, sometimes we've seen Bikini Bottom characters represented as realistic fish like this, but only when they're out of water, never while they're still in water like these fish. We even see this again in the beginning of the third SpongeBob movie, Sponge on the Run. The movie opens with a coral reef full of these realistic primal fish, but eventually we get to Bikini Bottom where the more evolved fish live. So there you go, direct proof that the citizens of Bikini Bottom are uniquely evolved. This is a very deliberate world-building choice.
Many people asked, what about Sandy? I never had a good answer for this. I can't find any conclusive evidence of a land animal that isn't able to talk, so it's possible everyone on land is more evolved somehow.
It's for the creators to make. So I guess that kind of confirms the Bikini Atoll theory.
I mean, I would absolutely say that that's true. That everyone on land is more evolved. Did you see the movie? Did you see David Hasselhoff? You're telling me that's not an evolved form of being? You're telling me that's not a superior form of man? That's final evolution right there, dude. David Hasselhoff shooting them out of his chest pecs like a rocket ship, dude. That seems pretty evolved to me.
Choice for the creators to make. So I guess that kind of confirms the Bikini Atoll theory. Theory confirmed.
My window's open, by the way, and I'm screaming about David Hasselhoff's chest.
Woo! Well, let's hold on for a second.
How many
as much as I'd love to call this theory
on?
complete, there's actually one major piece of evidence that gives me some resistance. Something I've never seen anyone else bring up when talking about this theory. Prehistoric Bikini Bottom. We've seen episodes like UGG or SB129 that show Bikini Bottom millions of years in the past, but we still see evolved versions of SpongeBob and Patrick. Sure, they may not be super intelligent or advanced, but they're still clearly way more evolved than the primitive, realistic versions we see in Feral Friends or in the fish store. So, how are we seeing these evolutions millions of years before the Bikini Atoll tests? Well, unfortunately, I think the only conclusion is that the Bikini Atoll theory just isn't true. I mean, clearly something has caused Bikini Bottom citizens to be uniquely evolved, there's no denying that. But whatever caused it took place millions of
things about this, especially like something like the Bikini Atoll, right? Some guy cooked out of his mind, dude. Cooked out of his mind, just got done ripping a steezy, and he's just sitting there and he's like, dude, I think SpongeBob came from a nuke. And then the other dude's sitting there, he's like, bro, what the hell are you talking about? And then the guy, he's like, dude, think about it. And then the guy's like, oh my god, you're right. And then, dude, everybody just goes with it. Everybody just goes with it, dude. The one guy, the one time, was like, yeah, dude. And then everybody was like, okay, fuck it.
Of years ago and couldn't have been the Bikini Atoll nuclear tests. Then what really caused the evolution? In the entire show, the only thing we've seen that directly affects the evolution of characters is the Green Moon and Feral Friends. Except the French narrator specifically calls it Neptune's moon.
It is called Neptune's moon.
Named after the ruler of the seven seas, King Neptune. King Neptune is a character who's been around since the beginning of the sea. He's a character who the Bikini Bottom citizens view as their god, and he's a character who has the ability to change fish into other forms.
How do I get a thing? How do I get a thing? Right? Like, Neptune's got a moon, right? Sozin has a comet. Can I get a thing in space? Can I get a thing in space? What about Chris's asteroid? I like that. I like that. Chris's asteroid, dude. Just a giant floating rock in space, dude. But it's my fucking rock. It's my rock. Can I get a fucking space rock, dude? No.
What the?
Oops. King Neptune used his magic to turn the fish of the sea into more evolved subjects for him to rule over. He's the one who's been behind it all this time. Hey, Alex from the future here. So before I move on, let's talk a little more about the Bikini Atoll theory. A lot of people really wanted this theory to be true.
Dude, I like the little Alex Bale Family Guy cutaways, dude. You know? Pardon the interruption. Oh, no, please. Please interrupt, future Alex. I can't wait to hear what you have to say.
Bikini Atoll theory. A lot of people really wanted this theory to be true, and I get it. This is like the most iconic, classic SpongeBob theory. And the comment I got the most on this theory was the idea that the prehistoric Bikini Bottom that disproves the Bikini Atoll theory doesn't actually take place millions of years ago. It's actually the fallout directly after the Bikini Atoll tests, when life first started to mutate and evolve in Bikini Bottom. And that's a cool idea, you know, it's a cool way to maybe keep the Bikini Atoll theory. But here's the thing, the narrator—
You guys are truly holding on to that Bikini Atoll for dear life, dude. I've been hearing that since, I don't even know how long. I don't even know how long I've been hearing that, dude. And you guys have been holding on to that for, like, your life depends on it, dude. Just let it go. Just let it go. It's not a thing anymore. Just let it go.
Actually says it takes place millions of years ago.
Bikini Atoll is so 2012. Okay, just let it go.
It is here that millions of years ago, life began taking its first clumsy steps out of the darkness.
And we see a—
You just got cooked. You just got cooked with a single sentence. How do you feel now?
Dinosaur flying above the sea. I'm sorry, this just has to be from the actual prehistoric age millions of years ago. Alright, but here's another comment I got. If this show's all supposed to be a television theory documentary, how were they able to get this footage from millions of years ago? Well, in SB-129, Squidward time travels back to the prehistoric age.
They've got time traveling, dummy. Did you not, there's a whole episode. Future, dude.
And obviously the cameraman came with him, otherwise we wouldn't be able to watch the episode. So unfortunately, no matter how you look at it, there's no way this episode with Evolved Fish wasn't actually millions of years before the Bikini Atoll tests. I'm sorry guys, the Bikini Atoll theory just can't be true.
What is that? What is he? What is that? What's that 4-0 now with you fucking dorks? What's up?
At least that's what I thought, until I—
Here we go, dude.
Recently rewatched the season—
Why does he do this? Why does he— We're rewatching. I'm rewatching the same theory I already watched, and for some reason you're like, oh, by the way, I'm not done yet. I've got more. The hell?
Or at least that's what I thought, until I recently rewatched the season 10 episode Lost and Found. This episode takes place entirely beneath the Krusty Krab. And if you remember, beneath the Krusty Krab is where the filmmakers store secret behind-the-scenes stuff, like the surveillance room filming the characters, or even props used in the SpongeBob movie. But while SpongeBob is trying to get back upstairs, he passes through this area.
Lost World.
Did he find a closet to Narnia? Where the hell did... What do you mean? He just stumbles upon a whole other time period, dude, through the nice crawl space. I'm missing some things here.
Lost World.
I'm missing some storylines.
A massive underwater prehistoric area that even has dinosaurs despite it being underwater. The only explanation I can think of for this is, like everything else we see down here, this is a fake set created by the showrunners for an episode of SpongeBob. Meaning, the prehistoric—
Nice, dude! Nice! So I can't even I was prepared. When you watch these originally, you're never mentally prepared for the onslaught that's about to ensue, right? And I was prepared this time. We've already seen these. We already know what the deal is, dude. Okay? I was mentally prepared. I'm like, all right, I know what this is. I know what the deal is, dude. And then he's just like, oh yeah, by the way, here's a right hook to your jaw to knock you clean out. Alex, dude. How are you not under 24/7 supervision, dude? How do we just let you roam free with a brain like yours?
Bikini Bottom episodes we see are most likely faked by the showrunners, and the Bikini Atoll theory could still be true. Also, to further prove this, in a new season 14 episode, Hysterical History, we get another flashback to prehistoric Bikini Bottom, but it's sort of implied to be at—
So would that mean Squidward never traveled to the future? Is that what this means? Are you telling me, wait a minute, there's a lot to unpack here. There's a whole lot to unpack here. Are you saying that he never went to the future? And that was just a damn set? With everything chrome? Explain? Okay, so explain what the hell happened. You remember when he was alone? Right? Alone. The first time we all truly felt anxiety, dude. What is that deal, dude? What is that? Is he getting hazed by the production crew, dude? Now we've got a whole lot more to talk about, dude. Just from that itself is its own damn thing, dude. What did you just do to me?
the same time as humans existing. So yeah, really seems like the Bikini Atoll theory is plausible now. I still think both theories for why the fish are evolved work pretty well. Neptune's moon actually shows us some direct evidence of fish becoming more or less evolved, but the actual Bikini Atoll test footage being used throughout the show doesn't really feel like a coincidence to me either. Either of them fit the theory, I like them both, you could just choose your favorite. Let's get back to the theory. But now, I have an interesting question for you.
Yeah, let's just get right back to it after I've turned your whole world upside down.
What is the relationship between evolved fish and primitive unevolved fish? Well, they probably just peacefully coexist in the sea without bothering each other. You know, just like real-life humans and animals. Wait a second.
The war!
I also have some—
Okay, here's a question. I don't think I posed this last time, but here's a question, right? With that montage we just got. If humans, right? Humans and then all the other animals went to war, who do you think wins? Who do you think wins? Right? I think it's quite easily the animals. I think it's quite easily the animals, dude. Just based on sheer numbers, right? Humans would be outnumbered by a lot, dude. By a lot. Secondly, sure, humans are smart and they've got great technology, right? But they don't have technology to combat, like, everything in nature. You know what I mean? Like, if ants just decided to swarm, there's nothing you can do, right? A herd of elephants is heading towards you, it's over, dude. Really, truly, the only thing that they could do is just nuke the earth and just wipe everything out. Nobody lives, dude, not even the fucking plants. That's really what happened. Realistically, that's what would happen, dude. Humans are so damn selfish. You think we would lose to some fucking alpacas? No, dude. We would rather blow up the entire planet than lose to some bugs, dude. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
New thoughts on the war theory, but I'm gonna save them for the next mini theory. I promise not all these mini theories are like Mrs. Puff Part 2s, but a lot of them kind of build off of the previous theory. In Season 3, Episode 10, the Krusty Krab training video, there is this hilarious, absurd moment when they're talking about Mr. Krabs.
After the war, Krabs stayed secluded in a deep depression that seemed endless.
Like, what war happened in Bikini Bottom? They just tell us this and then completely drop it. But with this new context, is it possible that Krabs fought in a war against these primitive, wild fish of the sea? I mean, let's remember in Feral Friends, some of those de-evolved fish were massive compared to the evolved fish, and they immediately started attacking each other.
The battle for the survival
My spacebar didn't work. Did they ever re-mention war at any point in the show? Do any of you, like, nerds know that? Like, was there any other, like, mention or quote or visual representation of the war in the show since then? Or was that it? That's it. They just dropped them. They're just like, yeah, after the war, okay, that's it.
The fittest
How's that work?
rages on in the animal kingdom.
So yeah, in order for the Bikini Bottom citizens to survive and expand, they would probably break into some kind of war. And from the sounds of it, this war must have been pretty brutal to put Mr. Krabs into such a deep depression. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Is there actually any evidence that proves the war Mr. Krabs fought in was specifically this evolutionary war? Well, through the few flashbacks we get, we know that Mr. Krabs served in the Navy. And yes, they were sailing ships on an ocean, even though they're already underwater. This is actually a real-life phenomenon where certain parts of the sea can have a higher level of salinity, and it looks like an underwater ocean. Shout out Miss Parks, my high school marine biology teacher. We also know from maps of Bikini Bottom that the town is surrounded by this underwater ocean. So that places Mr. Krabs' war outside of Bikini Bottom, where this evolutionary war would have to take place. Then if we took a look at Mr. Krabs' home, we see it is full of memorabilia from his past days in the Navy. But hidden within here is something that will absolutely blow your mind and answer
the severed heads of his old enemies, dude.
One of the biggest questions in the show. Hanging there on his wall is a picture of a massive whale next to a ship. You don't think that could be... No, it can't be.
I love the amount of just money that he just has on his walls.
Whale next.
Dude, I don't even think rich people do that. Right? Like rich people have terrible taste, right? They have like weird, like everything's like gold. You know what I'm saying? Or like they say it's exotic and it's like a weird like exotic animal skin pattern, but it looks weird, you know? Or it's like they have a room for one very specific purpose that really people only will do like once a year. You know what I'm saying? Like they have a Monopoly room that is dedicated solely to play Monopoly. And they never use it, right? I don't even think people like that have money just framed on their wall, dude. Like, Mr. Krabs is a G. Like, that is some G shit. Just hanging up your bread on the wall, dude. Fuck a money spread. I'ma frame it and throw it on the wall, dude. You ain't got this. That's hard.
You don't think that could be... No, it can't be. Pearl's mother?
Wait, I want to see it. I want to find it. Hold up. The things that got my eye right now are the fish and this actual person on the wall. There's a whale.
Dude, I love seeing how other people were reacting to this too. I love that, dude. Everybody's just losing their fucking minds, dude. We're all just collectively suffering here. It's truly a beautiful thing, you know?
Whale? Is it the whale?
Hanging there on his wall.
The whale?
Is a picture of a massive whale next to
the whale!
You don't think that could be...
Pearl's mom! I got it!
Pearl is Mr. Krabs' whale daughter. The show never really explains how a crab can be the father of a whale, but most people just assume she was adopted. People have been speculating about who Pearl's biological mother is for years, and I think we finally just found our answer. We see 2 photos of this whale on a ship in Season 3, Episode 9, just 1 episode before we find out Mr. Krabs fought in a war. Since this is among all of Mr. Krabs' Navy stuff, I think we can assume that this is something he encountered and not just some random...
And the mini theory, now it's depressing. Now it's even more depressing, dude, with the damn mini theory. That wasn't a mini theory, dude. You dropped Bikini Atoll 2, dude. You started the second war with what the hell you did.
Picture of a whale on a ship above the ocean. The whale is massive compared to the ship. We've seen adult whales...
I just want to say, I pointed out that this was probably my favorite theory, blew my mind the most, right? The mini theory just made it worse, and then the shit with the time traveling being fake just somehow made it even worse now. Like, he's just piling it on. I'm sure future Alex is gonna butt in again. I'm sure he's gonna butt in again and give us some more fucking fun facts that aren't so fun for anybody other than himself.
Bikini Bottom before, but they are nothing compared to the size of this whale. This has a much closer resemblance to Pearl when she de-evolved in feral friends and became massive. So this has to be an unevolved primitive whale, and the picture clearly shows them fighting. Not only does this prove that there was a war between evolved and primitive fish, but Mr. Krabs definitely fought in it. But this also implies something very dark. Mr. Krabs killed Pearl's mother. The only direct reference we get in the show to
Oh shit, dude! Oh my god! This is what I'm saying. Look at the pure horror in my face, dude. Look at my face, dude. This is what I'm talking about. I look good, by the way. I look damn good, by the way. But this is what I'm talking about.
The only direct reference we get in the show to Pearl's mother is one of Mr. Krabs'
We've been watching this. I'm looking at, like, I'm not even in this room anymore. I'm in a whole other room. I'm not even in this room. My hair is... Dude, I don't have these anymore. Dude, look how long we've been doing this, dude.
The only direct reference we get in the show to Pearl's mother is one of Mr. Krabs' many sayings, Mother of Pearl.
Mother of Pearl! Mother of Pearl! Holy Mother of Pearl!
He uses it in place of something like holy crap or dear God, only saying it when something truly shocking or terrible happens, because he knows the terrible thing that happened to Pearl's mother. Why did Mr. Krabs go into such a deep depression after the war? Because he's haunted by what he's done, and the smoking harpoon to prove it is right there on his wall.
And he has the harpoon on his wall, dude!
So, that leaves us with an important question. Why did he adopt Pearl? After he killed her mother, he probably realized she had an infant daughter who had the evolutionary genes. Instead of leaving her to die, he adopted her as his own, all while keeping the dark secret that he was responsible for her mother's death. Okay, whoa.
Which is sick, by the way.
Keeping the dark...
Still, to this day, is terrible. I'm gonna slaughter your mother and then raise you as my own. Dude, that's my villain arc. That is my villain arc. Could you imagine growing up, right? You're in a loving household, right? Single dad, does everything he possibly can to care for you, raise you up. And then when you're like 25, you find out that, nope, he actually just killed your mother. And then just took you, kidnapped you, and raised you as his own. No, dude. I don't even think the Avengers could stop my evil plot after that, dude. Are you kidding me?
Secret that he was responsible for her mother's death. Okay, whoa. So I obviously just very quickly skimmed over the fact that for some reason Pearl is evolved but Pearl's mother isn't, and I didn't really provide a good explanation for this.
But what if...
You know, now that you mention it,
Pearl is evolved, but Pearl's mother isn't, and I didn't really provide a good explanation for this.
But what if the mom whale was a normal whale and had a whale baby, then why would it have been Pearl? Like, she's the evolved form, right? No, that's convenient. She just happened to be evolved. Okay.
Honestly, at the time, I didn't really have one, but I think I may have a possible explanation now. Whatever caused this evolution.
No, you ready? You ready? Cinnamon Toast Kin. That's a great name, by the way. Greatest cereal ever created. Great name choice, dude. Love the headphones, too, by the way. Anyways, prepare to get absolutely cooked, Cinnamon Toast Kin. You about to get toasted.
She just happened to be evolved. Okay.
Honestly, at the time, I didn't really have one, But I think I may have a possible explanation now. Whatever caused this evolution, whether it was magic from King Neptune or radiation from nuclear tests, you know, whatever it is, we know it happened only within a specific range. So you could hypothetically have a mother and daughter whale, and only one of them was within range of whatever caused this evolution. You know, it would be nice if there was more evidence in the actual show to explain this, but I think this works as a simple way
It could also be like just as simple as, like, you know, maybe they both could have been in the blast radius, like just on the edge, right? And like with Pearl's mom being a big, strong grown-up, didn't really do much because she was just barely out of range. You know what I mean? And then Pearl being a weak little baby, weak-ass little baby, her weak body couldn't handle it, so she gets poisoned or whatever, radiated, and then she evolves. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that's a lot. I'm contributing too, dude. That's what I'm saying.
Explain the logistics of it. Woo! Childhood ruined yet? Well, don't worry. There's still time for this
Well,
theory
don't worry,
to get
it's gonna
even
get
worse.
even fucking
Now's
worse.
your chance to remove yourself before things get really dark.
Is it too late? Can I still do that? This couldn't possibly get worse, right?
Okay, so here's a fun question. What's the deal with all the pets in Bikini Bottom? How come most fish are basically humans, but a snail or a worm acts like a pet? Well, just like humans have
They're bugs. They're bugs.
Domesticated wild animals, it should be no surprise that evolved fish have domesticated primitive fish as pets. Unlike the massive primitive fish that the Bikini Bottom citizens had to go to war with, there's also smaller primitive fish like jellyfish, snails, spirit worms, seahorses.
There's no such thing as
also
what?
Smaller primitive fish like jellyfish, snails, spirit worms.
There's no such thing as a spirit worm. This was another secret code for the Muse ARG. You can see in the bottom right corner that spirit is the 9th word in the message. So you really telling me somebody watched this video, right? Somehow was able to just sidestep, maneuver around the hullabaloo going on in the video and went, wait, spirit worm? That doesn't sound right. Spirit is part of the password. Which one of you freaks did that?
To go to war with, there's also smaller primitive fish like jellyfish, snails, spirit worms, seahorses, and clams that the Bikini Bottom citizens were able to form a symbiotic relationship with. Aw, and I thought you said this was gonna be the dark part, Alex. They're living peacefully together. That's nice. Okay, you got me. Here's another
This
fun
series
question.
still making me mad, dude. How long ago was that, dude? A year ago? The OG one? Dude, I'm still getting pissed off at it. I'm worked up, dude. I've already watched it. It's 12:30 in the morning. My window's open, and I'm screaming about SpongeBob again.
Where did
do you think my mom is proud of me? What I've become?
the citizens of Bikini Bottom get their food? I mean, sure, some of it is plant-based, but there sure does seem to be an awful lot of meat-based food under the sea. I think you know where I'm going with this. The Bikini Bottom citizens eat primitive fish. Haha, it's not cannibalism if they're less evolved than you, right? There's no moral dilemma there.
Technically, fish eat fish in real life, but this is still a touchy subject in Bikini Bottom. Look up quasi-gummy, chewy candy fish on YouTube for proof. That is not real. What does that mean? Quasi-gummy, chewy candy fish. Sounds like ass. It sounds British and it sounds disgusting. I'm not eating that.
I mean, what the f else are they gonna eat? Sand?
In Season 3, Episode 13, we see direct proof of
He's
this
got a
when the
point.
characters go fishing for primitive clams. This is something completely normal in this world. And then there's the chum bucket, which sells chum. Chum. Chum is literally just ground up fish. The show isn't even hiding this. Now, we don't really see too much of the meat harvesting side of Bikini Bottom, and I'm not surprised they're keeping it on the DL, you know, with the whole cannibalism thing, but there is one secret to making food that is kept more secret than anything in Bikini Bottom. The best kept secret in the entire show.
Well, it's not that secret, dude, because I gave it to fucking Wendy's.
You already know what I'm gonna say. The Krabby Patty secret formula. Throughout the show, there's been lots of contradictory evidence about the Krabby Patty secret formula. In season 4, episode 7, Mr. Krabs says it's an old family recipe.
Your mother knows the Krabby Patty formula? Of course she does. It's an old Krabs family recipe.
But in season 5, episode 1, apparently Mr. Krabs discovered it on his own by accidentally mixing random ingredients together.
Like the damn Powerpuff Girls, dude. Go to the Patrick Star show. Terror at 20,000 Leagues. There's something familiar inside the witch's cabinet. If this flashback is true, then is there something supernatural about the Krabby Patty? So the Krabby Patty is good because he's got literal black magic cursed Coke crack put into it, dude. He just put the Coca-Cola formula in the damn Krabby Patty, dude.
I've done it.
Witchcraft.
The perfect patty batter.
Sometimes it's a secret formula, sometimes it's a book, sometimes it's a secret sauce, and any glimpse we get at the formula is just random nonsense. There is a ton of contradictory evidence out there, but I think this might all be intentional. In order to throw people off, Mr. Krabs has spread misinformation about the Krabby Patty formula. In fact, he's already done this in season 3, episode 18, by hiding a fake formula for Plankton to find that says he's the secret ingredient.
Mixed together with the most important ingredient of all, 4 heaping pounds of freshly ground plankton?
And the contradictions aren't just inside the show. Even one of the Spongebob crew members once said that Krabby Patties are vegetarian and contain no meat. But I've always been a little suspicious about what the creators said.
This dude really just got up on the internet and was just talking shit. Was just straight up lying for no reason. Bro was just bored in bed, and he's like, yeah, let me just tweet out some lies today. He's like, yeah, no meat in the Krabby Patty. You're a fucking loser.
They've also said that they're not allowed to show fish as food,
Why would you do
except
that?
they clearly do with chum, clam fishing, and all the many, many gags where fish turn into food. It's almost like they're not allowed by Nickelodeon to publicly acknowledge this because that could create a controversy, but they could still sneak this dark secret into the show. So, what is the true secret ingredient? Where does the meat really come from? It's strange, we never really see Mr. Krabs get the meat delivered, or at least go out himself to get it. It's almost like he has all the meat he needs stockpiled somewhere. What primitive meat can Mr. Krabs have access to? Maybe he's been holding on to something from the war.
I wonder.
What could Mr. Krabs have killed during the war that he doesn't want anyone to find out about? Something big enough to supply him with meat for years without needing more. What could that be?
Oh, no.
Dude, shout out Holla. Shout out Holla, man. Love Holla.
Oh, no. You're not about to tell me.
Wait.
What could that
Shout out
be?
Simba, dude. Shout out me, dude.
Really gonna make me say it? Mr. Krabs is using Pearl's dead mother's carcass to make Krabby Patties. Woo! We did it! Yeah, we solved the mystery. We did it.
How could you be celebrating this?
Season 1, episode.
Dude, listen, dude, listen. I'm not the only one to have full, complete emotional breakdowns over this, dude. All right? Right here. You're sitting right here. How could you be celebrating this?
Season 1, episode 15, Sleepy Time. Mr. Krabs has a dream that he's on a boat fishing for a massive dollar. This is his memory of killing Pearl's mother, except now all he sees her as is money. And take a guess what name he calls the dollar.
What's he doing, Mr. Krabs?
The mighty Moby Dollar.
Taking Neptune's bucket.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about cold, hard flipping cash. It's the mighty Moby Dollar.
Moby Dollar. A A direct reference to Moby Dick, a story about hunting a whale. Are you kidding me? And that is the evolution theory. Eugene Crabbe's aspirations for money and greed have caused him to do terrible, terrible things. At least his love for Pearl seems to be real, so
dude,
maybe
the Alex Bale outros, bro. He's like, oh yeah, by the way, here's the worst thing you've ever heard in your entire life. And I hope you have a great rest of your day and a great night's sleep. I hope you have a wonderful breakfast and a great day tomorrow, too.
do terrible, terrible
Dude,
things. At least his love for Pearl seems
Alex.
to be real, so maybe there's some small amount of good in him. And even though Pearl's mother probably provides tons of meat, eventually he's gonna run out and he'll have to face what he's done. Well, unless of course there's another whale he has access to. Nope. Nope. No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
We're not doing
Mr.
this.
Krabs
Dude.
wouldn't do.
Realistically, who gets the Krusty Krab when Mr. Krabs dies? You know what I mean? Somebody gotta get it. Do you give it to Pearl, who's your daughter? She don't know how to run a restaurant. She does not know how to run a restaurant. Do you give it to Spongebob, your most loyal employee? Fuck no. Why the hell would you do that, dude? Spongebob's an idiot. Do you give it to Squidward, your most noble employee? No, dude, he doesn't give a shit about anything, and he's lazy. So, realistically, who gets the Krusty Krab when Mr. Krabs finally becomes a buttered entree? You know what I'm saying?
Do that. He loves Pearl. He's not just raising her for Krabby Patty meat. Even Mr. Krabs isn't that much of a monster.
From every side I've ever seen to the sweetest sound I've heard, I'd gladly give up everything for all the money that I've earned.
Huh.
Baby, you got something in your nose.
No! No!
Feel the
No!
Hope you
No!
find peace for yourself. New boyfriend ain't gon' fill the void.
Well, already then, that's...
Nah, bro, this is funny as hell, dude. This is funny as hell, bro. Dude, everybody is flabbergasted. Everybody. Every single person. Jaws are on the floor.
No! No!
Dude, and I'm just in emotional distress.
Well, already then, that's the end of that theory. Just gonna end it here before there's any more dark plot twists.
Bro.
Okay, so a lot of people had issues with the Pearl's mother Krabby Patty theory. Specifically, the realism and logic behind how just one whale could create enough Krabby Patty meat for so many
Here
years.
they come. Here they come. Well, actually, Alex, you're wrong. Here they are, dude. Here they fucking are.
But listen, I don't make these theories using real-world logic. I try and use the show's own internal logic. But if you want to bring real-world logic into this and argue about how long whale meat would last, I think the real world actually supports my theory. When a whale dies in the real-world ocean, it has a very profound effect on the environment. Entire marine ecosystems will form around a decomposing whale corpse, and scavengers can feed off of it for up to 50 years. This is a phenomenon called whale fall. And this explains why total
my
chaos
God.
breaks out whenever Bikini Bottom runs
So
out.
just could you imagine? Could you imagine? I want you to think as a human being, right? Just stay with me, sir. Bear with me for a second, right? I want you to think. You're a human being, right? Right? For some of you, that might be you might be hard, but dude, just imagine you're a human being, right? And you're walking down the street or something. I don't know. You're walking down the street, right? You're waltzing down the street, and you turn the corner, and magically There's an entire Thanksgiving feast spread across the alleyway. Candles, napkins, everything, dude. The whole shebang. Macaroni and cheese, turkey. It's all still steaming, piping hot. It's got a sign on there that says, fresh made. Have at it. Imagine. I want you to imagine a free buffet just wandering the streets. Do you know how glorious that is? Now I know some people might not think the idea of random alleyway food is the most appetizing, but you get what I'm saying. You get what I mean. You get the vision. You know what I'm saying? You get the vision.
Out of Krabby Patties.
The Krabby Patty is what ties us all together. And without it, there will be a complete breakdown of social order.
Aren't you overreacting a bit?
Welcome to the apocalypse, Mr. Squidward.
Just like a real whale fall, the ecosystem of Bikini Bottom is completely dependent on it. Also, another YouTuber, Athena P, pointed out,
wonderful work as always, Meta Theory Guy. You may already know this, but for the final SpongeBob theory, the Patrick Star Show pretty much confirmed your Krabby Patties are made using Pearl's mom theory. The Patrick Star Show!
to me that there's this moment in a newer episode of the Patrick Star Show.
This episode addresses Alex Bale's Krabby Patties.
She's got Patrick Stars on her face! Dude, that's hard as fuck. Is that a big... What is that? Is that a big Tamagotchi? Dude, why is she so hard? Why is she so thug, dude?
Made from Pearl's mother theory pretty directly.
I'm Eugene Krabs. Krabby Patties are made with whale oil.
You leave my daughter out of this.
So that's something. I mean, take that as you will. So yeah, I still think the Pearl's mother Krabby Patty theory is solid. It's at least better than that crab meat theory that people won't stop commenting about. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna quickly debunk that theory because I know people are still gonna comment about it on this video. Here's an extra.
He had time today. Alex Bell had time today. He said, hold on. Not only am I going to debunk you dumb nerds trying to debunk me, but I'm going to debunk other theories to prove that I'm fucking better than you. Dude. No mercy. That's what I like to see.
Quickly debunk that theory because I know people are still going to comment about it on this video.
Let's
Here's an
go.
extra bonus mini theory just because this theory annoys me so much.
Let's go.
That's what I taste like.
Another theory. I don't know if I should be excited or not.
So, a lot of people think that Krabby Patties are actually made of crab meat, and Mr. Krabs is going around killing all the crabs in Bikini Bottom. This is the comment I will get for the rest of my life.
It's crab meat.
Actual crab? I mean,
We
why
watched
else
this,
would
right?
Mr. Krabs be the only crab in
watch this
Bikini
part?
Bottom? Except for his mom, and his dad, and his nephews. Okay, but there's no crabs outside of his family, except for this guy, and this doctor, and this kid, and these two crabs, and this circus guy. But
No, I did not see this. I don't remember this at all.
But besides them, there's no crabs in Bikini Bottom. Okay, even if there is not, like, a lot of crabs, there's equally not a lot of sponges, or starfish, or pufferfish, or squirrels in Bikini Bottom. Bikini Bottom is like 90% generic fish. But then why is it named the Krusty Krab?
It's got a lot of, what were they? The nematodes? The fucking nematodes?
Cause the owner's a crab, and that's his last name.
They were nematodes,
but even
right?
if we
The
ignore that,
anchovies
it's
or
like...
whatever. The ones from the first episode, dude. The very first one. You know what I'm talking about. There was a lot of them motherfuckers.
Why would Mr. Krabs advertise his dark secret as the name of his restaurant? But then why is the Krusty Krab shaped like a crab trap? Okay, this is actually the
I think I remember
one
watching
good
this.
piece of evidence in this
Yeah,
theory.
we watched this part. And then they actually fought with the humans, dude. Nice, dude. Real nice, dude. The Alex Bale somehow manages to take the one theory that sent my soul into the stratosphere and somehow gave my soul in the stratosphere a brain aneurysm by making it significantly worse, dude. This man is an absolute psycho. Just so you all know, this video has taken me so long to record that we have now elapsed into another presidential term. And Jake Paul has become the second most powerful force on planet Earth behind me. So there have been a lot of shenanigans going on beyond these walls during the course of this video. So you better be grateful that I'm still uploading this.
So, the continuity with King Neptune is a bit of a mess. There are 2 different King Neptunes. There's a King Poseidon. There's 3 different royal palaces. 2 of them are called the City of Atlantis, but there's also a 3rd unrelated City of Atlantis. It's confusing to say the least. But there is
Where does Jake Paul fit into this now? What do we think? What do we think? Do we think Jake Paul could beat King Neptune?
A way to explain how all of this is intentional and connects together. This is a story of power, deception, and betrayal. This is the Neptune Theory. King Neptune is the ruler of the 7 seas and the Roman god of the...
I missed the fun fact, dude. I'm trying to moving my bangs out the way, dude. I missed the fact.
King Neptune is the ruler of the...
There's another secret Muse code in the background pillars that can be decoded.
7 seas and the Roman god of the ocean.
Oh my god, there is! Would you look at that, dude?
If you watch my evolution theory, you know there's also a good chance he's the reason why fish in Bikini Bottom are so evolved and able to talk. He lives in the city of Atlantis with his wife Queen Amphitrite and his son Triton. But in the first SpongeBob movie, he's replaced by a completely different King Neptune who has a completely different daughter named Mindy. These guys don't look or sound at all the same, so how can they both exist in this universe? Well, there's already an interesting theory out there about this. It's widely believed
they are both ginger, so they do got that going for them.
Believe that the SpongeBob movie takes place in the future after the events of the show. So widely believed that I got hundreds of comments about it in my Mrs. Puff theory. Yep, I know guys, I heard what you said. The creator of SpongeBob, Steven Hillenburg, said he wanted to end the series with the movie.
Also, Steven, I can't read that, never fully left the show after the movie. He stayed on as a producer and was still involved. Yeah.
And it being canonically at the end of the SpongeBob timeline would explain why we never see the Krusty Krab 2, or any of the other characters from the movie in the later SpongeBob episodes. And some people believe that the reason why movie Neptune is so different is because he's actually Neptune's son, Triton, all grown up. And that's a pretty cool theory, but I don't buy it. Other than Triton...
I like this Neptune chain, dude. Fuck a 4PF chain. Where can I get one of these, dude? Get one of these iced out.
Looking nothing like movie Neptune, I've never actually believed that the SpongeBob movie takes place in the future. Despite there being many people who commented about it on my Mrs. Puff theory as if it was a proven fact, there's never actually been any official confirmation of it. Steven Hillenburg only said that he wanted to stop making SpongeBob after the movie. He never said anything about where the movie actually takes place in the timeline of the show. And we do actually briefly see Neptune's daughter Mindy show up later in the show in SpongeBob's Big Birthday Blowout. There's no way she'd be there unless the show took place after the events of the movie. You know, I still get this comment to this day. People really think this is like an indisputable proven fact. I do have some really interesting new evidence about the movie being fake and when it takes place in the timeline, but it's just too complicated to bring up here, so I'm gonna save it for the mini theory. I think what's actually going on here with Neptune is something much more interesting, and it ties directly in.
I thought my mind was about to implode here, dude.
With the television theory. If you haven't seen that video, it basically proves that the entire show, SpongeBob SquarePants, is actually a nature documentary being filmed by scuba divers, and many of the elements we see throughout the series are secretly set up by the showrunners to make sure that the show is more entertaining and profitable. And this applies to the SpongeBob movie as well. There's promotional art and even a commercial that acknowledges the fact that it's just a movie being filmed.
Hello? SpongeBob,
What kind of jellyfish is that?
Hey guys, it's Carlos from the Zone. Can you tell us about your latest adventure?
Well, this one adventure we had was a real...
How's Carlos doing? Does anybody have an update on Carlos? How's he doing?
You mean when we went after Neptune's crown? It seemed bigger than our usual adventures.
Yes, and with fewer interruptions.
Well, thanks guys. We'll see you in the movie.
Movie? What's that?
I don't know.
I think the real reason why Neptune looks so different in the movie is because the filmmakers couldn't get the real King Neptune, the literal god of the sea, to show up for a movie. So they hired an actor to pretend to be the king. And there is actually a ton of evidence in the show to support
They just found some random guy from Vermont, dude. Just some roided up guy at a 24-hour fitness. And they're like, dude, you're ginger? Let's do it. Let's fucking go.
King Neptune is supposed to live in the great city of Atlantis, but in the
Somebody's-
movie
it's
he
just-
just lives
It's just somebody's Uncle Stephen.
in some random sandcastle, almost like they just built a discount version for the movie. But the real evidence comes from season 10, episode 18, Lost and Found, where Spongebob goes beneath the Krusty Krab to look for something in the Lost and Found. As he searches through the surprisingly massive collection of items, on one of the shelves, we see something mind-blowing. The crown worn by King Neptune in the Spongebob movie.
Okay, here's a question that applies to Lost and Founds in general, right? How long should you reasonably keep things? You know what I mean? Like, think about it, right? Think about it, right?
Mind-blowing. The
Look at what's in
surprisingly
here.
massive collection.
There's a bowling pin. How long are you gonna keep that bowling pin in that box? What do you plan on doing with that bowling pin? Do you think whoever left that bowling pin 15 years ago was gonna come back and be like, hey, I think I left my bowling pin here? And then they're like, oh yeah, dude, I got it in the basement, dude. I left it in a box. I got it for you.
Collection of items. On one of the shelves, we see something mind-blowing. The crown worn by King Neptune in the Spongebob movie.
How do you even remember you left your bowling pin there? How do you know you left it at the Krusty Krab and not like at a Walmart? You know? Or like somebody like just stole it from you and then sold it at a yard sale, right? And now it's in like some other country somehow, right? How do you even know that's your bowling pin? How do you know that's not somebody else's? Dude.
The entire plot of the movie hinges on the fact that Neptune thinks Mr. Krabs stole his crown. Why would Mr. Krabs have this now? Because this isn't just the Krusty Krabs Lost and Found. It's also where they store the props used by the SpongeBob SquarePants filmmakers to create the SpongeBob movie. If you remember from my television theory, Mr. Krabs is secretly working for the showrunners to spy on all the main characters. And his secret surveillance room was hidden beneath the Krusty Krab, just like this Lost and Found. So it makes perfect sense for the showrunners to hide their props down here. And if you still don't believe me,
in this scene, SpongeBob
also
shakes a snow globe.
Perfect sense for the showrunners to hide their
Shake it
props
like a
down
snow
here.
globe,
And if you
Sponge,
still
dude. Snow globe of Bikini Bottom, and the actual city suddenly violently shakes. This could be a device the showrunners use to simulate earthquakes.
Don't believe me, we also see SpongeBob's guitar, the Goofy Goober peanut hats, and the magical bag of
And a map of Finland. That could be very important, dude.
wind.
We missed that last time, the map of Finland.
Items from
What does Finland got to do with this?
SpongeBob's guitar, the Goofy Goober peanut hats, and the magical bag of wind. All items from the movie that would make no sense being down here unless this was the showrunner's prop storage, and the movie King Neptune was just an actor. Well, that's one Neptune down. Now for the real mystery, King Poseidon.
Still never seen this, by the way.
In the third
So,
SpongeBob
I've got
movie,
no update
Sponge on
for
the
you.
Run, the King of the Sea is yet again replaced by a new character, King Poseidon, the Greek god of the ocean. He actually does live in the city of Atlantis.
Patrick Starr, X marks the spot, Man Ray. Shout out Man Ray. Man Ray has miniature versions of all three different cities of Atlantis in his lair. Are they just replicas, or did he somehow shrink and steal all the cities at one point? Dude! Did they use the Wumbo belt? You know? Did they get the whole town Wumboing? You know what I mean?
except instead of the ancient royal architecture, it's a giant casino designed to make money. It'd be easy to say that these are just two separate kings that rule different areas of the sea, but they both claim to be the ruler of the 7 seas. Alright, I don't have too much to add to this theory, but I just want to mention that I do know that in mythology, Neptune and Poseidon are the same person, just with different names. But my point is, in SpongeBob, they are clearly supposed to be two completely different people. That's kind of the whole point of this theory. So,
fucking dorks. This is what I'm talking about.
How can two different characters both be the king of the same 7 seas? The answer to that question actually has to do with a place called Camp Coral. Throughout the 3rd SpongeBob movie, we keep cutting back to flashbacks of a younger SpongeBob and all the other characters when they all went to summer camp together. This was all to set up a spin-off show called Camp Coral that followed these younger characters. Now at first, I just wrote the show off as SpongeBob following the trend of making all their characters younger to appeal to a younger demographic. It's been done before and it's never very good. They also completely contradict the continuity of the main show by having characters like Sandy.
But that doesn't really make sense to me. That concept doesn't really make sense to me. You know what I mean? Like, when they make the characters look dumb to appeal to kids, right? But it's like, we were kids when we was watching that stuff, and they didn't look dumb. And it appealed to us, dude. You know what I mean? Like OG Teen Titans and Total Drama, like you was showing there, dude. Now they got Fairly Odd Parents. You know what I mean? I don't get that. Cause like, we were kids and we was watching it, so why can't they watch it now, dude?
Andy and SpongeBob meet as kids when we know they actually met as adults in the main show. Look, I am having a hard enough time figuring out this show's continuity on its own. I do not need another show full of contradictions to make it even harder. But the creators actually did something very clever to make the continuity work. The 7th episode of Camp Coral ends with one of the biggest plot twists I've ever seen from the show. So in this episode, SpongeBob actually discovers the Krabby Patty secret formula way before it was supposed to be created by Mr. Krabs. But at the end of the episode, it gets accidentally destroyed by Sandy, and then we get this mind-blowing scene.
This is Little Cheeks calling Big Cheeks. This is Big Cheeks receiving you from the future. Your plan worked perfectly. The formula burned out before
Big Cheeks.
Mr. Plankton could nab it. I knew sending you to Camp Coral was the right thing to do.
It's okay. My window's closed now. My window is closed. It's cold, dude. Again, that's how long this took, dude. It's winter. There's snow on the ground, dude. My shit is closed. Nope, my neighbors are not hearing me scream Big Cheeks. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Feature me.
We're good, dude. We're straight. We don't worry about it no more.
So Sandy used time travel to send her past self to Camp Coral so that she could make sure the Krabby Patty formula didn't get discovered before it was supposed to. They actually figured out a way to make this messed up continuity make sense. Don't you dare tell me this show doesn't.
Does SpongeBob being able to create the Krabby Patty formula in Camp Coral disproves Pearl's mother whale theory? Maybe. At this point, Mr. Krabs is already taking care of Pearl by himself, so her mom would already be dead from the war. We don't ever see what SpongeBob used as ingredients. We only know it only costs pennies, and likely was already at the camp. Mr. Krabs runs the camp, and SpongeBob cooks out of an old sunken ship. It's possible that this is the same ship that killed Pearl's mother, and SpongeBob stumbled upon Mr. Krabs' secret stash of whale meat without realizing what it was. Either way, I don't think these spin-offs are the most reliable sources of disproving theories.
Doesn't care about his continuity. Can I also
Did
just
you
say
hear
that
all
this scene
that?
lines up perfectly with my television theory? A major part of that theory is that Sandy is actually a spy working for the showrunners and is secretly making sure everything stays on track. And then what do we see a month after I post my theory? Sandy secretly manipulating everyone to keep the show on track. Just gonna give myself a little pat on the back there.
He's enjoying himself. I love that.
But enough gloating. What does any of this have to do with King Poseidon? Well, this proves that Camp Coral
I notice
and the
how they call it. What? Camp
movie
Coral?
that sets it up.
The something in the show. It's possible that camp exists in both timelines, but only the CC universe has Poseidon.
Are in an alternate timeline. The events that have taken place in the show are not the same events in this movie. The continuity area.
Okay, but what if Poseidon is just like Bikini Bottom's Elon Musk? right? He's just like, he's a rich, very powerful guy who, you know what I mean? He thinks, I'm not gonna go there, dude.
There is like Sandy
I'm not
and
gonna go there.
SpongeBob
I'm not gonna
meeting,
go
or
there.
Poseidon being
I'm
the
not
king
gonna
of
go
the
there.
sea instead of Neptune can be explained by this shift in the
I'm not gonna go there.
timeline. So
This does beg the question, why did Sandy need to fix the timeline in the first place? What caused SpongeBob to accidentally discover the Krabby Patty recipe early? Could it be? There's a lot of reading, dude. There's a lot of reading. Could it be from one of the many time characters that time traveled and messed up timeline? I don't think that was right. One of the times characters have time traveled and messed up time. It was right. Did the showrunners themselves mess with the timeline in order to create? If you say time one more time in this damn sentence, maybe it has something to do with the Atlantean aliens. See Atlantean time.
So there you go. King Poseidon and King Neptune are from completely separate timelines. That's why we never see any reference to King Poseidon in the show. And that is the Neptune theory.
I'm done.
Huh. I mean, that wasn't so hard. I guess I'm done here.
Neptune stirred up quite a gale tonight. He must be mad about something.
That's silly. Everyone knows Poseidon is ruler of the undersea. Everyone knows Poseidon is ruler of the undersea.
They're in the same timeline.
Why can't anything ever be easy?
Oh shit, dude. Look, I'm defeated. I've got no gas left in that tank, dude. Look at me. Look at me. I'm on edge. I am on edge, dude. That window was calling my name. That video was so long ago. I did not know it was that long ago. Jeez. Same timeline.
Why can't anything ever be easy? This is the clip that really made me decide to make this theory. The beginning of Season 5, Episode 19, Spongehenge, shows two fish arguing over whether Neptune or Poseidon is the real ruler of the sea. It's like the creators are directly telling us that both of these characters somehow exist in the same timeline, and it's our job to figure out how the puzzle pieces fit together. So, let's take a look. Despite both of these characters having similar appearances and personalities, there is one very important difference between them. Poseidon doesn't have powers. We've seen many times that King Neptune has magical abilities.
What did I just say?
That he can use at any time, even
dude?
without his trident.
He's
but in
just
the
a rich
entire
guy.
third SpongeBob movie, we never see Poseidon use any powers or magical abilities, except for lighting up his trident, but all he has to do for that is just flip a switch, and we know from the episode Trident Trouble that you don't even need to be a god to use the trident. And at the end of the third movie, we find out Poseidon is actually in terrible shape. If you remember at the end of the episode Neptune's Spatula, Neptune briefly
sounds familiar, dude.
Turned SpongeBob into a god, and we can see that having god
That's a
powers
great
give you a
joke,
perfect
dude. I'm
body.
sorry.
So why is
I'm sorry. This is a great running joke, dude. I'm running with it until
Poseidon in such terrible shape? Because he doesn't actually have powers. Only Neptune does. Even Neptune's wife, Queen Amphitrite, has to use technology to zap someone, unlike Neptune, who only has to use his finger in the exact same episode. He is clearly the only one with powers, but why? To answer this question, we first have to understand the origins of King Neptune. Now, throughout the show, there is very little information on Neptune's past. I read the Wikipedia, I looked through the comic books, the video games, but I just couldn't find anything that would help me. But then I remembered there are SpongeBob shorts, which are like mini episodes that only air once, usually to promote something. So I started looking to see if there were any that could help us, and lo and behold, there is a SpongeBob short called The Story of King Neptune. Huh. Yeah, I guess that could be helpful. This short is about SpongeBob telling Patrick
It's almost
the
like they
origins
were like,
of...
hey, dude, here, Alex, here you go. They made that specifically for this, dude. They knew Alex Bale is like a legend of prophecy, right? And they knew he was coming. They knew the prophecy was coming soon, dude. So they made this specifically for this.
King Neptune, but it's not entirely clear whether it's true.
The story of King Neptune. When King Neptune was a little Neptune, his mother set him adrift in a river. As he floated along, a radioactive meteor fell to Earth. An alien appeared and anointed the infant with super Neptune fluid.
Also, maybe the green radioactive meteor in SpongeBob's story is a reference to Neptune's moon, which also kind of gives off a green radioactive vibe.
Is that really the origin of King Neptune?
Sure.
So King Neptune was abandoned as a baby and then given his powers by aliens. But SpongeBob is holding an upside-down comic book,
Wow.
so
Why
it
couldn't
feels a
that be
lot
me,
like
dude?
some...
Why couldn't that be me? Why couldn't I just be abandoned by my royal family and given magical, mystical powers by ancient, otherworldly aliens, dude? But instead, here I am paying taxes. The hell, dude?
Something he just made up. And SpongeBob is not the most reliable narrator. Unless there's something in the story that we can definitively prove, I don't think we can use it for a theory. Like, do you really expect me to believe that Neptune got his powers from aliens? I mean, we've never even seen aliens in the show before. Except, we have. And they just so happen to also live in a city called Atlantis. Season 5, Episode 12, Atlantis Squarepantis, we see another completely different Atlantis, the lost city of Atlantis, a city that's home to a race of aliens. The Atlantean aliens traveled billions of light years to come to this planet and build their city.
For reasons unknown, this great city disappeared one day, but no ruins were ever found. All the inventions you take for granted were given to us by the Atlanteans.
They were a peaceful race.
All the inventions you take for granted were given to us by the Atlanteans.
Give them the magic conch? The magic conch shell! Dude!
Atlanteans.
They were a peaceful race of aliens who shared their technology, but then mysteriously disappeared for some reason. And take a guess what we find
It's like
when
the
we look
underwater
inside of that
Wakanda,
city.
dude.
A massive sculpture of King Neptune. That story about aliens giving Neptune his powers doesn't sound so far-fetched now, does it? And that's not all we find.
Neptune's Ascension, the only surviving painting from the great lost city of Atlantis.
A painting created by the Atlanteans called Neptune's Ascension, aka Neptune ascending to his god status by being given powers by the Atlantean aliens. The story is definitely referencing this. There are too many connections for this to be a coincidence. So even though it's being told by SpongeBob and details like the aliens' appearance are wrong, the story itself is probably based on truth. And there's also a lot of evidence to support the idea that Neptune was abandoned as a baby. In Clash of Triton, Neptune is watching a soap opera in his bedroom and gets upset when his wife turns it off.
Oh, Neptune, surely this isn't the behavior befitting a king.
Dude, listen. Hear me out. Okay? Hear me out. Hear me out. You know what I'm saying. You get me. You get me. Come on now. I'm not the only one. I am not the only one. Alright? Don't lie. Do not lie to me. I am not the only one thinking the same thing right now. Don't lie to me.
Doing
You know what I mean. You know what I mean.
nothing but watching daytime
Stop it.
television.
Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. You would.
biological parents.
In the soap opera, Rochelle was just about to meet her biological parents. Maybe the real reason why Neptune's so invested in the soap opera is because he's never met his biological parents either. There's even tissues on the table next to him as if he's been crying.
Maybe he's using... For what? I didn't get to read that fast enough, and now I'm
biological parents
horrified.
either. There's even tissues on the table next to him as
For something else. Why would he need that? She's right there, in the room with him.
because he's never met his biological parents.
They're royalty. Do you think they're using tissues afterwards, dude? They're not peasants. They've got fancy European imported silk towels, dude, that they're fucking cleaning up with. Stop it. You fucking freaks.
Either. There's even tissues on the table next to him as if he's been crying. So I was watching a new season 14 episode and we briefly see
you dirty freak, dude.
Crying. So I was watching a new season 14 episode and we briefly see this random lady living alone in a rundown cabin in the woods. And I think she might actually be Neptune's mom. Obviously she's not a royal.
Huh? Okay, I see it. I see it.
Mermaid, like, from the story, but we don't know how much we can trust the visuals of that story. She's got the same skin and hair color, but the main thing that caught my eye was this photo.
Oh my god, it's Neptune!
Of Neptune on her wall. I don't know, obviously there's not really much evidence here. I just thought it was kind of interesting.
What's that say?
On her wall. I don't know, obviously there's not really much evidence here. I just thought it was kind of interesting and might be worth bringing up.
And sad and alone.
Obviously there's not really much
evidence
here.
That.
I just thought it was kind of interesting.
Not me. Living with regrets after seeing her abandoned son become king of the sea? Just some random speculation. I mean, but she looks like she's got it going on there. You know what I mean? Like they got some money on the left. You know what I mean? Like, that ain't Victoria's Secret, honey. That is Chanel. Absolutely. Absolutely. Cartier on the wrist, dude. She ain't no slacker.
And might be worth bringing up. And the idea that Neptune was abandoned as a baby works perfectly with the mythology in the show. Neptune is the Roman god of the sea, but he is the only reference to Roman mythology in the show. Everything else we see is from Greek mythology. In the episode Trident Trouble, we see a Greek chorus.
Behold, we're the Greek chorus. We narrate this epic tale.
Neptune once mentioned Zeus, the Greek god of thunder.
So I say, look, Zeus, either you come up with more money, or Neptune walks.
He also mentions Apollo, the Greek god of the sun.
Now behold, my beloved home of Atlantis. A prize worthy of Apollo.
I guess Apollo is both a Roman and a Greek god. Sorry about that, Apollo fans. That's my bad. Even in the city of Atlantis where Neptune...
I know they were mad at you. Oh, I know they were furious, dude. Dude, they take that seriously. The Greek mythology, the myth people, they take that seriously, dude. Very seriously, dude. You know what I mean? They've read Percy Jackson many times, dude. They don't fucking play.
There's a building named the Poseidon, clearly named after Poseidon. So Neptune is clearly the outsider here, which is why he was abandoned as a baby. But if the sea is actually ruled by Greek mythology, then Poseidon should be the true heir to the throne. Why is Neptune the king in the show? Because after Neptune was given his god powers by aliens, he returned to Atlantis and stole the throne from Poseidon. This would explain why there's so much confusion over who the real king is.
Neptune stirred up quite a gale tonight.
Everyone knows Poseidon is ruler of the undersea.
Legally, Poseidon should be the king, but Neptune took him by force.
I mean, here's the deal, though. If you're the king, right? That's kind of how it goes. That's kind of, if somebody challenges you to the throne and you lose, then you're out, Buster. Sorry, buddy. You should have won. That's just how it goes, dude. I don't make the rules. That's just how it is.
That's not all he took from Poseidon. Neptune's wife, Queen Amphitrite, is the goddess of the sea. The Greek goddess of the sea, aka the wife of Poseidon. God damn, Neptune stole his wife and his throne. That is cold. God damn, Neptune stole his wife and his throne.
Just like me.
It's Mr. Stereo Girl!
No.
Greek goddess of the sea, aka...
Dude, I love Internet City, bro. Shout out Internet City.
Cold. God damn, Neptune stole his wife and his throne.
It's Mr. Stereo Girl!
No.
Greek goddess of the sea, aka the wife of Poseidon.
No!
Damn. Okay, gonna interrupt here. So, some people have pointed out that the show's King Neptune is referred to as Neptune the 14th in Season 4's Krusty Towers.
This room is hideous. Redesign it. Neptune the 14th will be nice.
What?
And yeah, that does kind of feel like it contradicts my theory a bit, but I don't know, I still think it could work. Like, he could be from a long line of Neptunes, but also could have been abandoned by his mother for whatever reason. The two aren't mutually exclusive. Maybe his Roman parents were...
Maybe he was like... the dud.
His mother for whatever...
You know what I mean? Right? Like, right? It's like, right? It's like the royal, you know what I mean? It's like the royal family. You know what I mean? Right? It's like Diana was clearly the best one of the group, right? But she was outcast because she wasn't with the rest of them, you know what I'm saying? She was just that bitch, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? And that was as Neptune the 14th, you know? Maybe he was just like banished because he wasn't like them or with, you know what I mean?
Whatever
You know what I
reason,
mean?
the two.
I'm sitting here, racking my brain, critically thinking, breaking down lore of SpongeBob SquarePants right now at the good ripe old age of pushing 40, dude.
Aren't mutually exclusive.
Look at what
Maybe
I'm
his
doing.
Roman parents were trying to protect him somehow from the Greek gods in charge of the sea. I don't know. This theory is already full of enough random speculation. I don't really want to add anymore. And eventually, everyone did recognize Neptune as the rightful king. The pink fish who seemed adamant about Poseidon being the king completely changes her mind one season later in Clash of Triton.
Oh, wait a minute. King Neptune is coming here? Oh, I'm a huge fan of the royal family. I just love everything they do.
And that is the real story
There's
of
people
King
like that in real life too, dude. That's the crazy part.
Neptune. The reason why Poseidon is
That
king
is
in
the
the third
crazy
movie
part.
is probably because in that timeline, Neptune was never given his god powers, so he never stole the throne from Poseidon. Although, seeing as how Poseidon turned Atlantis into a big casino cash grab city, maybe it's a good thing Neptune took over.
The lost city of Atlantic City.
And that is the Neptune theory. That was a tough one, but we are finally done. See you next time, guys. Wait, why is Poseidon City called the Lost City of Atlantic City?
The lost city of Atlantic City.
I mean, the Atlantic City Park makes sense. That's a reference to the real-life Atlantic City, but why is it called the Lost City? There is nothing lost about the city. It seems like everyone's easily able to find it. The only
I love how even in
There is
Bikini
no-
Bottom, you can bet on finding some sad, poor old lady just sitting at the slot machine, just spinning it all away, dude.
Nothing lost about the city. It seems like everyone's easily able to find it.
The
The only other
cultures
reference to a
transcend
lost city of
universes,
Atlantis
dude. It's
is the
amazing.
one with the aliens that gave Neptune his powers. Nope, I don't care. I'm done with this theory. I don't need to answer every single little question. I am 100% done.
By this point, I've done the same fake out ending so many times that it shouldn't be a surprise.
Fine, okay? One more quick part just to tie up all the loose ends, and then I am done. Alright, here we go. So we know before the Atlantean aliens mysteriously disappeared, they shared their technology with the creatures of the sea. I think the self-proclaimed gods of the sea got their technology, like tridents and their other weapons, from the Atlantean aliens. In fact, the Atlantean guards even use golden tridents as their weapons. That's why the gods named their city Atlantis, to pay tribute to the Atlanteans that gave them their technology. But all of that changed when Poseidon became king of the sea. He betrayed the Atlanteans and used their own weapons against them to conquer their home and turn it into a casino city. That's why Poseidon City is called the Lost City, even though it's not lost. It's referencing
right
the
there.
Atlantean city that was
It's
conquered by
right
Poseidon.
fucking
And the
there.
reason why the Atlanteans gave god powers to some random
So
abandoned baby.
is that Vegas? Right? Everybody talks about the lost city of Atlantis is somewhere underwater, dude. It's just in Vegas. It's just been Vegas the whole time, dude. Caesar's fucking palace.
In the main timeline was so that Neptune could take the throne from Poseidon and prevent him from conquering the alien city.
It's possible that they gave Neptune powers after Poseidon stole the city, but there is evidence that the Atlanteans have the ability to see the future. In Atlantis Square Pantis, the Atlanteans already had custom-fitted chairs for each of the characters by the time they arrived, almost like they somehow knew who would be coming. It's possible Atlanteans used their advanced technology to see the future. Maybe they were even responsible for creating the timeline split by traveling back in time to give Neptune powers. Obviously, this is all confidential speculation. I think you're pausing to read back crazy ramblings.
And the reason why the Atlantean city mysteriously
You
disappeared.
know, dude, listen, I am not a reader. I'll be honest with you. I do not read. Okay, you will not catch me sitting reading a book. Sorry, not happening. But you will catch me sitting reading the crazy ramblings of Alex Bale during a 4.5-hour long theory compilation video.
Momentum
That's
of
what you will
conquering the
find me
alien
doing.
city. And the reason why the
Absolutely.
Atlantean city mysteriously disappeared was because they hid it so no one could ever try and conquer them again. And that is the Neptune theory. I am done.
Bang! Bang! Dude, this one was cool. I liked it. It was kind of mid. It's a little bit aight there, you know what I mean? I don't know, man. I don't know, dude. It's just fun looking back, reminiscing on the good old days. You know what I'm saying? I know what you're thinking. You don't have to say it. I'll just say it for you. How many hairstyles is it gonna take Chris to get through this damn video? Who cares, dude? Who cares? You're gonna sit here and you're gonna watch this entire video and you're gonna enjoy it, dude, whether you like it or not.
That's right. You read the title correctly. This is the...
Dude, he scared the shit out of me. I wasn't ready.
That's right. You read the title correctly. This is the Goofy Goober alien death cult theory. And no, I am not joking. This seemingly innocent...
This is a Chris Wilson viewer theory, because you're all a bunch of goofy goobers.
ice cream parlor is a front for something very
goobers.
sinister.
It's not... See? You distracted me. You've distracted me. I missed the text.
Seemingly innocent ice cream parlor is a front for something...
It's no coincidence that this is the theory I chose to be sponsored by Happy Meat Farms.
Very sinister. The beloved Spongebob movie actually has a much darker and tragic meaning to it. I am being 100...
Side note, this reminds me. Side note, what's the deal with Dennis? What's the deal with Dennis? We only seen him once. We seen him a single time, dude. What's up with Dennis? I fuck with Dennis, dude. Dennis is gang. Do we see Dennis again? Like, when's the next time we see Dennis?
Actually has a much darker and tragic meaning to it. I am being 100% serious when I tell you that I think this is my best, most convincing theory yet. And if you thought my evolution theory was dark, well, get ready. This is the Goofy Goober.
The demonic choir in the background just really sets the mood, dude.
Alien death cult theory.
Get your juices flowing, you know? You
Oh
get ready.
boy, Alex has finally lost his mind. Goofy Goober alien death cult theory? What, did he make that in a random word generator? Some people have already found this, but I hit a bunch of teasers for future theories in this random word generator. We got Robot Apocalypse, Ghost Pirate, and even Meet Muse Spore for when the series just became full films. Just a fun way to foreshadow things.
Oh, nice.
Huh, I wonder if there's any teasers for future projects hidden in this video.
Oh my god, be on the lookout, dude. We gonna find it, dude. Dude, I don't care if I have to watch this video 7 times. The whole, and not just this one, the whole thing. I will rewatch all 4 hours of this if I have to, 7 times until I find it. Okay?
Goofy Goobers is an old-fashioned ice cream parlor that first appeared in the Spongebob movie. It's the very definition of a fun, innocent place for children. So, how on earth did I come to the conclusion that it's actually an alien death cult? In fact...
Oh my god, what'd I miss? What'd I miss? I was
How on
scratching
earth
my
did I
weed,
come to the
dude.
conclusion
What'd I
that
miss?
it's actually an alien...
So, the theory is, basically... Dude, I can't read it. I can't read it with the
place for
title,
children.
dude. I can't
So,
read it.
how on earth did I come to the conclusion that it's actually an alien death cult?
About
In
the
fact,
alien part than the death part, Goofy Goober alien death cult theory sounds better than Goofy Goober alien cult theory. Yeah, he's got a point there. You know, the death in there is just a little, you know what I'm saying? You know how you sprinkle parsley on top? Does absolutely nothing but make it a little bit more spectacular, you know? That's what the death does. Do you know what I'm saying? holds a lot of weight, dude. Carrying
What
a lot of
even
weight
is an
there.
alien death cult? Usually, it's a religious group that wants you to believe that one day aliens will come to Earth and take the members of the cult to a better place. And in order to get there, they have to commit mass suicide. The most infamous example of this being Heaven's Gate. Like I said, this is going to be a very dark video with some serious subject matter. So, how does this have anything to do with Goofy Goobers?
It's gonna be my fate here soon, dude, with the trajectory this Nugget season is going.
In the more recent seasons of SpongeBob, they've started referencing Goofy Goobers again. In fact, there's even an episode called The Goofy Newbie where Patrick gets a job there. And it's in this episode when Patrick is watching an employee training video that I first realized there was something more going on here.
The story of our ice cream begins with our founder, Reginald Goober, who for some unexplained reason was nicknamed Goofy. In 1842,
No
he headed
idea why,
west in
dude.
a covered ice cream
Dude,
wagon.
his last name being Goober is like one of those things where it's like you can't get more perfect of a last name, right? Like you look at this guy and his name is absolutely Goober. You know what I mean? Right? Or like Usain Bolt. Dude's last name is Bolt and he fast as hell, dude. You know what I'm saying? Or like Yves Saint Laurent, you know? That name's got so much sauce to it, and have you seen the guy? He's got so much sauce, dude. You know what I'm saying? Chris Wilson, just hearing it strikes fear and terror into your hearts. Knowing what is coming around the corner is nothing but pure darkness. And look at me. The physical embodiment of pure evil, dude. This is what I'm talking about.
He served his warm ice cream on rocks and sticks. From those humble beginnings, Goofy Goober has grown into a multi-billion-dollar business.
You know, it's a pretty standard company video. They just want their employees to wash their hands and keep their work area clean.
We only ask that you...
So does this imply that there's Goofy Goobers everywhere? Because if they're a multi-billion-dollar company, right? You don't become multi-billion dollars off of one building, dude. Do you think Chuck E. Cheese just would have got big off of one Chuck? Off of one cheese? No, they needed many cheeses. You know what I'm saying? And Goofy Goobers, they need many Goobers, dude. This implies that Goofy Goober's a chain, dude. It's the damn McDonald's.
Practice good hygiene. 2, maintain good work habits.
Nothing out of the ordinary, except there's one more thing that they want you to do.
And 3, believe in extraterrestrials.
Naturally.
Peace, hugs, and ice cream!
Huh. An organization that wants you to believe in aliens. That couldn't be a Heaven's Gate reference in SpongeBob, could it? No, that's crazy. And even if it was, it could just be a random throwaway.
You know what's funny about aliens? It's always the assumption that they're more advanced than what they're alienating. You know what I mean? Like when any movie or TV show ever happens, right? The aliens are for some reason more advanced and like smarter than us, dude, and their technology is better. Like they come down and they've got crazy like photon beams that vaporize you in an instant. And we could have never thought of that, dude. We're dumb as hell. You know what I mean? The assumption that aliens are smart. What if they're not, dude? What if they're just a bunch of Goofy Goobers running around on planet whatever? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And then they come here, and they're like, they have absolutely no way how to like, they're like so far behind the rest of. I think this is how we get politicians, right? There's like so far behind normal humans, right? Why do we just assume they're always just better than us? You know what I'm saying?
There's no, that's crazy. And even if it was, it could just be a random throwaway gag. There's no way Goofy Goobers is actually a cult. Right?
Absolutely not.
But then I started to rewatch every appearance of Goofy Goobers, and things took on a whole new meaning. One of the most basic ideas of a cult is that they strip you of your individuality and make you change your entire basic ideas of.
Is this a cult or is this just Rolling Loud? This picture is absolutely hilarious, dude. This is just people turning up to Sabrina Carpenter. You know what I mean? Everybody's just getting lit for, what's her name? The HOT girl, dude. Everybody's just turning it up, shaking ass for her, dude.
Of a cult.
Look, they're doing that. They're doing the HOTT. That's what they're doing, dude.
They strip you of your individuality and make you change your entire identity to be about the cult. And that's exactly what Goofy Goober...
SpongeBob losing his identity and being pressured into becoming someone else is a big intentional parallel to my character becoming to SpongeBob guy.
Does. Everyone there wears Goofy Goober uniforms just like a cult. I mean, what other restaurant has not just employees, but customers that always dress up in a specific way? And their theme song that is constantly repeated and reinforced is just the simple line, I'm a Goofy.
Dude, Burger King. Now that I think about it, Burger King. Think about it. They put them crowns on any kid's head that they possibly can. What if they're trying to do the same? You know, think about it. You know what they did in this very same movie? You know what Plankton did in this very same movie? He put the bucket on the head and turned them into mindless zombies, dude. What if that's Burger King's agenda all along? They're not here to make delicious flame-grilled Whoppers for the whole family. No. They're here to enslave and revolt.
Goober, yeah. You're a Goofy Goober, yeah. We're all Goofy Goobers, yeah.
I'm a Goofy Goober, you're a Goofy Goober, we're
all
all Goofy
Goofy
Goobers.
Goobers.
It is literally just a song saying that your whole identity is based around Goofy Goobers, and that's it. And in the Spongebob movie, there's a scene where Spongebob and Patrick have to try their best to not sing along to the theme song, and it literally causes them intense pain to not sing along.
Don't sing along, Patrick!
I'm trying so hard.
It's as if they've been brainwashed and physically can't stop themselves from singing it. And you can't even just chalk this up to SpongeBob and Patrick being weirdos. Two other fish can't stop themselves from singing along, even though it means they'll get beat up for it.
Goofy, Goofy, Goober, Goobers, yeah!
And just like how many cults have an icon or god that they worship, Goofy Goobers has the dancing peanut mascot that's all over the restaurant's branding. I mean, just look at how excited all the kids are when he comes out.
This movie will never not be great, by the way. Top 10 all time.
Goofy Goober!
All time.
Alright, but just because kids like a mascot doesn't mean that they have some kind of religious worship for them. Well, if you don't believe me, take it from SpongeBob himself.
Kids never religiously worship a fictional character ever,
We
right?
blow bubbles,
Doesn't
we
happen.
eat ice cream, we worship a dancing peanut for corn's sake.
We do not worship him.
Patrick, you've been wearing the same Goofy Goober peanut party underpants for 3 years straight. What do you call that?
Worship?
Do they make those? For real? For a friend, of course. Not for me, dude. Christmas is around the corner, dude. I gotta get some gifts for the fam, you know what I'm saying? I think this would go crazy. You know what I'm saying? I think Uncle Bob would really like those, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, yo! That's a bit damaging.
In the SpongeBob movie video game, there's even a Goofy Goober token that reads, "In Goofy we trust," replacing the word God with Goofy. Things are looking awfully culty, aren't they? Cults will also often create reading material about their beliefs for their followers to read, and Goofy Goobers is no exception.
I think I've said this. I think I said this the last time when we watched this video, but the whole concept of cults just blows my mind. It just blows my mind. Like, it's just a guy. It's just some guy. And he looks you in the eye and he goes, by the way, I was sent here by God himself to spread his word or whatever, some shit. And then some lady's like, you know what? You might be right. And then, boom, now she's in the fucking cult, dude. She's like drinking cow blood or some shit. Like, what the hell? Churning butter in the woods, dude, like an Amish. Like, how does that happen? And they do it for a lot of people. Like, they have whole cults. They have whole groups of people that they somehow convince. And they just, like, are on the side of the road babbling. And then people are like, this guy's cooking. This guy is spitting. And they just, like, abandon their families. Like, dude, you want to talk about having some sauce for a second, dude. You want to talk about aura? That's aura, dude. The wrong kind. But, dude,
to this. In the new Spongebob spin-off, The Patrick Star Show, we see a Goofy Goober employee reading some kind of book about ice cream. And look at him, he's not busy working, he's choosing to read this in his downtime. I mean, compare him to Squidward, who sometimes reads in his downtime at work. It's not like he's reading about the Krusty Krab. This book looks a lot like it's a doctrine for a cult's beliefs. A major part of how cults get so successful is by getting their followers to give them money. Now, obviously Goofy Goobers charges people for ice cream, but they actually convince their followers to trade their money for a made-up Goofy Goober currency.
I don't know what Plankton's paying you, but if you let us go, I can make it worth your while.
What is this?
Dude! It's fucking Dennis!
There is $5
Let's
Goober
fucking
dollars.
go!
Legal tender
Dude,
is 8.
the belt buckle goes crazy. With the shoulder pad, dude. The steel shoulder pad. You want to talk about drip. You want to talk about drip? And he had the bandana. Dude, stop it. Stop it.
Participating Goofy Goober.
This would explain how the Goofy Goober founder, an idiot who sold...
Any participating Goofy Goober.
This would
is that a lot of evidence exists in real-life non-cult businesses, like how Chuck E. Cheese has mascots that kids love or absolutely despise with a fiery, burning passion until they are pushed into the pits of hell, or how you can exchange money at Dave & Buster's for custom currency. But my point isn't that any of the... You know, that's a good point. Because why don't they just charge for the games, dude? Like, why can't I just pay, like, 5 cents for the game? I don't want to buy 75 tokens, dude. I gotta spend all the tokens, dude. I'm not doing that. The hell? Any of these one pieces of evidence prove that GG's a cult? It's that when they're all put together, they paint a pretty suspicious picture. Plus, they're all more extreme than their real-life examples. Clearly, SpongeBob has exchanged all of his money for GG dollars, which isn't normal.
Explain how the Goofy Goober founder...
Dude, they're doing that on FanDuel these days. They're doing on FanDuel. People are exchanging all of their funds for fucking FanDuel points.
Idiot who sold ice cream on rocks and sticks turned the company into a multi-billion-dollar franchise. He convinced people to believe that aliens would one day take them to a better place and got them to give him all their money. Another tactic that cults use to indoctrinate people is overloading them with compliments and making them feel special, and that's exactly what Goofy Goobers does to Patrick when he gets a job there. The training video says that they appreciate him.
Hello and welcome. As a new Goofy Goober employee, we'd like you to know that we appreciate you.
And then his manager says the exact same thing.
I'm your manager, and I want you to know that I appreciate you.
And then despite Patrick messing up and causing chaos, the manager says it once again.
I'll give you another chance tomorrow. If it doesn't work out, I'm afraid...
Dude, you know who else is suspiciously nice like this? Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A, and they're religious, dude. Now if we really want to get into it, the closest thing to a modern day cult is just Chick-fil-A. With just this deductive reasoning. Think about that.
In a most appreciative way.
There is no reason for the manager to be this appreciative of Patrick after all the terrible work he's done. He's just trying to emotionally manipulate him. The tactic is especially effective on vulnerable people like children, and we see this in the Patrick Star Show. Not only did Patrick start eating Goofy Goober ice cream when he was young, and eventually ended up working there and worshiping their god, but this green kid also grew up to become an employee at Goofy Goobers. There's a clear pattern here. Kids who eat the ice cream all eventually join the cult.
Yes, That's not the same person, bro. The teeth are different. He got more teeth. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. That's a stretch.
All right, yeah, I agree they look different, but this isn't even like a theory. This scene is literally a flashback from the Peanut Guy's perspective. The show is directly telling us that they're the same person. They are specifically targeting children for indoctrination, but their manipulation goes far beyond just psychological tactics. Trust me, we've just scratched the surface of how far Goofy Goobers...
But wouldn't this mean that these are the equivalent of, like, Disney kids? Y'all ever met those? Like, the kids that love Disney so much, and then they grow up, become teenagers, and they love Disney even more. And then they, like, go off to work for Disney specifically. It's like those people, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, they've just been so incredibly obsessed this whole time that they've got to do it. They got to be in it.
Psychological tactics.
no
Trust
other
me,
way.
we've just scratched the surface of how far Goofy Goobers will go to brainwash its members. Things are about to get darker.
Hold on, this is kind of getting weird. I'm getting goosebumps. Yo, this is weird! This is weird!
This is referencing both the cult drink the Kool-Aid expression, but also don't feed the muse. This was foreshadowing what Alex was doing with the cat in the original... Did you turn the cat into ice cream? Oh my gosh! It's like a Ben & Jerry's flavor,
There's
dude.
a part in the SpongeBob movie where SpongeBob and Patrick go to Goofy Goobers and eat tons of ice cream all night to the point where they become completely drunk off of it. It's a really funny scene, but it begs the question, why does the ice cream get them drunk? Maybe that's just how ice cream works in the SpongeBob universe, and it's the show's way of making a family-friendly alcohol reference. But we've seen other instances where characters eat tons of ice cream and it doesn't have this effect on them. Alright, well, maybe this was just a one-time gag for the movie, and it's not a consistent part of the continuity. But in the Season 11 episode, Call the Cops, we get this scene.
He just got hit
One
with
too
DUI.
many Goofy Goobers again, eh, Patrick?
So, another deliberate reference to Goofy Goober ice cream having a weird alcoholic...
So is the Goofy Goober, like, playhouse? That's not Chuck E. Cheese. That's not Chuck E. Cheese, that's the bar, dude. Those kids are not eating ice cream sundaes, dude. Those kids are taking shots of Jack Daniels and lemon drops. Oh my god, dude. That is insane.
Effect on people.
That is
it possible
absolutely
that they
insane.
put something in the ice cream to make people more
Could you
open to
imagine
cult
little Timmy?
indoctrination?
Let me get a scotch on the rocks.
Been known to use drugs to keep their followers obedient and suggestible. One of the most infamous examples of this being Charles Manson, who used LSD to convince his followers of his beliefs. If this is the case with Goofy Goobers, they'd probably want to make sure everyone there eats as much ice cream as possible, and the Goofy Goober building is actually cleverly designed in a way to ensure that this happens.
This is like Vegas. This is like, you know how Vegas, they like made it to so where you like can't leave? You know what I'm saying? Right? They like make it so like you can't see outside or some shit. I've never been to Vegas, by the way. Don't get any wrong ideas on what I do in my free time. Okay. Anyways, I've never been to Vegas, but I know what happens in Vegas. It stays in Vegas, but I know what happens in Vegas. Dude, I know they like, you can't like see the windows when you're like at the casino and you like don't know what fucking time it is and how long you've been there, and they just throw as many free drinks at you as possible. You're just hammered, blowing it all at the roulette table, dude.
There
That's
are
what
no
Goofy
windows
Goober's
in the
doing, dude.
entire building, so you can't tell whether it's day or night. And the Goofy Goober clock just has random numbers on it, so it's
The
impossible
clock's hat is the same as Goofy Goober's. It's like he's always watching.
to keep track of time. Because of this, SpongeBob eats ice cream all night and is actually late for work for the very first time. Also, can I point out the fact that the eyes on the clock seem to follow Patrick around in the Goofy Newbie? It's a really creepy and specific detail to include. I mean, we know from the movie that the eyes are usually supposed to be looking straight ahead, but here they're always watching Patrick, their next target for indoctrination. Now, if the ice cream is what keeps their followers in line, they definitely want to make sure their employees were eating as much as possible. And it turns out Goofy Goobers actually has a policy about this.
Wow, I can't believe Goofy Goober's employees get to eat all the ice cream they want on this job.
The employees get to eat all the ice cream they want. Very interesting. And there's evidence to
Getting high on your own supply, huh?
suggest that the ice cream can do a lot more than just make you suggestible. At the beginning of the Goofy Newbie, Patrick is holding up the line asking for samples of ice cream. The employee he's talking to gets frustrated and calls for security to kick him out.
You sampled every flavor we have. Will you please just pick one?
I would like you to use my spoon!
Security, we have a sample mooch at the counter.
But there's something oddly familiar about this employee.
Is that a real thing? I imagine that's a real thing, right? Like the Costco people, right? They just go to Costco and they make like 7 laps, just rounding up as many samples as they can get and then leave. Is that a thing? Do people go to like Baskin Robbins and they like just sample all the ice cream and they're like, I'm good and dip? That's low key. Think about it. Think about it. If you were to sample all of the flavors at Baskin Robbins, right? Just a little sample spoon, right? I imagine that if you did all 31, it's at least the equivalent of like a whole scoop. Maybe even more, dude, depending on the little sample scoops. So you could low-key, that might be a little cheat code. I might have just exposed the game, dude. There's probably people mad at me, and they like do this all the time. This is like their secret thing that they do, and they're like pissed off that I'm like exposing. Dude, can I do that? Any Baskin Robbins workers, would you allow me to sample all 31 flavors twice?
Hang on a second. Isn't that Patrick's sister? The new spin-off, The Patrick Star Show, is a prequel to the main show that introduces us to Patrick's little sister, Squidina. And here, we see her all grown up, working at Goofy Goobers. She's even credited as Squidina and has the same voice actor.
No, it's not. Look at the head. You're saying the hat. No, the hat. Look at her head. Her head right here is thicker than the hat. You're telling me when she grow, her head not gonna get bigger? BS!
Again, I agree the designs look different, but the show is telling us in the credits that they're supposed to be the same character. This isn't a me problem, this is the show's problem, not mine. Also, this is another theory where I don't really have much new stuff to add, so I'm just gonna respond to this guy's reaction video because I think he's really funny. In the Patrick Star Show, we...
Dude, shout out that guy.
It's gonna respond...
Shout out, what is it? Whack-a-wacka? Waka Flocka? Dude, shout out Waka Flocka.
On to this guy's reaction video because I think he's really funny. In the Patrick Star Show, we actually do see her eating Goofy Goober ice cream as a kid, which fits with the pattern of kids who eat the ice cream eventually getting indoctrinated into the cult. Now, Squidina and Patrick have a very close, loving relationship in the Patrick Star Show, but here, they act like they're total strangers. It's not surprising that Patrick would forget his own sister, but Squidina is always portrayed as being smart. It's almost like she completely forgot about him. One of the biggest tactics that cults use to indoctrinate people is isolating them from their friends and family to make them more vulnerable and dependent on the cult. And that's exactly what we're seeing here with Squidina. She has no memory of her family cult. And that's exactly what we're seeing here.
Look at bro in the back. Dog, look at her. They are so over this. They've been waiting 45 minutes, dude. She just wants Rocky Road. Dude.
Here with Squidina. She has no memory of her family. The ice cream might just be affecting her memory as well.
They got the Super Pops.
The ice cream.
They got the Super Pops and Spongebob, dude. That's hard. That's how you know you're goated. That's when you know you're goated, when you literally transcend realities, dude. People got this in a freezer right now, and here they are in SpongeBob licking it away, dude. That's how you know you are that bitch. And that popsicle is that bitch. Stop it.
Might just be affecting her memory as well. I mean, if she was just meant to be some random reusable character here with no continuity, why would the creators go out of their way to specifically credit her as Squidina, unlike the other random employees who are just credited as employee? Feels like they're deliberately trying to draw attention to it.
Oh, never mind. She has the same name, so I can't debate it. They're the same name.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Never mind. At the end of the Goofy Newbie, Patrick goes crazy and eats a ton of the ice cream, and then the episode ends in a very interesting way.
God damn! Dude, low key, bro. We're all thinking the same thing about Patrick, right?
And then
look at the skill that takes. Look at the some people train their whole lives just to get this talented at sucking. Dude, Patrick's just a natural.
The episode ends in
some of you bitches could never.
Very interesting way.
Peace, hugs, and ice cream!
Now, I don't think Patrick was actually abducted by aliens. I mean, we see him on Earth in the very next episode, and the UFO has the same fake look as the one in the training video. I think that because of all the ice cream he ate, he now fully accepts the Goofy Goober's beliefs, and it's caused him to hallucinate
He
the
also
UFO.
gets, what about brain freeze?
He now fully accepts the Goofy Goober's beliefs, and it's caused him to
He also
hallucinate.
gets brain freeze that causes the entire Earth to freeze for 5 billion years. That's hard, dude. What the hell?
Hallucinate the UFO.
5
so at
billion
this point, I'd say
years.
we can make a very strong case for Goofy Goobers being a cult, but with this realization comes a very dark and tragic new meaning for the SpongeBob movie. Believe me, you will never look at that movie the same way again. The 2004 SpongeBob movie is my favorite thing to come out of the franchise. It's funny, it's emotional, and it encapsulates everything great about SpongeBob. In this movie, SpongeBob goes on a journey of self-discovery and realizes that he doesn't need to change who he is and grow up to fit into society. He just has to embrace his inner kid and be himself. It's a great message that feels really fitting for the character.
Right.
But if you replace
Love
the
to
word
spread peace
kid
and joy.
with Goofy Goober, SpongeBob's arc takes on a whole new meaning. It's not about SpongeBob embracing being himself. It's about SpongeBob fully accepting the indoctrination and beliefs of the Goofy Goober cult. The movie starts with SpongeBob not getting
Dude,
promoted.
they like sing the song when they're half dead, and it like channels the energy of the Goofy Goober, and they turn Super Saiyan.
Promoted to manager of the new Krusty Krab, a job that he desperately wanted and believed that he would get. When he finds out that Squidward got chosen instead of him, it completely destroys him. Cults will target vulnerable people who are at extremely low points, and the first place that SpongeBob goes to after having his heart broken is Goofy Goober's. After a night of getting drunk off of ice cream, he becomes resentful of Mr. Krabs and decides to tell him off.
By the way, I'm not sure if this is an unpopular opinion or not, but Squidward would have absolutely ran Krusty Krab 2 into the ground, dude. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? The laziest, least caring person in the entire establishment you think is gonna run a profitable franchise? No. Stop it. Stop it.
That manager's job! But you didn't give it to me, because you say I'm a kid! Well, I am 100% man! And this man has got something to say to you!
Fucking loser.
In fact, if King Neptune didn't interrupt and try to kill Mr. Krabs, SpongeBob probably would have quit and been fully able to join the cult. SpongeBob and Patrick go on a quest to retrieve Neptune's crown, and it's almost like every obstacle they face along the way is specifically designed to make SpongeBob and Patrick realize the dark truth about Goofy Goobers, but they fail to do so at every turn. So, they first stop at this tough guy bar that's full of men who beat up anyone that isn't manly enough.
The Thug
So,
Tug. The Thug Tug. That sounds like some new brain rot Gen Z TikTok slang, dude. That the fucking gooners would spam under like weird TikTok videos. And they're like, yeah, dude, I'm about to go hit me a thug tug. Anybody want to join me? Any other homies want to hit a quick thug tug? Dude, stop. Stop, dude. We're not making this a thing. We are not making thug. Nobody's thug tugging, dude. Stop it. No.
First stop at this tough guy
No
bar that's
thug
full of
tugs
men who beat up
around
anyone
here.
that isn't manly enough.
And he's eating nails.
But I think there's actually a lot more going.
Is that the guy that sings, you know, Triple H? For all you wrestling nerds, right? You know the song. You know the song. Is that the guy? Listen. You're telling me that's not the Triple H song guy? Stop, dude.
But I think there's actually a lot more going on here than it seems. This place actually has an insane amount of similarities to the Goofy Goober ice cream parlor. They're both shaped like boats, they both have bikes out front and a bar inside, and they both have two-word titles that start with the same letter, Goofy Goobers and Thug Tug. Is it possible that this place is actually a former Goofy Goobers establishment that was abandoned? I mean, they
And
literally
turned into a nasty, weird biker dive bar. For some reason, they have T-Bone Tuesdays at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Because for some reason, there are people at bars at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on a Tuesday.
have the Goofy Goober theme song on hand.
Wild, by the way. If you are one of those people, stay away from me. Stay away from me, dude.
It's the Goofy Goober theme song.
And they claim that no kids are allowed here, yet we see some old kid-sized handprints in the bathroom.
How the fuck you know those are kid-sized handprints? It could just be a different breed of fish.
You know what? I actually agree with you on this one, man. The handprints definitely were a stretch. I'm better than that. That's my bad. If this really is a former Goofy Goobers, then these guys would probably know the truth about the cult, which would explain why they're so against having anyone who's not manly in the bar. It's not because they hate kids, it's because they're trying to keep out a dangerous cult. If Spongebob and Patrick just stuck around a little longer, maybe they would have learned this too, but they quickly sneak out and even make fun of the tough guys at the bar.
Come on, Pat, one more time.
Those fucking nerds.
We're all the baby.
Those non-goobers.
We don't know how
Could you
to
imagine not being a fucking goober?
Clearly, they didn't get the
Dude,
lesson.
shout out all my goobers. Shout out all my fucking goobers, dude.
They were supposed to from this
On the
place.
set.
Then they go through a
And
fish
that's on Goofy.
graveyard and stop at a random ice cream stand, but it turns out it was actually a trap for a monster to lure unsuspecting victims.
And every single one of them is shaped like Smitty, Werbin, Jaegerman, Jensen. Every single one of them.
Patrick, let's...
That's why he's the GOAT.
An ice cream store that's a facade for something darker that lures people in and keeps them trapped. It's like the ocean is literally screaming the truth to SpongeBob and Patrick, but they just aren't getting it. But then they reach an obstacle that's just too great for them to pass, and it makes them reevaluate some things about themselves.
We're not kids.
Open your eyes, Patrick! We worship a dancing peanut for corn's sake! You've been wearing the same Goofy Goober peanut party underpants for 3 years straight.
Oh, you're right, SpongeBob.
It isn't until Mindy helps them realize that they're more than just Goofy Goober kids that they can continue on their journey. They sing an entire song about how they believe in themselves now, and Patrick even says this.
Now that we're men.
I changed my underwear.
They have finally broken free from the cult's indoctrination, but unfortunately, it doesn't last very long. They're stopped by a hitman Plankton hired to take them out, and he completely destroys all the progress they've made to...
Dude, he got the knife on the chain? Stop, dude. You want to talk about drip? The Michael Jackson glove on the right? Stop, dude. Stop, bro.
Grow his characters.
Stop, bro.
Step aside and you won't have to feel the awesome wrath of our mustaches.
These.
They were fake?
Of course they were fake.
They end up getting abducted by a scuba diver who, to them, is a terrifying alien from another world, which is an interesting parallel to Reginald Goober being taken by aliens. They're taken to Shell City in a room full of dead fish, a place eerily similar to a death cult after a mass suicide. While SpongeBob and Patrick are being dried to death, they decide to fully embrace the Goofy Goober's beliefs and spend their last moments alive singing the Goofy Goober theme song.
I'm a Goofy Goober, yeah. You're a Goofy Goober, yeah. Goofy, Goofy.
One of my earliest memories of feeling despair, by the way.
But then, just like death cults always promise, they and everyone in the room are reborn when the sprinkler system turns on.
This shit is dark as hell. He is not lying.
They're literally dying for this fucking cause. Oh my god. No. No, it's getting too much. No. No.
Hey,
That's
wait a second. I
fucking
thought you said the
hilarious.
whole SpongeBob movie was fake.
Oh
and I
god, dude, here comes the damn comment geniuses.
Hey, wait.
The brainiac Einstein scientist galore who know what the fuck they're talking
Wait a
about,
second.
right?
I thought you
Here they fucking come, dude. But this wouldn't work because King Neptune's theory, because in the one you say, nobody's reading that shit, you're wrong. Fuck you.
said the whole SpongeBob movie was fake, and I thought you said Shell City was actually full of victims from the Human War. I'll get back to this in the mini theory, but it makes sense, trust me. Then we get to the climactic finale of the movie. SpongeBob returns to the Krusty Krab, now a changed man. He has to battle Plankton and his army of mind-controlled slaves, and this is how the final confrontation plays out.
And if I've learned anything during that time, it's that you are who you are. So yeah, I'm a kid, and I'm also a goofball, and a wingnut, and a knucklehead McSpagatron!
Still a top 10 insult, by the way. I still sling that like it's a slur to this day, dude. Are you kidding me? Do you not understand the power that holds, dude? You look somebody dead in the face and go, "Shut up, you knucklehead McSpagatron." Gasp, dude. You might as well call me the hard R, bro. Hard. Goes crazy.
But most of all, I'm...
Hey, settle down. Take it easy. What the scallop? I'm a Goofy Goober!
I'm a Goofy Goober. On first watch,
it's
this is
Super
such a
Saiyan,
satisfying
bro.
and cathartic moment for SpongeBob. But in reality, this is the moment that he has gone past the point of no return and becomes a Goofy Goober. Now, this is normally when I pretend like the video was over and then surprise you with a last-minute twist, but I don't need to pretend this time. If you think this entire video has been insane rambling and none of this could possibly be intentional, well then just for you,
just
I
wait.
have saved my best piece of evidence for last. Are you ready?
Oh,
While
I'm ready.
SpongeBob sings the Goofy Goober song, we cut to him standing on the world and getting abducted by a UFO. And even the UFO's lights make a pattern of red, yellow, red, which is eerily similar to the Goofy Goober UFO that has two red cherries with a yellow banana in the middle. And that is the
banana
Goofy Goober
split, dude.
alien death cult
Okay, so I'll admit the colors
theory.
matching something.
in the middle. And that is the Goofy
The colors
Goober
matching
alien.
isn't that impressive, but I still think SpongeBob being abducted by the alien at the end, he finally fully accepts being a Goofy Goober, is a really interesting and strong connection.
Death cult theory.
I don't even know what to say. We lost him. We lost Patch. We lost him and Patrick. They're done, bro.
Dude, it's beautiful watching these reactions, dude. I love it. I love every single one of these, dude, because I know that my pain has been shared. My torment is not alone, dude. I am not alone, dude. There are other people out here that were wincing in pain at the sight of what was being shown upon us, dude. I'm telling you, dude.
We lost him. We lost Patch. We lost him and Patrick. They're done, bro. It's over.
Yup, they got him. They got him. Patrick, they got you, gang.
I'm crying. I shed a real tear.
Dude, this is what I'm talking about.
I shed a real tear.
Nothing but pure, raw emotions.
Becomes a Goofy Goober. Now, this is when I pretend like the video was over.
That's a nice... Hold on. That is a nice floor, dude. What the? Wait a minute. There's a lot going on in this 3.5 second clip, dude. First of all, this is a nice-ass living room. Second of all, why do you have the Ouija board next to the Freddy head? That sounds like a disaster waiting to happen to me, dude. And why do you just have a Ouija board? I'm not even kidding. That is a nice floor, dude. You are doing very well.
I do believe it. I mean, I think it's passable. It's definitely passable. I'm not mad at it. It's not a bad theory. I mean, it goes pretty well.
Thank you, Wacka, and thank you
Why do you have... Is that there all the time? Is that a box of tissues with the Vaseline? Is that there all the time? You got some explaining to do, bucko. Next to the Majin Buu? Dude, you gotta explain yourself with this one, bro. What are you doing with that Majin Buu and that bottle of lotion?
Theory. I mean, it goes pretty well.
Thank you, Wacka, and thank you all of the reactors. Love you guys.
Why do you keep recommending Alex Bale? Let's see. Oh, it's the
Oh
SpongeBob.
my god! This is a crossover we've been fucking waiting for, dude. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go, dude. That's what I like to see.
The reactors. Love you guys.
Alex and Moist, dude. That's hard. That is a crossover.
Recommending Alex Bale.
What the fuck is that vid? What the hell is this?
And thank you all of the reactors. Love you guys.
Why do you keep
What? When you switch from normal graphics to HD in old school, they got some of the weirdest videos on YouTube, dude. Like, just the shit that comes up in recommended, I'm like, why is this recommended to me? Specifically. Literally me. This guy's like an assassin, dude. This is the guy training for the United Health guy.
recommending Alex Bale? Let's see. Oh, it's the SpongeBob conspiracy guy.
Dude, that hurts, bro. Oh, I know that fucking hurts, dude. Oh, I know that hurts, dude. I swear to God, if people call me the SpongeBob reactor guy anymore, they will see an empty abyss. That's all I'm saying, dude. Robot
All right.
invasion.
So I admit it. Some of my theories have been a little crazy lately. I mean, Goofy Goober, alien death cult theory, Pearl's
crazy
dead
about
mother
that.
theory.
Yeah.
Let's maybe try and slow
There
down.
is absolutely nothing schizophrenic about taking SpongeBob SquarePants and creating some of the most mind-boggling conspiracy theories that have ever been known to humankind, dude. Absolutely, there is nothing strange about you watching a few episodes of SpongeBob SquarePants and coming to the conclusion that Goofy Goober is an alien death cult set to indoctrinate and brainwash all of the innocent civilians of Bikini Bottom. Meanwhile, Mr. Krabs is suffering through PTSD through a traumatic world war of primitive fish.
A bit on this
And
one.
Mrs. Puff keeps stealing shit.
There is a secret robot invasion happening in Bikini Bottom. Everywhere you look, robots have integrated themselves into society, kidnapping and replacing people with robot cyborgs, waiting for their chance to rise up and start the robot apocalypse. This is
Speaking
not a
of
joke.
robots, quick side note, Karen is on my Hear Me Out list. And if you know what I'm talking about, you know.
I repeat, the robots are coming. The robots are coming.
This is the robot
I'm not the only
invasion
one either.
theory.
Let's be real.
One of my favorite episodes of SpongeBob is the season 3 episode Crabborg. SpongeBob watches a scary robot movie, then gets super paranoid about robots taking over, and even kidnaps Mr. Krabs.
What? You think I'm a robot?
We don't think, we know.
It's a really funny episode, but I can't help but wonder if SpongeBob's fears might be a bit more justified than we thought. In the episode
Dude, that's a
SB129,
classic.
we get our first glimpse of the future of Bikini Bottom, 2,000 years later.
Okay, what's going on here? Why is everything chrome?
Everything is chrome in the future.
We see a world covered in chrome,
Everything
where
is
everyone has been
chrome.
replaced with robotic people.
Which is not too far off from reality, dude, if you think about it. Like, if you look at modern, right? Everything that's modern is, like, just plain. You know what I mean? Like, modern buildings are just boxes painted white. You know what I mean? Modern, like, cars. You got the fucking Cybertruck, dude. Doesn't even look like it's been fully rendered into the fucking universe yet. You know what I'm saying? You've got, like, just plain shit everywhere, dude. And everybody's like, oh, yeah, it's modern.
SpongeBob?
No, dude, it's stupid.
Is that you?
SpongeBob?
Chrome is cool,
No! I am SpongeBob.
Dude, Chrome is cool, though. You guys know, I'm gonna have a statue. 10-foot statue of me. It'll be Chrome, I'm gonna have a sword and a cape. It'll be sick.
And this isn't the only time we see a future full of robots. In the Season 7 episode Back to the Past, SpongeBob time travels to an alternate future where Man Ray takes over, and once again, people have been replaced by robots. And then, in the second SpongeBob movie, Sponge Out of Water, there's a deleted scene where SpongeBob and Plankton go to the future and see this.
We did it! I wonder when we are. Excuse me, sir. Do you know what year this is? Cyborgs? We didn't go back in time. We went front in time.
There's also 2 new episodes, Welcome to Binary Bottom and PL 1413, that show us the future taken over by robots. I'll talk about them.
Oh my god, it's Chrome again!
A little more at the end of this theory.
It's
and there's even
Chrome.
foreshadowing in episodes that take place in the present. In the Krusty Krab training video, we hear this.
Well, luckily for you, Mr. Krab's fear of robot overlords keeps the balance of technology in check.
And in Insecurity Guards, we can see an exhibit that clearly shows the evolution of SpongeBob eventually getting taken over by robots. Okay, so there seems to be a lot of evidence for the future
Is
of
that
Bikini
where you
Bottom
got the evolution thing from? Was this?
by robots.
I see it, dude.
Okay, so there seems to be a lot of evidence for the future of Bikini Bottom being taken over by robots. But honestly, why does any of this matter? I mean, robots ruling the world is a pretty common depiction of the future in lots of different media. And even if this is the canonical future of the show,
and
it's at the very
now we've got these fucking robots, right? You've seen the Tesla robots, right? Pretty sure they're fake, dude. But you've seen those robots. You've seen Elon Musk is an evil man, dude. You want to talk about evil? He's like building robots, and he like wants to put AI inside of the robots, and then we're gonna have like robot slaves. I still don't understand the point of that. I still don't understand the point of just building robots, because aside from them, you know, being cool or whatever, dude, and like we could go down the whole road of like, yeah, what if they become sentient and they become evil and overthrow the humans and try to kill us all, dude, right? Yeah, but like, why do you need a robot person? Think about that. Think about that. He just sits in the corner, right? Imagine you wake up at 3 a.m. to go to take a piss and you forget it's there. And you think there's a dude oh my god, I'd shit myself every morning, dude. I'd wake up and I'd shriek. I'd squeal like a little girl, dude, because there's a silhouette, shadow of the damn robot just posted up in the fucking corner, dude. He's plugged into the wall charging. It's in standby mode, dude. The hell? What am I gonna do with a human robot, dude? What's it gonna do? Go get my fucking groceries? Did I already do that for you? Bring it to... Dude, I just think robots are pointless. If I'm being honest with you. I just think it has nothing but doom on the horizon.
At least thousands of years in the
What
future.
Are you gonna do with
it's
a
not
human,
like we
dude?
can already see this robot
robot
invasion happening in present-day Bikini Bottom, right?
I'm sure I know what a lot of people are gonna do with a human robot, but we're not gonna get into that. We are not going to get into that. This is not the website for that.
There's an interesting question about SpongeBob that's always bothered me. Why are there so many robots in the show? And I'm not talking about Sandy or Plankton's inventions. It makes sense for them to have robots since they're both genius inventors. But why do hospitals and office buildings and amusement parks and Weenie Hut Jr. Why do hospitals and office buildings and amusement parks?
There's definitely more going on with Glove World than meets the eye. Escape from Beneath Glove World has lots of interest. Dude, Glove World is fucked. You want to talk about cults, dude? Glove World's got some shady things going on in the... Dude. That's where, like, you want to get conspiracy. You want to conspire? Dude, that's where the conspiracy's at. That's where the conspiracies are at, dude.
And Weenie Hut Juniors and many, many more places have such advanced robots. I mean, let's ignore the fact that they're underwater and robots wouldn't really make sense down here. Bikini Bottom isn't like a super advanced society, right? You wouldn't really say that they have much futuristic technology, except when it comes to robots. But why? And what's even stranger is that there are many instances where these robots suddenly turn evil.
Just turn evil.
The first
That's
time
all
I
that
really
happens.
started to notice this was in the season 7 episode Tunnel of...
They're already dude. They already turn evil. They already turn evil, dude. My phone can only take so many updates before it blows up. I think that's pretty fucking evil.
Glove. SpongeBob and Pearl get trapped in a Glove World boat ride that's full of animatronics. Patrick tries to set them free by breaking into the
Or
control...
like, you know how they're making everything smart these days? You know, dude, I seen the smart litter box. I've seen that, dude. They have a smart litter box with an automatic door. Makes absolutely no sense because the cats were getting like stuck in the fucking thing and it wasn't opening. They were just locked in there forever, dude. Why do you need a smart litter box, dude? Do you need it to have flashing lights and beep at you, dude? Ding! Send you a notification when your cat shits? The hell, what is that, dude? That's evil. If you want to talk about evil, imagine having to pay a monthly subscription for your car, dude. That's evil. Imagine not being able to cook your frozen Totino's pizza because your smart oven has an update that's gonna take 3 hours, dude. You are starving. There's no other food in the house, and you have to wait for the software update on your smart stove.
room, but accidentally causes all the animatronics to suddenly turn evil and attack SpongeBob. Now, this is a pretty basic cartoon trope. Someone accidentally breaks the controls, then the robot malfunctions and turns evil. This isn't really all that weird for SpongeBob. Except, what's strange about this is that Patrick doesn't break any controls. He hits a button labeled animatronic override, and that's what causes the robots to turn evil.
I'll just gingerly lean on this wall.
You think they got one of those at Disneyland? You think they got one of those at Disneyland? You press a button and all the little dolls from what's that one ride on the boat and they're all singing? It's like that song from Shrek, you know. It's a small world, dude. And they all just start jumping you. You press a button and you just start getting jumped by a small world, dude. Oh, could you imagine they take you to the top of the fucking mountain? Dude. Fucking Mickey Mouse is hanging you by your ankles like Michael Jackson on the fucking on the Cinderella Tower, dude.
They aren't malfunctioning. The robots were intentionally designed to have a button that makes them attack people, but why? Then, in the episode Good Neighbors, Goober discovers a flyer for a home security system that's suspiciously free despite it clearly being very advanced. After he sets it up, his house suddenly grows arms and legs and starts destroying Bikini Bottom.
Wow, Squidward's house is
That's how they're gonna start
destroying
evicting people in the future, dude. They're just gonna rip your ass right out.
Now, to be fair, this was a malfunction caused by SpongeBob, but why would a simple home security system have giant arms and legs? I mean, the malfunction didn't create them, they were clearly already installed. They eventually do manage to stop the house, but what's really creepy about this is that we can still see signs of Squidward's
Because
house
they're under the water, dude. What if Cthulhu rises again, dude? They gotta have somebody to fight him. Remember the Power Rangers? The big guy, they beat his ass, and then he gets really big. They have to have the fucking big robot to fight him.
Sentient after this episode.
Dude,
then, in the
that's
season 11 episode Krusty Cleaners, SpongeBob and Patrick go to an office building and encounter a trash cleaning robot. The robot immediately attacks them for causing a mess.
No! My rump is roasting!
But this time, there's no malfunction that causes this. It's working exactly as intended. Not only does the trash robot have a buzzsaw and a literal laser cannon, but it also turns all of the nearby machines into killer robots to help hunt down SpongeBob and Patrick.
See? This is a lot more useful with an incinerator and a laser cannon. Is much more useful than a robot with arms, dude. and legs and stand. Dude, what the hell?
Also turns all of the nearby machines
Elon
into
needs to
killer
make one of
robots to
these.
help hunt down Spongebob and Patrick. So where are all these places getting these super advanced robots, and more importantly, why are they all being programmed to suddenly turn evil? This is a question that stumped me for a while, until I watched the season 11 episode, My Leg. This is the episode where I truly realized there was an actual conspiracy theory here, and not just cartoon antics. It's time we finally find out who is behind the robot invasion.
Funky.
The episode, My Leg, focuses on the reoccurring gag of this one fish always injuring his leg throughout the show.
My leg! My leg! I think you could find an interesting story with Fred, the My Leg guy. Is he really the first person to yell My Leg? Or is he a fraud? Gasp. He's becoming a kind of Bikini Bottom celebrity in modern SpongeBob. Is he desperate for attention because his father never loved him? That's a very strong claim, dude. You just lay... This is a personal attack for me, and he is finally getting sick of being known as just the My Leg guy. Dude, that's just me personified, dude. My father never loved me, and I'm sick of being called the SpongeBob reactor guy, dude. This is just me. That's why he always gets so many... Anyways, dude.
At one point in the episode, he goes to a hospital and meets a robot that works there. It's just a small throwaway gag. The robot never turns evil or does anything strange.
Don't take my leg! Don't take my leg!
But
isn't that the same robot from, that one episode? Remember? There was a robot?
Something awfully familiar about the robot's design. Let's go all the way back to the season 3 episode Plankton's Army, which opens with Plankton trying to steal the Krabby Patty secret formula with a robot disguise.
You never know what trick he'll use to steal me
Yeah,
secret
this
Krabby
one!
Patty formula.
I was right, dude.
What a quaint restaurant. I think I will sample their wares.
These robots have an uncanny similarity, right down to the same tie. Okay, but maybe we could just chalk this up to the showrunners being lazy and reusing assets. But SpongeBob has always had a pretty diverse amount of robot lazy and reusing assets. But SpongeBob has always...
This guy! That was the one in my brain.
Had a pretty diverse amount of robot designs throughout the show. And it's not like this is a direct copy-paste either. They went to the effort to redesign the face and colors, but it was still clearly based on Plankton's robot. So, here's my theory. Plankton has built many robots to try and steal the Krabby Patty secret formula, but I think after he fails to do so, he doesn't just throw them away. He redesigns the robots and then gives them to different businesses in Bikini Bottom with the intention to one day use them to take over the world once he has enough in place. I mean, we know what Plankton...
If we're being honest, dude, I think Plankton's misunderstood. I think Plankton is misunderstood. Think about it. All he wants is the Krabby Patty secret formula so that he can make Krabby Patties on his own, right? But of course, Mr. Krabs, being the cheap, greedy bastard that he is, has to run a monopoly for his successful, profitable business, dude. And the government of Bikini Bottom does absolutely nothing to regulate the very clear monopoly that Mr. Krabs has over the fast food burger business, right? And meanwhile, while Plankton is just trying to get his business off the ground, he happens to be a very savage, smart, and intelligent inventor who has contributed many different robots to the society and the benefit of the people of Bikini Bottom, dude. And nobody gives him the praise that he very well deserves. I'm on your side, Plankton.
Really wants isn't the secret formula, it's to rule the world.
I will rule the world!
And there's even the video game, Battle for Bikini Bottom, where Plankton tried to take over using an army of robots. Many people commented this, but this also could explain how Plankton stays in business despite never having any customers.
He probably sells them, because how else is he funding himself? People don't eat at his fucking restaurant.
Shout out Simba, dude! Simba the god, Simba the goat, dude. Shout out Simba.
He sells them, because how else is he funding himself?
Can't be sus if you're light-skinned. I agree. I agree.
Never having any customers.
He probably sells them, because how else is he funding himself? People don't eat at his fucking restaurant. Oh, that's okay.
I like that. That's a very cool point. Good job, guys. So, this theory doesn't seem too far-fetched for Plankton's character, but we're gonna need a lot more evidence if we're gonna prove he's the one behind all the robots in Bikini Bottom. So, let's get started. In the Season 3 episode, No Weenies Allowed, we see a robot working at a place called Weenie Hut Juniors.
Would you care for another Diet Cola with a lemon twist, Weenie?
And while it doesn't resemble any of the robots we've seen Plankton make, does that voice sound familiar to you?
Would you care for another Diet Cola with a lemon twist? What a quaint restaurant. I think I will sample their wares.
And again, it's not like this is the default robot voice we hear in SpongeBob. There are many different voices the show has used for robot characters.
What a quaint restaurant.
Greetings, I am Robo 2.1.
No threat detected. This is very uncomfortable.
They're all just variations of the narrator guy.
But here, they specifically recreated the voice from Plankton's robot. Let's go back to Glove World for a second. In the control room, we see a machine on the wall that looks shockingly like Spongebob. So much so that Patrick even mistakes him for it. We know Plankton has built a Spongebob robot before in Welcome to the Chum Bucket. Maybe he repurposed it here inside of Glove World. In Krusty Cleaners, the trash robot also has a striking resemblance to Plankton's robot in the Season 9 episode Eek and Urchin. In the Season 5 episode The Patty Gadget, Squidward tries to get SpongeBob fired by...
Is this a thing?
Eek and Urchin.
Is this a thing? Based off of Eek and Urchin? There's a South Park episode that has the same name, but it's not an urchin. And I can't say it or YouTube is gonna blow my channel up, dude. Okay, I'm sure you could put two and two if you know what I'm talking about, dude. Is that a thing that is based off of a thing? Eek or whatever? Cause that's not the first time I've seen this.
Urchin. In the Season 5 episode, The Patty Gadget, Squidward tries to get SpongeBob fired by replacing him with a machine that creates Krabby
Patties. It's
Patties.
The one where their teacher gets a sex change and they like lose his thing and it runs around, dude.
Free. But it's never explained where Squidward got this machine. Now, it doesn't resemble anything we've seen Plankton make, but a staple in a lot of Plankton's inventions is having them resemble his likeness, especially with one eye in the middle, and that's exactly what we see with the Patty Gadget. And the patties it makes are terrible, which would make sense for something Plankton made. In the episode All That Glitters, SpongeBob buys a super advanced talking spatula.
Le Spatula 3000 at your service.
But in the episode Evil Spatula, we find out Plankton has a whole collection of advanced spatulas just like this one, and even tries to trick SpongeBob into taking a talking spatula. Also in House Sittin' for Sandy, we see Sandy has a warehouse full of robots that eventually go rogue and fully destroy her tree dome. Now, I knew about this back when I was first making this theory, but I didn't mention it because it didn't seem like there was any way to connect it back to Plankton, since we know Sandy could have easily created these robots on her own. But in a new Season 14 episode, Hysterical History, we actually do see Plankton chasing Mr. Krabs with the same robot.
At least Bikini Bottom is normal now.
So maybe he actually was the one who gave Sandy the robots after all. She's not even surprised to see Plankton
Do you see them big old Tims he got on, dude? Jeez.
The same robot.
Yep, totally normal.
It seems like no matter where we turn, we can find a connection between the technology in Bikini Bottom and Plankton. But if you remember in those glimpses of the future, the world isn't just ruled by robots. They've actually replaced all the existing cities.
I changed this text to Jared is watching to foreshadow the Jared character who would let... Dude, fucking Jared! You guys remember Jared, that fucking dweeb? That basement dweller dude? He's like his mom is making him lasagna for dinner, dude. Fucking Jared.
Citizens with robot copies.
I am SpongeTron.
And believe it or not, this is also something we can already see happening in Bikini Bottom today. Get ready to see how far this robot invasion has really gone.
Dun, dun. In the original theory, upload with films spliced in between these parts, we cut from Victoria to this, trust no one, to hint at her manipulating Alex. It was right in front... It was right in front of our faces all along.
Now, we know Plankton has tried to turn people into robots before.
SpongeBob, come in here. Or should I say Robot Bob?
But he gave up after SpongeBob was too annoying.
Bob was right there, by the way. Robob was right there.
Take that yellow nightmare back. It's not worth it.
But I don't think this was his only attempt. In the season 11 episode, The Checkup, SpongeBob and Squidward are trying to give Mr. Krabs a health checkup by testing his pinching reflexes.
Okay, I brought plenty of things for Mr. Krabs to pinch. A pinch of salt.
And one of the things they have him pinch is a baby.
A baby's cheek. Lucky that was a robot baby.
Some random baby just turned out to be a robot and
just
never
casually decapping small children, no problem.
Why? That's weird even for SpongeBob.
No problem
but
at
things
all.
get even more interesting when we go back to season 9 in the episode Plankton's Pet, where Plankton tries to steal a Krabby Patty using the exact same purple baby as a robot disguise.
That diabolical fiend!
I can't believe this is working.
And we're not even done yet. If we go even further back to the season 5 episode Goo Goo Gas, we can actually see the exact moment where Plankton gets the idea to turn the baby into a robot.
Why, you're so tiny and helpless, I could take your formula whenever I wanted to, and you couldn't do a thing about it.
That's it!
Which is crazy to say to a baby. I'm using that now. I'm gonna just walk up to a kid, take a shit, and be like, you can't do anything about it, you little shit.
Finally.
Try to come and take it from me. I will.
Victory will be mine.
Now, in the episode, it's implied that this is just him getting the idea to turn everyone into babies to steal the formula, but isn't it crazy how it also perfectly lines up with the purple baby fish suddenly turning into a robot in future episodes?
Dude, Plankton took up taxidermy, bro. Stuffed a baby skin with robot parts, bro.
Now, there's...
Dude.
Into a robot in future episodes?
Dude, Plankton took up taxidermy, bro. Stuffed a baby skin with robot parts, bro.
Now, there's another fish who's always been very suspicious to
that's
me.
fucking
The strangely realistic news anchor fish.
All of bikini.
I want to get one of these, by the way.
The strangely
Where can I get one of these to put on my wall? You know how they got them on the wall, the talking fish? I want one of these, this one specifically.
Realistic news anchor fish.
Right next to the handsome Squidward, dude, right there.
Over the identity of a mysterious flying man who helps people. Who knows what superhero act of courage he'll astound us with next?
In a show full of cartoon characters, why is he the only realistic one? In fact, I made a whole theory about how there are evolved cartoony fish that can talk, and primitive realistic fish who can't. But as many people have pointed out, the one exception to this is the realistic news anchor fish. Well, if you ask me, he looks a lot like one of those
He just transcends beyond human comprehension. He is everything and nothing.
On a singing fish you buy in a gift shop. Especially the way he mechanically moves his mouth and how we only ever see one side of him. So, already a pretty strong
That's his good side, dude. That's his good side. He's like one of those models where you only see the one side of their face ever.
Mechanically moves his mouth and how we only ever see one side of him. So, already a pretty strong indication that he might be a robot, but there's also something familiar about his voice.
What kind of cruel, careless, evil person? I'll canvass all the seediest lowbrow dives in town. Evil
Yo.
Canvass all the seediest lowbrow.
What? Plankton! It does sound like Plankton. I never caught that. Plankton controls the news?
That's right. He has the
Dude, that's fucking funny. Nah, that's funny, bro.
Same voice as Plankton. And if you're gonna take over the world, then you're definitely gonna want to control the media. But then how did he grow hair in the Mrs. Puff theory if he was actually a robot all along? Fucking, I don't know. Maybe robots can just grow their hair, okay? I don't know.
Shut the fuck up. Dude, Alex is just as done with everybody as I am, dude. He's like, dude, I don't know. Just shut the fuck up.
You try making 8 SpongeBob theories and having them all connect perfectly, okay?
God damn, dude. Y'all always gotta find something. Y'all don't got jobs. Y'all don't got friends and hobbies, dude. You just sit around watching SpongeBob theories all day, breaking them down. Gosh.
How exactly is Plankton replacing these people with robots? Well, I think the season 10 episode Whirly Brains gives us an important clue. In this episode, suddenly a new toy becomes extremely popular in Bikini Bottom, the Whirly Brain.
Just
Flip your lid, attach the propeller, and watch your brain soar hundreds of feet into the air.
Is this an innuendo for crack?
Yeah, it's a weird episode. So, people are actually voluntarily attaching devices to their brains and ripping them out of their bodies, and no one thinks that this is suspicious? If you ask me, this seems like the perfect way to replace someone with a robot. Remember, in Welcome to the Chum Bucket, Plankton told us how he turns people into robots.
I'll be forced to remove your brain and implant it in my robot chef!
By removing their brains. But is there any proof that he's the one behind the Whirly Brain toys? Let's take a look at the new SpongeBob prequel, The Patrick Star Show. Every once in a while, the show cuts to this stop-motion parody of Frankenstein with Plankton, and he actually uses Whirly Brains to conduct his experiments. It's not super clear how this all connects to the main show. I mean, we do see Patrick interact with the stop-motion Plankton at some point, so they're at least in the same universe, but regardless, it's still a solid connection. We see another head-based gadget in the season 11 episode.
It's kind of like Whirly Brains were probably invented for that specific reason, and then some guy is like, oh, dude, Whirly Brains, we can make this into a toy and make money, and, you know, oldest trick in the book.
But regardless,
oldest trick in the book, dude. You just take something that's already invented, and then you just slap your own logo on it, remarket it, and sell it for more. That's called capitalism, ladies and gentlemen.
Still a solid connection. We see another head-based gadget in the season 11 episode Bottle Burglars, an invisible helmet being advertised in a magazine for only 99 cents. And in the same episode, we see Plankton using the exact same helmet.
Crabs will never see me coming in Rizzo's.
I ain't gonna lie, my boy was very muscular. Look at, god damn, Plankton. That boy.
Nah, dude, he's spitting, bro. Look at Plankton, dude. Look at those pecs. He's built like The Rock, dude. Jesus.
I got abs for days.
And that's all natural, dude. He ain't roided. Absolutely not, dude.
Maybe this is just implying that he bought the helmet from the magazine, but that doesn't really line up with what we know about Plankton as an inventor. Plus, I can't see them selling a tiny version of the helmet just for Plankton. Seems a lot more likely that Plankton created the helmet and is selling them to the people of Bikini Bottom, possibly as a way to create more robots.
How hard does this nigga have to walk?
When is Plankton gonna realize that he could just invent shit and be rich that way, rather than like the Krabby Patty? Is that a thing that he ever realizes, and I just haven't gotten that far yet? Dude.
Possibly as a way to create more robots.
How hard does this nigga have to watch these shows to catch these? How hard? Like,
what have I been saying, bro? Like, how do you come up with the...
I feel like he's watching this shit.
I've been saying this since the dawn of time, dude. How do you figure these things out by just sitting and watching it, dude?
You have to watch these shows to catch these. How hard? Like, I feel like he's watching this shit too hard. Like, this man has like a magnifying glass.
This was pointed out to me, but there was this one time Gary's shell exploded and exposed a robotic motor.
Gary?
But since it was just a one-time gag and there's no other robot connections with Gary, I don't think there's enough to make a case for a robot Gary theory. Alright, so we're starting to get a pretty clear idea of how Plankton plans on turning the citizens of Bikini Bottom into robots. But there is one more character that I believe has already been secretly assimilated into a robot. And it's not some random background character either. It's one of the main characters in SpongeBob SquarePants. This final part of the robot invasion theory is going to completely change the way you look at the entire show. Are you ready? Because this is the Patrick Star theory.
Patrick?
Dude, the amount of turmoil we have gone through simply from just Patrick Star himself, dude. Like, just the theorizer by himself. That madman, by the way. Okay, don't think I forgot about him, dude. Okay, that mad scientist. Okay, that literal, actual deranged maniac, the theorizer, dude. Remember what we went through with that?
Now, I fully realize saying Patrick is a robot is a very bold claim, But hold your judgments till the end. By far, the most requested theory I get on this channel is to cover Patrick's star, and more specifically, his inconsistent intelligence. Throughout the entire show, there are these little moments where Patrick suddenly says something smart.
I'm a bit more complicated than that. The inner machinations of my mind are an enigma.
And then immediately goes back to being
bars, dude, bars.
Being dumb. There's so many examples of this happening that many people have actually made their own theories about it. Is Patrick secretly a genius?
Shout out the theorizer!
And just pretending to be dumb? Does he
Look
have a
at him
secret
right
split
there, dude.
personality?
I diagnosed Patrick's star with trauma-induced anxiety.
Let's fucking
To
go!
be dumb? Does he have a
Look closely at the bottom YouTube video titles. They spell out a secret message from the muse. Begin planting spore.
secret split personality?
I diagnosed Patrick's star with trauma-induced
Go check out the theorizer's videos. Absolutely!
anxiety triggered spontaneously duplicative multi-intellectual DID with additional paranoid schizophrenic delusions of a mental multiverse. Paranoid
What? Whoa! What?
Maybe, but
dude, so people discovering theorizer for the first time is gonna be the greatest thing. Oh my god, I'd pay money to see that. I would pay money to watch somebody watch the theorizer for the very first time, dude. Mort, specifically. Mort, very specifically, dude.
I've come to a bit of a different conclusion. Have you ever noticed how every time we see Patrick try to think, there's either sparks or smoke coming out of his head?
Is Patrick thinking again?
And almost every time we see inside of Patrick's head, it's represented with gears or some kind of machinery. Now,
dude, that toaster clip is fucking crazy. Look at how hard he's thinking, and then it's just a toaster.
Now, we're supposed to assume that this is just a cartoony way to visualize thoughts, but what's strange is just how consistent they are with it. And even stranger, none of the other characters' thoughts are visualized this way.
Just got an order from the boss. Dump everything that isn't about fine dining. Squidward's happy gland is forced to take shelter in the recesses of his mind.
It's only Patrick who seems to have this robotic association with him. And just look at how detailed they are with it. While Patrick's head is sparking in Rule of Dumb, if you look closely, you can see a spring pop out of him, and even a hole left behind by the spring. That is such a small detail that no one would notice unless you were going frame by frame. And if this is just supposed to be a metaphor inside of Patrick's head, how come SpongeBob clearly sees the spring come out? Alright, so now that I've done my imagination theory, some of this evidence doesn't hold up as much, but even looking back on it, it's still just strange how
I
many
like how
robotic...
the imagination theory can just answer every question. You know, why does this thing happen specifically in SpongeBob? Because of the imagination theory, dude, that's why. He imagined it.
Connections there are with specifically Patrick. I don't know, I still think it works. Okay, so let's entertain the idea for a moment that Patrick might be some sort of robot. How would he have gotten converted, and why does this cause him to randomly become smart every once in a while? Well, I looked at all the scenes where Patrick suddenly does something smart, and I noticed a bit of a pattern. There are two different types of these moments. There are times when we think he's saying something intelligent.
Wait, SpongeBob! We're not cavemen! We have technology!
But then it's revealed he's not actually being smart. This doesn't contradict his character at all. Patrick is someone who doesn't see himself as dumb, so there's lots of times when he tries to be smart, but he fails.
Dumb people are always blissfully unaware of how dumb they really are.
But there are also moments where he actually does do something undeniably smart.
Wait a minute, Squidward. They might be onto something.
We could filter the CO2 through our ballast tanks, refire the engines, and ride the shockwave out of here.
Wow. He's right.
But then he immediately acts oblivious to the fact that he was being smart.
We're going through with your plan, Patrick. Yay!
What plan?
So, I kept track of these two different types of moments, and it seems like after season 3 is when he suddenly switches from pretending to be smart to actually having these smart moments. And this switch perfectly lines up with the season 4 episode, Patrick's Smarty Pants. In this episode, Patrick falls off a cliff and gets his head knocked off. Spongebob accidentally replaces his head with some brain coral, which...
Patrick, I think, is one of the greatest cartoon characters of all time, right? Because if you think about it, every TV show has the dumb one, right? They have their big idiot, right? But, like, Patrick is the pioneer of the big idiot, dude. Like, he's the biggest idiotist of the biggest idiots. You know what I mean? Like, he's on a whole other level of big idiot, dude.
Makes him become a genius.
I find all this laughter to be highly illogical.
In the end, they switch back to his normal head, and Patrick goes back to his usual stupid self.
Like,
but take a closer look.
He's not just dumb. Like, a lot of them are just big and dumb. He's got, like, his little smart flashes, and that makes him fucking hilarious. You know what I mean?
At the scene when he first puts on the brain coral.
Here's your head.
Now, many people have interpreted these gears with cobwebs as a metaphor for Patrick's brain never being used until now, but these gears are not from Patrick's brain. His brain came off during the fall, which means these gears are entirely from the brain coral. And at the end of the episode, when they remove the brain coral, we can still see the electrical plug attached to it. We are no longer seeing a metaphorical representation inside of someone's head. We are seeing this plug from an outside perspective. The brain coral is just like the Whirly Brains, a robotic device that plugs into your brain to control you. Isn't it convenient that Patrick
Very convenient that it just happens to be there. You know what I mean? Like, very, very convenient that this very bad thing just happens to naturally grow in fields. You know what I mean? It's like you ever seen those big old fields of cactus? Like, yeah, dude, it's just a giant field of stabbing and death. That's it. That's all it is.
Happened to land next to a pile of coral that looked identical to his head? Is it possible that Plankton saw this as an opportunity to add another victim to his robot invasion?
This is obviously the weakest part of this theory. I'm just assuming Plankton was conveniently in the area where Patrick fell and was able to quickly set up the fake brain coral trap. I'll admit it's a bit of a stretch, but there is evidence Plankton was nearby. In the very next scene after they leave Jellyfish Fields, we see Patrick studying Plankton with a microscope back at Patrick's house. This supports the idea that Plankton was nearby enough for Patrick to find it.
But after Patrick removed it, he went back to normal, right? He completely stopped Plankton's plan, right? Well, one season later, in the episode Sing a Song of Patrick, Patrick attempts to use his brain again, and we see the exact same gears inside of his head.
Come on, you stupid brain! Work!
The creators went out of their way to recreate the exact placement of all the gears from the brain coral, which means the head Patrick put on at the end of Patrick's Smarty Pants was not his head. It was another piece of robotic brain coral. But it seems like for whatever reason, this brain coral isn't as effective as the first one, and he's only able to have rare moments of genius. Okay, so I know this whole brain coral theory relies on a lot of assumptions, and it could definitely be stronger, but come on, they literally showed us that his brain still has the exact same gears from specifically the brain coral. Like, what else could this even be implying? I feel like this alone is one of the best pieces of evidence.
Yes, there has been times when we've seen Patrick's brain without gears, but the gears are hidden deep inside of Patrick's brains and wouldn't be visible from the outside of it. Dummies.
In this video,
How do you not
in the
know
season
how
12
that
episode,
works?
SpongeBob's Big Birthday Blowout, Patrick has another one of his smart moments.
Oh, would you look at the hour? It's almost time for me to take SpongeBob on that tour so you guys can decorate his house.
But this moment in particular is very interesting because Plankton is actually there to witness it. And take a guess.
Bubble Bass's fat, greedy ass, dude. You got them fucking pickles hidden under your tongue? I could see the sweat dripping from your man boobs. Fucking Bubble
Particular
Bass.
is very interesting because Plankton is actually there to witness it. And take a guess how Plankton responds to him.
I guess even a broken moron can be right once a day.
He calls Patrick a broken moron because he knows Patrick is a broken one of his experiments. And if you still don't believe me, in the newest episode of season 13, The Goofy Scoopers, we get this scene.
This stinks. I wanted to go backstage for an autograph.
Plankton was here. Yes, he certainly was.
What is he's got a parking ticket tacked to the back of his... This screenshot is nuts. Look at his finger. It looks like my toe. That's exactly what my toe looks like. Weird bumps and discoloration and all, dude. I'm getting this tattooed on me.
Plankton was here. Yes, he certainly was. And that is
How
the
did Patrick
robot
get a
invasion
parking ticket if he doesn't have a car?
theory. Thank you very much.
And what parking ticket is only $30, dude? I would love to see that. In what reality?
Bro, look at his fucking hand. Yo.
Okay, so before we move on, I have got to bring up a new SpongeBob episode that recently came out called
Welcome to the Binary Bottom.
Welcome to Binary.
Binary Bottom. That sounds like somebody's OnlyFans name, dude. Binary Bottom.
Bottom.
Submitted for your approval. A trip to Binary Bottom.
This episode shows us a version of Bikini Bottom called Binary Bottom, where everything and everyone has been replaced by robots.
Did you see
Replaced by a Bikini Bottom called Binary
Did you see
Bottom.
the Bang commercial? They got the Bang Energy commercial going.
Everything and everyone has been replaced by robots.
Morning, SpongeBob.
So, obviously, I was like, holy shit, robot invasion theory confirmed, let's go, another W. But it doesn't exactly line up perfectly with my theory. In this episode, Plankton has also been replaced by a robot, and not like a mastermind overlord robot running the show, but a tiny, useless robot who can barely move.
Come back here, you nickel-plated nincompoops!
Plankbot, you forgot to wind yourself again.
Thanks, Karen, my flesh.
Fucking Karen! First of all, do you see what I mean? Do you see what I mean? Come on now. Hear me out, dude. I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one who thinks it, dude. Be real. Be fucking real. Don't lie to yourself, dude. Alright? You would.
In blood, wife.
You would too. Don't lie to me.
Also, Karen, the only character who was a robot, is now just a regular fish for some reason. So, yeah, unfortunately, this episode is probably just a non-canon alternate universe where all the robots and living things have switched places. It doesn't seem to have any connection to the implied future robot invasion in my theory, unfortunately. Unless I was wrong about Plankton being behind the robot invasion.
Dude, now you're just gonna hit me with a whole other theory within this fucking theory, and I'm just... Dude, why are you...
Was wrong about Plankton being
What do you got
behind
for me now?
the robot invasion. Okay, hear me out. All of the evidence tying Plankton to the robots also ties back to Karen. She has access to all of Plankton's inventions. So this is a bit of a crazy alternate idea, but what if Karen is the one who's actually been behind the robot invasion all along? Okay, so this one might be a bit of a stretch.
There's been many comments suggesting this, but there's never been any actual evidence
But here's
until
how
now.
I think you could make it work. Either Karen was the one behind the robot invasion, or it was a plan she and Plankton had together, but she eventually...
Come on, man. You telling me you wouldn't plug into her hard drive? Be honest. Be honest, dude. I'm rearranging every single one of those files, dude. Are you fucking... Look at the way she's looking at me. Look at the way she's looking at me, dude. Oh my... Holy,
of a stretch, but here's how I think you could make it work. Either Karen was the one behind the robot invasion, or it was a plan she and Plankton had together, but she eventually turned on him. Plankton treats his wife Karen terribly throughout this show.
Plankton, you've fallen in love with another woman? I'm your wife.
Yeah. Your new screensaver is stupid,
That's
and
wild.
it makes your processor look...
Could you imagine? You cheat on your wife and you just go home, she starts chewing her out, and you just turn her off. That is crazy.
Fat! Karen, I want you to meet my new computer wife, Karen 2.
Karen,
And she thick as fuck too, dude. Do you see that?
I knew
He gave her Meg the Stallion thighs,
You're
dude.
the wife.
She's built like Nicki Minaj, dude. Do you see that? Badonk-a-donk, dude. Do you see this external hard drive right here, bro? Golly!
2.
Karen 2?
What if this future where he's a
This episode is a part of SpongeBob Twilight Zone, which would seem to suggest that it's just a non-canon episode and that the actual future, but Grandpa accidentally describes at the end of the episode, it probably is the canon future.
pathetic, useless robot is actually Karen's way of getting revenge on Plankton for the years of mistreatment. A way to sort of switch their roles, so to speak. She even turned herself into a fish, a thing that's possible in this wacky universe.
Patrick and Karen switch bodies in Camp Coral. That's the most random fucking thing I've ever heard, dude. Patrick and Karen switching bodies. Why? The episode was released as part of the same Title Zone special as Welcome to Binary. Maybe they were intentionally trying to connect the ideas in those episodes.
Universe, just take my word for it, so that she was the one in control. She's the only one in this whole town with free will. Again, kind of a crazy idea. There's not a ton of evidence for it, but it's a fun new way to look at this theory, and it's a bit less obvious than Plankton being the one behind it. That's all I had to say. Let's move on to the wrap-up. Actually, wait, hold on a second.
Wait.
After I finish recording this new section, a new episode of
a new episode.
SpongeBob
Nice,
was
dude.
released.
Things are never done here in the Alex Bale Playhouse, dude.
Called PL-1413. It's sort of a remake of SB-129, where Plankton is accidentally sent into the future instead of Squidward.
The future must be pretty great.
What's going on with all the mirrors in SpongeBob? There's a ton of instances where characters' reflections interact with them as if they are their own separate person. It could just be imagination theory cartooniness, but there's a lot of stray details with them. Why are they almost always antagonistic? They drive Squidward crazy in Squid's Day Off. There seems to be actual continuity between Patrick's interactions with his reflection. We know what the deal with is with Patrick and his shit, dude. Is this another group trying to secretly take over Bikini Bottom? If my robot theories are correct, then they are the reason why everything is a reflective chrome mirror in the future. What's that movie? It happens in the movie. It's the Jordan Peele movie. You know which one. You know, it's The Family, dude. And there's like an alternate family. Dude, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Stop acting like you don't.
Now, the designs of the characters are different, but it still shows a future where robots have taken over. We don't get to see too much about how this world ended up this way, or robots have taken over. We don't get to see too much about how this...
That's me. Imagine it. Imagine that, but me. I'm telling
world
you.
ended up this way, or who's in control. But the episode ends with this scene.
See you 2,000 years ago.
You can come out now, Plankton 2.0.
I thought he'd never leave.
Oh my god, he's built like me! Where the fuck did that come from?
Plankton 2.0.
Who the fuck is that? Why does he look like Johnny Bravo?
I thought he'd never leave.
Once again, it seems like Karen has replaced Plankton with a version she can control. He even kind of looks like the ideal version that we saw when SpongeBob went inside of Karen's brain.
Actually, I'm Karen's version of Plankton. You know how she'd like to see me?
So yeah, I don't know how all of these different futures connect,
That's
but it does seem like
crazy.
Karen being in charge
That
is
is
consistent.
nuts, dude.
Okay,
I don't know how I feel about Buff Plankton. Buff Chad Plankton, dude. It's kind of disturbing. Like, he's built like Larry,
different futures connect.
but it's Plankton. Dude, it's freaking me out. He looks like, dude.
It does seem like Karen being
He looks like he should go in High School Musical, dude.
in charge is consistent. Okay, now we can finally move on to the wrap-up. Actually, wait, no, one more thing.
Oh, God.
Literally, right after I recorded this,
God.
another SpongeBob movie leaked onto Twitter.
There's another one?
Right after I recorded this, another SpongeBob
Plankton solo movie. This is what we've been waiting for. This is what I hate that it's that dumbass 3D shit. Okay, they did it with the second movie, right? I remember that, right? They like got all, you know what I'm saying? I did watch that movie, the Out of Water, and they did this. And for whatever reason, they were like, let's just keep doing this for everything. And now they just keep doing this, and I think it's dumb as fuck. Stop doing this. Just put it to the normal cartoon like it's supposed to be, dude. Stop doing this dumb 3D shit, dude. It pisses me off. I don't know why. It just fucking does.
Movie leaked onto Twitter, and this one's all about Plankton. I can't show any footage from it yet, but it does involve Karen getting sick of Plankton and turning on him and trying to take over the world by herself. It doesn't really like.
And there's a dog. He's got a Plankton dog.
My theory, but you know, it's more.
Oh, I'm watching the shit out of this. I just wish it wasn't this dumbass 3D shit.
Dude. Evidence, I'll take it. I think we should be done. We should be good to move on to the wrap up, unless something else gets leaked. Are we good? Nothing else? Okay, let's go.
All right, great. Nice, dude.
All right.
Real nice, dude. All right, dude. Dude, it's the last one. I'm knocking it out now. It has taken me like 3 months, probably 4, to record this video. It is 1 o'clock in the morning. Dude, it's over. We're ending it here. This is it. This is for all the marbles, dude. This is the wrap up. I hope everybody is ready, dude. I hope everybody's pants are on tight, dude. Everybody's strapped in, bro. Hands, feet, and arms inside the vehicle, dude. We are here for the home stretch, dude.
Fear
Let's fucking
has been replaced by the alien jellyfish invasion.
Let's fucking go.
And also replaced by the robot invasion, and also brainwashed by goofy goobers, and also being secretly controlled by the showrunners. A lot of people are trying to take over Bikini Bottom, okay? There's your jellyfish theory. You could stop commenting about it. Alright, so this time, instead of ending with the big twist, I'm just gonna open with it. The Flying Dutchman is the ghost of Patchy the Pirate. This is a claim that makes absolutely no sense.
How's Patchy doing? Do we get more Patchy appearances? I hope he tells me in this. Do we get more Patchy appearances since?
They look different, they act different, and most importantly, Patchy the Pirate is alive at the same time we see the Flying Dutchman. It would be impossible to prove that they're the same person, right? Well, you know, I like a challenge.
Dude, Patchy the Pirate, every time I see Patchy the Pirate, I just think of the Christmas episode. You know, because he, like, hosts a Christmas episode, he, like, you know, Patchy gets him a bomb. Right? As a present, it's a fucking bomb. Dude, classic. Brings back memories. I'm watching it again this year, dude. Got to. Yeah, you literally have to, dude.
This is the time-traveling ghost pirate theory.
What? Why do you do these things to me? Don't feed the muse. It's very difficult to see, but in each of these title cards, in the bottom right, there's a secret word that appears for a second, spelling out message from the muse. And one of you fucking nerds saw that.
Before I get into how these characters connect, I have to explain the tragic backstory of Patchy the Pirate.
I'm Patchy the Pirate.
You see what I mean, dude?
President of the SpongeBob SquarePants Fan Club!
Patchy the Pirate is the president of the SpongeBob Fan Club, and they often cut to him during special episodes to host the show and talk to the audience. He fits in perfectly with my television theory, and clearly works for the in-universe SpongeBob SquarePants showrunners as some kind of mascot for the show.
Boring! Well, if it isn't my less than amusing sidekick, Patchy the Parrot.
Patchy is this weird, lonely guy whose only friend is a talking parrot who's constantly harassing him, and I'm also pretty sure Patchy Patchy wants to eat him.
Shiver me timbers, it's Patty! I wonder what parrot tastes like!
But that's not what this theory is about. If you rewatch all the episodes with Patchy, you start to notice a bit of a disturbing development with his character.
Where can I get one of these SpongeBob ornaments, dude?
But that's not what this theory
I want
is
one
about.
of those.
If you rewatch all the
This
episodes
one.
with Patchy, you start to notice a bit of a disturbing development with his character. Patchy has devoted his entire life to SpongeBob, but that devotion is very one-sided. And the more time that goes on, the more resentful Patchy becomes
He's literally
of
a stan,
SpongeBob.
dude.
In the season 3 episode Party Pooper
These
Pants,
are all the people with the fucking Ariana Grande profile pictures.
Patchy throws a house
saying some of the most heinous, outlandish shit I've ever seen on the internet, dude. And they're like 15. I'm like, you have not been on Earth long enough to know how to say these sentences, dude. Like, goddamn. Some of the insults I've seen hurled at people. Oh my
party
God.
and tries to invite
Oh my
SpongeBob,
gosh.
but he doesn't show up.
Say, you didn't bring SpongeBob with you, did you? Gee, I sure hope he got his invitation.
I'd sure like to go to this party, but I can't read the invitation.
But Patchy doesn't really seem to be that upset about it.
Ah, well.
But then things start to take a turn in the episode The Sponge Who Could Fly. Patchy follows a map and goes on a crazy adventure to find the legendary Lost SpongeBob episode, and after finally getting it, this is what plays.
It's the walk!
That's it? That's the lost episode? That was just a bunch of cheap walk cycles! What a rip!
So, Patchy got let down by SpongeBob again, but I'm sure he'll get over it just like last time.
SpongeBob betrayed us! I'm sorry I ever started this stupid fan club in the first place!
Patchy has a full-on
The reason
mental...
why SpongeBob's eyes look so big is because they literally weren't allowed to show real SpongeBob in merchandise in a show for kids. Yeah, I saw that. It's a thing where it's like, they can't, it's a show for kids, so they can't, like, advertise merchandise to kids, like, through the show. So they had to use, like, fake knockoff shit in their own show because they couldn't, like, do real merch. I saw that.
Patchy has a full-on mental breakdown. Now, eventually he does find the real Lost episode and goes back to normal, but this is just the start of Patchy's transformation.
Why is this SpongeBob
Does find the
look
real
fucked
Lost
up?
episode and goes back to normal, but this is...
Like, look at this one. Look at this dumbass looking SpongeBob, dude. Not a thought between those eyes. Ain't nothing in that head but elevator music, dude.
Just the start of Patchy's transformation into a much darker character. In the season 6 episode Truth or Square, Patchy throws a massive television extravaganza to celebrate 10 years of SpongeBob. There is a ton of production value and celebrities that Patchy managed to get. There is no way SpongeBob wouldn't show up for it.
LeBron James.
SquarePants.
Did Michael Jordan? Dude, did Michael Jordan ever have a crossover with SpongeBob? I don't fucking think so. I don't fucking think so. I think this just adds to LeBron's legacy.
Celebrities that Patchy managed to get. There is no way
And then Pink sang a song about scurvy, which is insane. She got on a show about SpongeBob SquarePants and sang a song about getting an STD. Nuts.
SpongeBob wouldn't show up for it.
SpongeBob SquarePants. What do you mean he's not coming? 10 years I've been president in his fan club!
Patchy has dedicated 10 years of his life to SpongeBob, and he can't even be bothered to show up once. And this never even gets resolved in the episode either.
You can see the red eyes of Jared?
Can't even be bothered to show up once. And this never even gets resolved.
The hell is Jared doing?
Resolved in the episode either. Patchy tries to find SpongeBob, thinks he's about to meet him, but then it turns out it was all just a dream.
Mister, are you okay?
SpongeBob?
No.
With Abraham Lincoln!
Just me, the guy in the penny.
Patchy's
the guy on the penny.
One-sided obsession with SpongeBob is making him delusional, and this is by no means the last time Patchy will hallucinate meeting SpongeBob. In Atlantis SquarePantis, Patchy gets lost in the desert and once again hallucinates SpongeBob.
Uh-oh, here come the hallucinations.
It's me, SpongeBob SquarePants.
But then, in SpongeBob's Big Birthday Blowout, it seems like he finally really does meet SpongeBob.
From your biggest fan. Huh? I have a fan?
Surprise! It's Patchy the Pirate! Happy birthday, SpongeBob!
Thank you, Patchy.
But even if they don't explicitly say it, this is definitely another hallucination. It's right after he crashed into an island, and he's just a severed head for some reason.
Did they ever meet up? Did they have an episode for that yet? Did they meet up? Did they link up? Did the squad hook up yet?
And he can breathe underwater? Yeah, I'm gonna say that this is a hallucination. They have another alleged meeting in SpongeBob's Road to Christmas special, but this time Patchy's fully animated for some reason, so I'm pretty skeptical about this one too. In fact, I'm gonna come back to this one. Keep it in mind because it's gonna be very important later on. So, as much as Patchy worships SpongeBob and wants to meet him, he never will. And you don't have to take my word for it either. In a 2009 WonderCon panel with some of the actors and creators of SpongeBob, they talk about the rules they have for writing the show, including the fact that Patchy can never meet SpongeBob.
His character has evolved into this pirate that's obsessed with SpongeBob. Well, they can never meet. Right? Well, yeah, they can never meet. There's a lot of rules in SpongeBob which are there for a reason.
I think that's a dumb rule. Let them link. Let them, or do one of those things where it's like, what was that movie? And he like was like trying to see the dude, and then like they kept going in and out like at the same time. You know what I mean? Do you know what I'm talking about, dude? There's a thing. I forgot what it was. I think it was an animated movie. And they like, there was like a dude and like somebody, and they like kept going in and out, right? They were like trying to see each other. And they kept going like, they kept like passing by each other or something before they finally like linked up. I remember, it was iCarly. It was iCarly. And Spencer, like, wanted to meet the dude from, like, Star, whatever the thing was in the thing. And it was, like, the little midget dude. I remember. And they were at the smoothie place. And they, like, he, like, came in. They, like, went to the bathroom. And the dude came in. That's what I'm talking about. Do one of those. But they never link. They're in the same spot, but they never link.
Part of the success in a way.
From the very start of his creation, they doomed Patchy to be an obsessed fan who would never meet his idol. He will spend the rest of his life devoted to SpongeBob, but no matter how hard he tries, he will never reach Bikini Bottom, and he will never meet SpongeBob. And unfortunately, that...
Could you imagine your biggest hopes, your biggest dreams, and somebody straight up tells you to your face, yeah, you literally, that can never happen to you, so fuck you.
Is the tragic story of Patchy the Pirate. But if all of that's true, then I just have one lingering question. How come the dumpster behind the Krusty Krab has a message that reads, Patchy was here? And the Krusty Krab has a message that
does that say dogfish loves catfish?
Reads, Patchy was here. Don't go anywhere.
Nematodes are people too. Not on my fucking watch. Absolutely not, dude. Get them out and build a wall, dude. Fuck the nematodes.
Patchy was here. Don't go anywhere.
Oh shit, dude. The nematodes are taking our jobs.
Is about to get crazy. I'll come back to this message later, but first...
This graffiti is from Season 2 Sailor's Mouth, where SpongeBob also finds a cryptid sentence, up with bubbles, down with air. And it's never explained in this episode. Did Bubble Buddy write this? He was created before this episode. Is there something more going on with him? Remember when he let Scooter die, even though we later learn he could have saved him? We also know from Season 12... Dirty Bubble returns that if a bubble gets dirty, it turns evil. Remember when Bubble Buddy absorbed the dirt off Pearl's hand in the debut episode? I'd take a closer look at all the bubble-related episodes if I were you. Are you telling me there's now a bubble revolution going on, dude?
First, we have to talk about the mysterious...
Oh, they're gonna stage a coup?
...origins of the Flying Dutchman. The Flying Dutchman is the legendary ghost pirate that haunts
Bubble
Bikini
Buddy's
Bottom.
the new MLK, dude. Who would've thought? A Bubble Buddy bringing civil rights to Bikini Bottom.
Flying Dutchman descends on Bikini Bottom.
The first time we hear about the Flying Dutchman is in the episode Squidward the Unfriendly Ghost, when Spongebob finds a comic book about his origins.
It's the origin of the Flying Dutchman. It says when he died, they used his body as a window display. Now he haunts the 7 seas because he was never put to rest.
Now, I've always been a little skeptical about this origin, not just because it's
I like the wording here. Thar he forever a haunted.
To rest.
He
now,
be
I've
forever
always been
haunted.
a little skeptical about this
old
origin,
7
not just
seas.
because it's claiming they put an actual human corpse up as display in a kid's store, but because the Flying Dutchman himself contradicts it.
It's a little torn. Of course, it was the shirt I was buried in.
He was never put to rest.
If he was buried, then this origin can't be true. So, who is the Flying Dutchman actually? Well, when I rewatched all
What if
the
he's
episodes
like Freddy Krueger, right? He's like dead, but he's like not done fucking with you yet.
with the Flying Dutchman, I kept noticing that he seems to have some kind of fixation with Spongebob in particular. In the episode Shanghai, he drops his anchor on Spongebob's home, which leads to him having to briefly join the Dutchman's crew. Then, in Born Again Krabs, he's about to take Mr. Krabs' soul, but then immediately changes his mind when Spongebob offers his soul instead. And even in the Camp Coral prequel show, he haunts Spongebob as a kid. But strangest of all, in Ghost Host, the Dutchman's ship gets destroyed, and out of all the places in Bikini Bottom he could stay, he decides to stay with Spongebob.
My location where I'll be staying? Business or residence? Residence.
And look at the way he mischievously smiles when he sees Spongebob. It feels like this is personal
like,
for him, but
sponge
why?
booty.
The episode Ghost Host is actually the first time we get a bit more depth of the Flying Dutchman's character. At first, he spends all of his time torturing Spongebob, but eventually, he just wants to stay and hang out with him.
Maybe stay with a friend for a while. Just for a little while longer.
Even though his ship's already been repaired for 3 months.
Actually, I have a confession, SpongeBob. My ship's been done for 3 months now.
It feels like the Dutchman has some kind of vendetta against SpongeBob specifically, but also, deep down, he's just lonely and wants to be SpongeBob's friend. And does that remind you of anyone? Someone who's desperate to be SpongeBob's friend, but also has a deep resentment towards him. Okay, but there's like a bunch of reasons why the Flying Dutchman couldn't be the ghost of Patchy the Pirate. I mean, for starters, they look totally different, right? Different shirt, different hat, and most importantly, the Dutchman doesn't have the iconic hook and eye patch that Patchy does.
And the pigtails, dude. Can't forget the pigtails.
This is the point where I was about to give up and scrap this theory, but then I decided to rewatch the season 1 episode Arg. Where
Motherfucker, I can't read
scrap
that
this
fast.
theory, but then I decided to
Son of a
rewatch
bitch.
the season.
The episode is actually called Arg, but I secretly removed one of them to reference the fact that these videos are part of an ARG. This was completely pointless, and I don't think anyone ever noticed. Oh,
One
nice.
episode Arg, where SpongeBob plays
Okay, and I still can't read
this
that
theory,
fast.
but then I decided to rewatch the season 1 episode Arg.
Okay. Also, if you didn't know, ARG stands for Alternate Reality Game. It's a type of storytelling that requires the audience to interact with it to progress. Don't Feed the Muse isn't a traditional ARG, since a lot of it is just straight from something. You can find that unlock more of the larger story. Plus, the story was shaped in a big way by the something, by the audiences wanting me to keep making more SpongeBob theories. I think ARG is an incredible form of storytelling, but I also wanted to make sure that the participation was never required to understand and enjoy the main content of Don't Feed the Muse. That's why Don't Feed the Muse films never feature too much from Happy Meat Farms.
Where SpongeBob plays a board game called
Dude, I explored all Happy Meat Farms, dude, so you don't have to.
The Flying Dutchman's Treasure, that's actually based on the Flying Dutchman's real map.
The Flying Dutchman's Treasure Hunt.
Based on a real treasure map.
I think they have this as a thing now, by the way. I think I've seen it at Hot Topic. The Flying Dutchman's Treasure Hunt. They also have eels and escalators.
And then, I noticed something.
I haven't
One
bought
of the
it yet.
game cards actually shows a picture of the Flying Dutchman. I mean, look, he clearly has the same nose and face as him, but
Send him to
this
the
looks
brig.
like a picture of when he was still alive and had a darker black beard. But the hat he's wearing is not the usual Flying Dutchman hat. It is the exact same hat Patchy the Pirate wears. Okay, but he still doesn't have the eye patch and the hook hand, right? Well, yeah, but here's the thing. neither does Patchy. Patchy's hook is always switching hands, and he constantly takes off his eye patch, because Patchy isn't a real pirate. He's just pretending to be one.
The great thing about Patchy is that he lives in Encino, California. But he's a pirate. But the only thing that makes him a pirate is that he says he's one and dresses like one.
Okay, fine, but the shirt is still very different. You know, the Dutchman's is all open and it's got those stripy things. Patchy's is more fancy with the big white puffy collar and
stripy things.
And it's got those stripy things.
Those are stripy things. I was gonna call them cuffs, but he has like cuffs there. So
still very different. You know,
he doesn't have like the ruffles.
The Dutchman's is all open and it's got those stripy things. Patchy's is more fancy with the big white puffy collar and cuffs. Well, in the Curse of Bikini Bottom, we see the Flying Dutchman's closet and he pulls out the exact same shirt that Patchy wears. Same fancy puffy collar, same cuffs.
Dude, oh my god, I remember watching this.
Same shirt that Patchy wears. The exact same shirt that wears. Same.
Oh shit! Yo, it's over. It's over. I fucking love these.
Fine, okay?
Dude, Simba's so funny, bro.
Yo, it's over. I fucking love these.
Fine, okay? Maybe Patchy the pirate and the Dutchman look the same, but that doesn't mean they're the same person. It's time we address the elephant in the room. The Flying Dutchman can't be Patchy's ghost because Patchy is alive at the same time we see the Flying Dutchman. Like, in order for this theory to be true, Patchy would have to die and then the Dutchman's ghost would show up, but they're simultaneously existing at the same time. Patchy even shows up during an episode all about the Flying Dutchman, and he even calls it his favorite episode.
We're gonna see me favorite show, Shanghai. Ta-da!
It is physically impossible for Patchy and the Dutchman to be the same person. Or is it? Things are about to get stranger.
Oh gosh, dude. It's about damn time.
When I rewatched all the episodes with the Flying Dutchman, I noticed something strange. In the Season 7 episode, The Curse of Bikini Bottom, the Dutchman gets a girlfriend, but starts to freak out when she wants to get married.
And she's fine as hell, too.
The Curse of Bikini Bottom, the Dutchman...
Would you be honest? Would you?
He gets a girlfriend, but starts to freak out when she wants to get married.
She wants to marry me! I ain't the marrying type.
But the Dutchman not being the marrying type isn't entirely true. Back in Season 3 during Ghost Host, we see that the Dutchman was once married.
Is that a wedding ring?
Oh, this shows nothing.
Alright, but
damn,
so what?
Big ass fucking Gucci ring, dude. God damn.
Ring.
Is that real or is that Temu?
Oh, this shows nothing.
Alright, but so what? You know, this just seems like a small continuity error between seasons. No surprise for SpongeBob. But in the Season 6 special, SpongeBob vs. the Big One, there's an even stranger moment like this. The Flying Dutchman bumps into Mr. Krabs and says this to him.
Ah! It's a Flying Dutchman! Ah! It's some guy I've never seen before!
He says he's never met Mr. Krabs before, but there are 2 whole episodes from previous seasons dedicated to the Dutchman trying to steal Mr. Krabs' soul for being too greedy. They're even on a first-name basis.
Eugene Krabs! It's some guy I've never seen before!
Alright, so another weird inconsistency with the Dutchman, but I'm still not convinced that it's not
No,
just
I can't
lazy
wait for
writing.
future
But
Alex's
back in the
input.
Curse of Bikini Bottom,
I
there's a moment that
know future Alex has a lot to say about this, dude.
Cannot be
I bet that's what you motherfuckers think I look like right now, don't you? Ha
written off as another continuity error. SpongeBob and Patrick accidentally shave off the Dutchman's beard, and the Dutchman claims the beard won't grow back for another 1,000 years.
Mine was on purpose, and you can... You want to talk about a jawline?
Years.
Your beard will just grow back.
You know nothing of my facial hair. It'll take 1,000 years for my beard to grow back.
But by the end of the episode, we cut to several months later, and his beard is back.
The curse will wear off when my beard grows back.
Several months later.
She wants to marry me!
It's not like this is just some plot point they forgot about between episodes. This several months later is in the same episode where the Dutchman says the beard takes 1,000 years to grow back.
It'll take 1,000 years for my beard to grow back.
Maybe he's just
Several
bad.
months
Maybe he's
later.
just, you know how people exaggerate, right? Your mom is like, there's 1,000,000 dishes in the sink. Mom, there's 4 bowls, 2 plates, 7 spoons, 6 cups, 3 knives, and a fork.
Why the fuck would they include this line if they were just gonna contradict it a few minutes later in the same goddamn episode?
Calm down, Alex.
They even blatantly mention that it's several months later twice, as if they're trying to make you realize how inconsistent it is.
Several months later.
Well, here we are several months later.
So, what does any of this mean? Why are the writers of SpongeBob intentionally making the Flying Dutchman as inconsistent as possible? Well, the only way that this makes sense to me is if we're seeing the Flying Dutchman non-chronologically. And by that I mean, the Flying Dutchman is time traveling. Just bear with me for a second. For SpongeBob, only several months have passed, but for the Dutchman, it actually was 1,000 years later. The Dutchman didn't recognize Mr. Krabs in season 6 because for him, this is the first time they've met. And from his perspective, the episodes where he tries to take Mr. Krabs' soul haven't happened yet. Okay, this is the one obvious contradiction I made in this theory. Why wouldn't the Flying Dutchman know who Mr. Krabs is if he's supposed to be Patchy, aka the #1 fan of SpongeBob SquarePants? Obviously, he would recognize one of the main characters of the show. So yeah, that's my bad. I think we could just throw this whole point away. I think the actual reason why the Dutchman doesn't recognize Mr. Krabs here is just because of the beard. And even if you take away this piece of evidence, I still think there's enough to make a case for the Dutchman having a messed up continuity.
Also, the messed up continuity evidence isn't even that important to this theory when I'm about to show definitive proof of him having time powers.
The Dutchman's not the marrying type in season 7, but he probably actually does end up getting married to the giant monster, and that's why we see him with a ring in season 4, because the past is the future for the Flying Dutchman. Whoa. Okay, let's calm down for a second there, Alex. This time travel idea does fix a lot of problems with the Dutchman's continuity, but claiming a character has time travel powers is a major leap. I mean, don't get me wrong, the Flying Dutchman is a very powerful ghost. He can teleport, he can shapeshift, he can grant wishes, but we've never seen him manipulate time.
You get 3 wishes.
Wishes? I wish we had known that earlier.
Okay, you got 2 wishes left.
Huh. Okay, so the Dutchman's time traveling. And you know what this means? The Flying...
Dude, SpongeBob is so dumb, but this shit is so funny.
I wish we had known that earlier.
Okay, you got 2 wishes left.
Huh. Okay, so the Dutchman's time traveling. And you know what this means?
That is
the Flying
so
Dutchman
dumb.
could absolutely be the ghost of Patchy the Pirate. And I'm gonna prove
that
it.
shit's funny. The death of Patchy the Pirate.
So, if Patchy the Pirate eventually becomes the Flying Dutchman, that means at some point in the future, Patchy is going to die. Except, here's the thing. I think Patchy is already dead in present day, and we have already seen his death on screen. Remember that Christmas special I told you would be important later on? It's the season 13 episode SpongeBob's Road to Christmas, and as
I haven't watched this one yet. How do we feel about this one? Is this one holly and jolly? Is this one merry and bright? How do we feel about this one, dude? The OG is goated. Santa's coming tonight. Santa's coming tonight. Banger! Fucking banger!
Yes, it's the latest episode in the SpongeBob timeline. SpongeBob does meet Patchy in this episode, but for some reason he's fully animated instead of using the usual live-action style.
Ahoy, SpongeBob and Patrick! It's me, Patchy the Pirate!
It honestly feels kind of creepy for some reason, especially since the creators themselves said that Patchy could never meet SpongeBob.
Well, they can never meet, right? Well, yeah, they can never meet.
Is it possible that this isn't the real Patchy? Well, the last time we saw live-action Patchy was in SpongeBob's Big Birthday Blowout, and that episode ended with him being fired out of a cannon and crashing into an island. Immediately after that, Patchy's severed head shows up and meets SpongeBob. But I already explained how this is clearly just another hallucination, and he's probably just gonna wake up on the island disappointed that he didn't actually meet SpongeBob like every other time. But what if this is something more than just a simple dream that he can wake up from? I mean, the last shot we saw of the real Patchy...
if we're being honest, Patchy went through it this show, bro. He went through a whole lot of shit, dude.
Was him and Potty face down in the sand, struggling to get out. What if they didn't. And this is what Patchy is hallucinating as he dies. During this hallucination, he begins singing the show's theme song with Spongebob to wrap up the episode.
That is dark and
having a birthday under the sea.
This theory is fucked.
But as they're singing, we briefly cut to this horrifying shot of Patchy's body with Potty's head lying on the island, violently convulsing in pain. It happened so quick that I didn't even process it.
That is horrifying still, dude. I could only imagine actually being a child and watching that.
But goddamn, that is some terrifying imagery for a kids show. Why the fuck did they show this? Is this some kind of PG symbolic way to show Patchy and Potty suffocating to death in the sand? Holy shit. Okay, this is definitely the darkest thing I've ever found.
What did I do? Like, this is fucked. Like, oh yeah, Patchy the pirate is hallucinating the happiest moment of his life, finally meeting SpongeBob in the game, singing the SpongeBob theme song, while he slowly slips away into unconsciousness as he passes away from his fatal accident. This is, dude.
SpongeBob, please enjoy this compilation of people's reactions to it. Ever found in SpongeBob. Please enjoy this compilation of people's reactions to it.
What the is
I never saw this, but my god, that's terrifying.
What? What? What is this episode?
Okay, so let's say Patchy and Potty, the hosts of the
What Internet City have to say about that? What did Internet City have to say about that, dude? I gotta see that shit, dude.
SpongeBob SquarePants television show are dead. What happens now? Well, the show must go on. The SpongeBob SquarePants...
Dude, the reactions are the best fucking part, dude. The reaction is... This is so dumb. Like, this is just dumb SpongeBob conspiracy theories, and we're collectively watching various grown, mature adults lose their marbles over a SpongeBob conspiracy... Dude.
Television show
This
has to continue.
This is one of the greatest cinematic experiences, dude. I'm telling you.
But they need
We need more of this. We need more. Dude, do this for movies. You know what I'm saying? You know how they put bloopers at the end of movies? Put, like, reactions of people at the end of the movie. Fuck it.
Host to replace Patchy. Except, are they really gonna tell their young audience that their beloved Patchy the Pirate and Potty the Parrot are dead? No, they're gonna replace them with animated actors.
And they're using actors.
Hey, that's showbiz for you. Okay.
Dude, they did that for no reason. There was not one single reason they needed to put that fucking shot in there, and they did it anyways.
Using actors.
There's no reason for this.
Hey, that's showbiz for you. Okay, so when I made this claim that Patchy was replaced by a fake animated actor, I was convinced that it was gonna get disproved like a week after I posted this theory, and live-action Patchy would return and completely disprove the idea that he died. But not only has live-action Patchy never returned in the 5 years since the creepy suffocation scene, but the creepy fake animated Patchy has returned once again for a 2023 Christmas special where he
my god, dude.
watches old SpongeBob Christmas episodes on a live stream.
5 viewers? Sweet Nep.
There's no way Patchy's on Twitch, dude.
Dude, I'm going viral as scurvy at sea.
Potty even calls him...
Potty, you're an... Oh, dude, dude. Patchy the Pirate's chat is absolutely insane, dude.
An imposter.
What the...
Oh, no. Oh, no, dude. They're spamming all kinds of crazy shit at him, dude. They're spamming those weird Among Us dicks, dude.
Back off, you flying freak.
I mean, he's referencing when he pretended to be Santa, but still. But what happened to the real Patchy after he died? Well, he became a ghost and could finally meet his idol SpongeBob.
Oh, could you imagine a Twitch chat trolling Patchy the Pirate? Oh, God,
Bikini
dude.
Bottom, what would he
Send him
see?
weird Twitter links.
SpongeBob and all of his friends partying without him. Patchy dedicated his entire life to SpongeBob. He even died for him, and SpongeBob never even knew Patchy existed. And that resentment that's been building up inside of Patchy for all of these years finally explodes. And this is how Patchy the pirate becomes the Flying Dutchman. Patchy is done pretending to be a pirate and dressing up in his fake costumes. He gets a new look, a new identity, and now he can finally live out the fantasy of being a real pirate. Remember that board game that they said was based on a real map from the Flying Dutchman?
Based on a real treasure map.
We never really did see the map that it was based on, or did we? Remember when Patchy was looking for the Lost SpongeBob episode? He used this map to find it.
It's the same
Now,
map!
at first I thought these two maps didn't look all that similar, but the more I looked at it, the more my mind was blown. Same red X in the middle, you got the compass, the palm trees, a turtle, a fish, but most importantly, they both have the forked tree.
Half a league to the forked tree.
Look for the deacon's goose through the fork in the old tree.
That is a very specific detail. You would not
The
just see that on
forked
any
tree.
random map. The Flying Dutchman based his map off of the one from his past. So he's become the Flying Dutchman now, and his main target for haunting is, of course, the one who ignored him his entire life, SpongeBob SquarePants. But how did Patchy become such a powerful ghost who can even manipulate time itself? Well, there's actually an episode in Season 12 called The Ghost of Plankton that gives us a pretty clear understanding of how ghost powers work. It basically just takes time and effort to grow your powers. Patchy's already given SpongeBob 20 years of dedication, might as well go a little further with it as the Dutchman. Okay, let's quickly wrap up some loose ends
Future Alex, dude, my favorite.
people have commented about.
My
Why would
favorite
Patchy
Alex.
be called the Flying Dutchman if he isn't even Dutch? Well, maybe there are
I don't know if that's what the... Is that what Dutchman is for? Because he's a Dutch man? Is that what Dutchman... I thought Dutchman was like a thing. You know? Like the Flying Dutchman was like a... Like Dutchman was like a pirate thing? That's what I assumed, dude. I just assumed Dutchman was like a thing. Not an actual Dutch man.
already was a real legendary Flying Dutchman pirate out there, and Patchy just took his name. Cause was a real legendary Flying Dutchman pirate out there.
The Flying Dutchman is actually the name of a legendary ship, not a pirate. Patchy still could have taken the name from the legendary ship.
And Patchy just took his name. Cause that's kind of...
Was he cool? The pirate that did the real Flying Dutchman, was he a cool pirate?
What Patchy does.
Or was he
He's a
lame?
fanboy who likes to pretend. Okay, how did Patchy get his ghost ship? And what about the Dutchman's crew that was mentioned in that one episode?
It be me old first mate who stole me gold and me crew.
Stole your gold? We just went out to get pizza.
I don't know. It's implied Patchy's been the Dutchman for thousands of years and has the ability to travel to any point in time. That's plenty of time for him to find a ship and a crew and live out the pirate fantasy. You know, just because it's a ghost ship doesn't necessarily mean the Dutchman died with it. I mean, he has a ghost phone too. How come we see the Dutchman always stealing
Bro,
souls
that's what the Apple phones are gonna end up being, dude. Just fucking ghosts.
with it? I mean, he has a ghost phone too. How come we see the
They're giving you less and less in the box every time you buy a new phone, dude. Eventually, you're just not gonna get the phone either. Eventually, you're just gonna get the fucking box.
necessarily mean the Dutchman died with it. I mean, he has a ghost phone too. How come we see the Dutchman always stealing souls and taking them to Davy Jones?
Next up, Davy Jones Locker.
Who is Davy
Doesn't
Jones?
that kind of imply he's more of a Grim Reaper
I
type
still don't
figure?
know who Davy Jones is. And the role... Isn't there a Davy Jones in Pirates of the Caribbean too? Who is Davy? And what did he do? And why is he such a bad man? And what's up with his locker?
Well, we've actually seen lots of ghosts try to steal souls in this show. In Money Talks, Mr. Krabs reveals he sold his soul to a whole long line full of different ghosts.
Well, I sort of sold my soul already. Get to the back of the line.
This is just speculation,
And
but maybe
SpongeBob?
stealing souls and giving them to Davy Jones is a way to make you a stronger ghost. It would explain why the Dutchman is such a powerful ghost who can even time travel. That should about cover everything. Back to the
Nice.
theory. Patchy
Let's fucking
travels
go.
back in time to visit
Now that we
all
got
of his
that all
favorite,
cleared
most
up
cherished
for you
SpongeBob
dorks and
episodes, including
dweebs.
his favorite episode, Shanghai.
we're gonna see me favorite show, Shanghai.
Except now, he's not just watching the episode. He's the one in control, and he's gonna make SpongeBob pay for everything he's done. And he's gonna make him pay over
That's
and
why it's his
over
favorite.
and over again. But then we get to the episode Ghost Host. Patchy initially moves in with SpongeBob to torture him, but as much as he tries to deny it, deep down he's still that
loves
devoted
SpongeBob,
fanboy who just wants SpongeBob to be his friend.
he's still
As much
just a
as he
little
wants to
guy.
pretend to be the Dutchman, deep down, Patchy is still here. And that is why, if you go to the Krusty Krab after closing, and you go out the back to the dumpster, you can still read the words, Patchy was here. Yes, he certainly was. And
He
that, ladies and
absolutely
gentlemen,
was.
is the time-traveling ghost pirate
He
theory. Thank you
absolutely
very much. Oh
was.
shit, what about Potty? He died with Patchy
Potty!
too, right? What the hell happened to him? I can figure this out. Just give me a second. Let me just quickly rewatch every single episode of SpongeBob. Gotta watch the spin-offs too. Okay, let me see. The motherfucker ate him!
I wonder what parrot tastes like.
That is the time-traveling ghost pirate theory, baby! I am done! Woo! See ya!
What parrot tastes like.
That is the time-traveling ghost pirate theory, baby! I am done!
Let's go!
See ya!
Let's go! Nah, bro, what? He is absolutely flabbergasted. Dude, shout out Complex 2 Dude, that's fucking funny. That guy's fucking funny.
Alex Bale's videos are the only ones that can make my eyes water
And then you've got this guy, and he's like,
through sheer excitement.
You guys are the best. I've
big thank you to all the reactors. Sorry I couldn't. Watching your reaction to post videos are my favorite.
Love
Dude,
to watch.
shout out Alex for creating the greatest cinematic experience of my entire life, dude. There's only one person who can do something like this, dude. Because, like, not only did, like, this randomly start from somebody like, hey, Chris, watch this Squilliam Fancy Son video. And it turned into all of these, not just in great theories, but the whole Muse ARG was just a whole other next level thing that I didn't even know was a fucking thing that people did on the internet,
all the
dude.
reaction
That was like my intro to ARGs and all kinds of
videos.
shit, dude. Dude, shout out Alexander Graham Bell, the greatest mastermind to ever grace the streets of YouTube, dude. Everybody's favorite evil genius, dude. This was an absolute amazing experience. I love how he showed love to all the reactors, dude. Shout out all the reactors. They're so fucking... Dude, watching them was so fucking hilarious, dude. So shout out all of them. Shout out Alex, dude. Alex is absolutely insane, dude. He's doing crazy, like, movie shit now, and I'm watching the whole damn movie when that comes out, too, dude. And don't you fucking wait, dude. Shout out Alex Bale. Dude, this was absolutely insane, mind-blowing experience from start to end, dude. It took us how many years to get through this whole thing, dude? And it's just, we just poured the whipped cream, cherry on top, sprinkles, chocolate sauce, dude, and we about to dive right in to that alien banana split, dude. This was absolutely amazing, dude. Shout out Alex Bale. Shout out the Muse. Shout out to SpongeBob. Shout out everybody, dude, because this whole entire thing was absolutely amazing.